Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, when the red man still ruled vast sections of desert and plain, the establishment of settlements by the whites often caused dangerous conflict. But there were those in that pioneer period who believed that Indians and white men could live peaceably in the same great Southwest. One of these, the greatest champion of justice ever to ride the plains of western America, was a masked horseman mounted upon a great white charger, a figure who inspired the pioneer of long ago. Return with us to those days when the West was young and the ringing hoofbeats of silver sounded on the outlying trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Follow the river! Faster, old boy, or the Indians will attack! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Along the eastern bank of the Rojos River squatted the century-old adobe huts of Oro Rico, home of the superstitious Zuni Indians. On the western bank lived Dana Sturgis and his small but determined band of pioneers. These men, with their families, had but a short time before been attracted by the fertile soil and had founded a farming settlement. One day in the new general store, operated by Dana and his wife Mabel, the pioneers talked of the strange, seldom-seen tribe across the Rojos and...
Eric, you say them Indians is called Zunis?
Not Zuni, Tom. Zuni. Zuni.
Zuni, huh?
Oh, sure, Tom. Ain't you ever heard Dana talking about 'em? There's a Y sound in it, just before the I. And them redskins are just as strange as their name.
Yeah, I know that, Mrs. Sturgis. Because just before Dana went down the river's edge to fish, he was Well, he was saying something about what mighty funny superstitions them Injuns has.
Well, Tom, I don't know much about 'em myself, but I guess Dana does, 'cause he told me this tribe across the river here is an offshoot
Well,
of one of the
lordy
old
me.
tribes-
I just now noticed you, mister. Was you looking for something special?
No, thanks. I just dropped in to pass a little time.
Riding through this way?
Yes, I'll be heading north again soon.
Well, make yourself to home here, mister. If you see anything you want, let me know.
You say, Eric, them Injuns is an offshoot of some real old tribe?
Yep, that's what Dana told me.
Why hasn't Dana told us this before if he knows so blame much about 'em? Why, ever since we first settled here, them dobe huts across the river has been a mystery.
Now, just a minute, Tom. Don't get the idea Dana knows all there is to know about Zuni Indians. He don't.
Well, what did Dana tell you?
He said an old prospector told him that the original Zunis controlled all this land around here, but that the Spaniards come in and tried to drive 'em out.
And did they?
No, but they stole plenty from 'em and made the Indians forever plenty mad at the sight of any white man.
Eric, you ain't telling it all.
Well, how's that, Miss Sturgis?
The old prospector told Dana about 7 cities of gold.
Oh, sure. Now I remember. The 7 cities of Cibola.
That's it. It seems the Spanish explorers imagined a lot of that gold business.
Yeah. They saw the sun a shining on adobe huts like the ones we can just see across the Rojos here.
And thought they was made out of gold.
Oh, so that's how it all started, huh?
Yep. And I suppose that's why we ain't seen much of them Zunias over there. 'Cause we ain't never crossed the river to their side.
And I hope Dana's got enough sense not to try it now, either. I always say, leave well enough alone. Them redskins done come over here. You ain't got no business on their side.
Oh, shucks. Dana can take care of himself, Mrs. Sturgis. He's likely as not busy hauling in a nice mess of river fish.
Yeah, I hope so. But you never can tell about Injuns.
Hey, listen. What's that rumpus?
The Injuns. Look up there in the river.
By thunder, you're right. They're coming in canoes. The whole tribe of them.
Eric, get out of my way. I've got to find Dana. He's down there by the river.
Wait a minute. Here comes Bob Force and all the other men.
Eric, Tom, get your muskets loaded. The engines are coming.
I can see he is, Bob. But where's
He was
Dana?
fishing down at the river's edge. Where is he?
I don't know, but we ain't time for nothing except to get our muskets. Come on, you fellas. Get ready for a fight. Them red devils are paddling plenty fast.
Unnoticed by the pioneers, the stranger had left them at the first cry of danger, made his way to the great white horse, hidden a short distance away. Then, astride Silver, the Lone Ranger raced along a slanting trail toward the river.
Come on, Silver. The Indians are attacking the whites. We've got to find a way to stop them. Head for the river, old fellow. Come on, Silver.
Breasting the summit of the by-trail, the Phantom Rider shot down the slope to the bank of the Rojos. Lined 6 across and 6 deep, the war canoes of the Indians cut swiftly over the river, the first flank nearing the western bank and the white settlement. The Lone Ranger sighted but a short distance ahead of Silver another horse and rider as he shouted at the top of his voice.
Oh, Silver. Oh, there. Tonto. War canoes. Right there. Oh, Scout. Oh, Scout. Oh, Kimasabi, you bring news? You and Scout are both dripping wet. Indians lose big god Ramda from Dobi Temple. A Zuni idol stolen? That's right. Somebody take it last night. And they think it was the white men. That's why they're attacking now. Already 2 war canoes up there. Yes? I see them now. They're almost out of sight around that bend. Indians capture 1 white man. Dana Sturgis. Take him back to Ororico now. Tonto, we can't wait longer. The first flank of canoes is almost ready to land the warriors. But now I know why the Zunis have come across the river. And I've a plan that may work. Come on, Kimasabi, and hurry. Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver. Right along the riverbank. Come on, old fellow. Come on. Kimasabi, those Indians are armed only with bows and arrows. If the whites fire upon them, Dana Sturgis will die. Ride up the bank to the whites. Tell them not to fire at any cost. Tonto, go. Come on, Scout. The life of a white man depends on you, Tonto. Now, Silver, our plan will only prevent bloodshed. Come on, old fellow. We're riding between the red men and the white. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Suddenly, a single war canoe shot ahead of the others. nearly touched the river's bank as the Zuni chief stood erect at the prow to command his men.
You, Dragnet, Antula, Rumda, Tula, Yapu.
And high up on the western bank, Eric shouted a command to the pioneers.
Raise your muskets, every man of you. Take aim.
But even as he cried these words, riding to the midst of the whites came Tonto.
You stop. You not shoot musket. Wait.
What's that?
Wait.
A redskin already outside the river.
You not shoot Indian. You not shoot or Indian kill white man.
Kill Dana. Kill him.
Me know that Zuni already capture white man.
Then what are we waiting for, Eric? Look, down at the river.
They'll land any second. Tom, Sam, Aaron, come on, wait.
Wait. You shoot Indian. Indian sure kill white man. You wait.
Eric, Tom, maybe this redskin's right.
Tom, look. That fellow on the big white horse.
What's he doing?
He's a masked man, and he's riding right along the riverbank, right out in front of them war canoes.
The fool. They'll drop him in no time. He ain't a chance.
Him have plenty chance.
What?
Him friend Tonto. Now, you look. Indian have bow, narrow. Him have gun.
Injun, you're right. Look. Look at the masked man.
Before the amazed eyes of the pioneers sped a phantom figure on a great silver horse that raced before the very prows of the advancing warcraft. But as bows were sprung taut and deadly arrows poised, another kind of weapon, the white man's six-gun, roared a language any man could understand as terror struck at the Indians.
There's one, old fellow, the chief's canoe, and there another and another. They're sinking, Silver, sinking, and we're going to turn the tide of battle. Come on, Silver, keep close to the river's edge. Once more, past them all, boy. We've got to show the Indians we mean business. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
And with the tide of jumbled, bouncing war canoes now turned back toward the huts across the Rojos River, the white men dropped their loaded muskets, hardly able to believe what they had just seen.
Eric, Sam, all of you, did you see what the masked man did?
He rode right up to them drawed bows, crossed in front of a whole tribe of Indian warriors, and scared them out single-handed.
The masked man, here he comes. Tonto know him come. Oh, Silver, oh, there.
Masked man, you drove off the engine.
How in blazes did you ever do it?
Mr. Maskman, I suppose we ought to be afeard of you. You look just like an outlaw.
Outlaw?
But I guess we ain't. Not now.
I have my own reasons for wearing the mask, and I'm not an outlaw.
Gosh, even if you are, after what you did for us, well, we can forget most anything now.
Yeah, but where in thunder did you come from? And how did you ever scare them red devils out so quick?
It doesn't matter where I came from, but when I saw that those Indians were armed only with bows and arrows, I had to protect them.
Protect them?
We thought it was us you was protecting.
It was both the Indians and you I had in mind.
But I don't savvy, mister.
And perhaps you'll understand this. You men were greatly outnumbered.
We sure was, mister.
But even if you had opened fire on the Zunis, who know nothing of bullets and powder, their bows and arrows would have been almost useless.
Seems like you proved that, masked man, with only 2 6-guns.
Yes, but you men would have aimed to kill. I only sunk their canoes. And if you had killed, that tribe would be your everlasting enemy.
I see your point, mister. But you can't tell us them redskins ain't our enemy right now.
Just a minute. Not a one of you is going to cross that river.
And why ain't we?
You ain't our boss, masked man, but Dana's our leader.
Yeah, it was him brung us here first, and I say help
Listen
Dana.
to me, all of you. You want to get Dana back alive, do just as I say.
Are you in league with them redskins?
No, but I've learned a few things about them. I have a plan that'll save Dana, and at the same time weld a lasting peace between you whites and those Zunis.
How do you know your plan will work?
I don't, but I've good reason to believe it will. And you men are going to do as I say.
What makes you think that?
Because what you want more than anything else is Dana Sturgis alive.
Oh, we do, Mr. Maskman. I'll do anything to get Dana back.
Then listen, and I'll tell you why the Indians attacked you today.
You know that?
The reason they come after us?
Yes. Someone, perhaps white men, perhaps red, has stolen an idol from the Zunis.
What?
You mean one of the gods they worship?
Exactly.
But how do you know that?
Tonto know that. Tonto tell friend.
Injun, you mean you've been over there in the Zuni village?
Tonto know that Rumda, guardian god of Zuni, gone.
Well, sure. Eric, Tom, look at his horse. He's dripping wet. From swimming the river, don't you see?
Well, I'll be doggone.
And that's why we must try my plan to safeguard the life of Dana Sturgis. Don't attack the Indians if you would save him.
You think the Indians are holding him as a hostage?
I do. Now, Tonto and I are leaving you for the present. We've got work to do. In the meantime, keep guards posted along the riverbank, just in case the Zunis come here again looking for their idol.
But, mister, we ain't got their idol.
I know that, but the Indians don't. And when we find out where it is, I'm coming back for some of you. Because you people are going to take Rumda back to the Zunis.
Get him up, Scout.
They're going. Look at that white horse travel.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The masked rider and his Indian companions scoured the country across the river, even to the very borders of the Zuni village of Orarico. But no clue to the theft of the idol could be found. Then on the fourth day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto returned to the western bank of the Rojos, where we find them picking a slow trail northward along the river's edge. Tonto, the Zunis are superstitious, but I'm convinced we're matching our wits against a tribe more clever and superstitious. I think you're right about them wanting the Zuni idol for their own guardian spirit.
You look. There.
Tracks, Tonto. The clue we've been looking for.
Scout. Oh.
Tonto, look over here. Heavy hoof prints. Too heavy for light Indian ponies. What do you make of them?
Maybe them carry heavy load.
The idol, yes. Still, how could horses carry it? Its weight might not be too much, but its size would make it almost impossible to handle with horses. I wonder... Wait. Look at these marks here.
Them long marks go way off there. Cut ground.
Two parallel lines about 3 feet apart, leading out of the reeds along the river bank and heading inland. Come on, Tonto. Into these reeds.
Tonto think this end our trail.
It's here, Kimosabe. Hidden in these reeds. The raft.
Me see.
This is what brought the idol up the river. Here it was unloaded onto what was probably a crude sled. Perhaps 2 poles for the runners. Then horses dragged the sled away.
That's why hoof print plenty deep. Same way mark goes.
Yes. The horses dug the feet in because of the weight they were pulling. But, come on, Tonto.
You ready now for plan?
Yes, the idol will keep. Wherever it is, it's too bulky to hide. When I get back, this well-marked trail will lead us to it. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
Steady there.
You want Tonto go now?
Yes, Kimosabe. Back across the river. Finding the clue on this side, the pioneer side, changes our plan but little. You can still carry out your part.
Tonto know what to.
Hurry, Kimosabe. Be ready by daybreak tomorrow.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Southward along the riverbank raced the Lone Ranger, while Tonto and Scout recrossed the Rojos to the Zuni side. Several days had passed since the masked man had left the pioneers, and even as he sped toward their settlement, they became increasingly restless. To Mabel Sturgis, wife of their captive leader, the few days had seemed an eternity.
Just look at poor Mabel. She ain't no nerves left.
Ada and Mabel, listen. Tom and Bob and me and all of us told the masked man we wouldn't go attacking them Injuns ourselves.
You didn't, Eric. You just said...
Just said as much as the same, Mrs. Sturgis. The masked man told us Dana'd be safe as long as we kept ourselves.
That's why we're waiting for word from him.
Sure. And when he comes back, we're going after that there idol of the Redskins in order to save Dana and make peace at the same time.
Dear old idol be blasted. What good's that to Mabel Sturgis when she don't know what's happened to Dana? She's fed up on waiting for a masked rider who may or may not be our friend. Why, it's been 10 days now and he ain't showed up yet.
Fellas, part of what Ada says is right. There's no arguing the masked man's been gone a long time. Too long, maybe.
You weakening, Bob?
No, I ain't, but listen. It's about 5 hours till dark. Suppose, more for Mabel Sturgis than anything else, we wait till sundown. Then if the masked man don't come, take our boats and go look for Dana.
Bob, you will do that?
If Tom and Eric and the rest are willing.
Oh, bless you, Bob, bless you.
Listen, fellas, the boats we got could take us all across the river in about 3 trips. Then we'd have a chance.
Yeah, bullets and powder against bows and arrows. The masked man himself said the Indians wouldn't have a chance.
How about you, Tom?
Well, I don't know.
Tom Crawford, if you ain't man enough to
Wait,
get up...
look! Coming right toward us.
The masked man.
Bringing the word we've been waiting for.
If it only means I'll get Dana back.
Masked man, what'd you find out? Where's your engine pard?
Are you ready for us to help you fetch back that blamed idol?
Yes, I am ready for you. I want 4 of your best men.
Mister, you can have all of us if it'll bring back Dana Sturgis.
I can use only 4, but hurry and pick them.
Tom, you and Bob and me are as good as any of us.
Sure, and I'll go after Sam for the floor.
Choose your best horses, get guns and ammunition. We've a long trip ahead of us, and danger when we get there. But success is ours if you all have the courage to follow my plan. There's the raft I told you about.
Mister, this horse of mine couldn't stir another foot.
You can all rest your horses here. But I'm going inland now to follow that trail leading west.
You mean them 2 scratch marks there on the ground?
Yes. Those marks will lead me to the stolen idol.
Well, wait a minute, masked man. How do you know that?
Never mind how I know. But I expect to find an Indian village not far from the river.
More Indians?
Yes. The thieves who took the idol. Over there in those reeds, you'll find a raft.
Huh?
It was used to get Rumda away from the Zuni tribe. And it's going to be used to take that same precious idol back home.
And you ain't even been trying to rescue Dana all this time?
I've told you, men, that Dana is safe. Saving him before we return their guardian Rumda would only send them on the warpath again. They'll keep Dana alive until they're convinced their idol won't be returned.
But supposing they've already...
I've no more time for talk. It'll soon be dark, and I've got to follow this sled trail to its end. Come on, Silver.
A raft and a sled. I don't say...
Never mind, fellas. The masked man's trailing down an Indian idol, and we're taking his orders.
The deep-rutted, double-line trail led the masked rider to an Indian village some 2 miles from the riverbank. Once he was sure of the landmarks surrounding it, he swung Silver about, ready to carry out the rest of his plan. Darkness had fallen when he rejoined the 4 men near the river.
Men, to your horses, then hurry. I know what you was after, mister.
I did. Now ride with me. Let's go. Come on, Silver. Back over the same way.
Get up there.
Through the night, under a cloudy sky, the pioneers rode, following the masked man, until, at length, not far ahead, they saw the fires of the Indian village. But here, at a command from their leader, they reined in their mounts.
Silver.
Follow me.
Masked man, you heading for that little patch of light that's coming from that adobe hut there?
Yes, the temple. Rumda's sure to be inside. But there'll be a priest, too, a medicine man.
And how are we going to pull this stunt without waking up all the Indians? The medicine man will make a fuss.
We'll handle him. But the idol's our big problem. We can't drag it away. That would make too much noise. It'll have to be carried by hand the full distance back to the raft.
Gosh, near 2 miles.
We'll make it somehow, masked man. You lead us.
We've got to make it back to the river. Our horses are no good to us without the sled these Indians used to bring it here.
They can follow light, masked fella, after we get that blue and idol back to them.
Yes. Now, don't talk anymore. We're getting close to the temple, and the medicine man's chanting half aloud. He's inside facing Rumda. Careful now, but keep on coming. Against the background of an Indian ritual fire, the medicine man knelt, his back to the approaching whites. Beyond the fire squatted the huge head of Rumda, a crude wooden idol but mighty to the superstitious Indian. Then at the very door of the temple, the moon slid from behind a dense cloud. One of the white men, Bob Foster, stumbled over a loose stone and brought the worshiping Indian priest to his feet. Bob sprang forward.
I'll fix the varmint. There. That's one painted devil won't bother us.
Now, quick, all of you, get a hold of the idol at its base. Tip it to go through the doorway. Now, hurry before the village wakes.
Carrying the heavy idol, the masked man and his companions retraced their steps even more quickly than they had come. Hours dragged by as 5 weary men trudged on. The moon paled, the stars flickered and went out. The sun began to rise golden in the east. At last they reached the Rojos. Stumbling feet plowed through mud and reeds. A final desperate effort, and the Indian idol Rumda was placed upon the raft.
Mr. Masked Man, in my whole life I never worked so hard or got so scared all in the same night.
I'm so doggone tired of shaking.
Listen.
The Indians from the village.
Then we're done for. Come on, climb aboard the raft. Out in the river we can make a fight for a spell.
No, we'd be worse off there than here. The sun's up. We'd be in plain sight. Duck low in these reeds.
Masked man, they're getting close. Too close.
But they've only got bows and arrows like the Zunis. Fire to stop them over their heads.
There. That's done it. Look, they're pulling right up.
Keep firing. We've got to make sure.
Hey, who said Zunis? Look. What? Right behind you out on the river. There comes them walking-us again.
Conjuration, masked man. Now there's 2 tribes of Indians after us.
No, don't you see? Dane is with them in that lead canoe.
What?
He's going to land in a minute now. And there's Tonto swimming across from the other side on the scout. Hold fire! Hold fire, men! The attacking Indians are scattering, and our friends are here.
By golly, the masked man's right. Fellas, just look at them red devils ride. The other way.
Turning tail like scared rabbits. And over here landing on the bank right now is Dana. Hi, Dana. Dana Sturgis, come here.
Hello,
Hello, Dana.
see you.
Right glad to see you.
Over here, Tonto. Dana's home. Me bring help. Scout. I knew you would make it, Kemosabe. We had those other Indians stopped, but the sight of Yampo and his war canoes turned them to flight.
Say, them canoes full of Injuns settle matters all right, but who in blazes is Yampo?
Me, Yampo.
Huh?
That's right. Yampo, big chief of Zuni Indian tribe. Nila, Rokat, Luray, Ti, Toho, Rumda.
What's that? What kind of lingo's that?
Yampo say, pale face save great God of red man. Now, red man, brother to pale face for all time. Say peace last all time.
Well, that's fine as far as these here Zunis are concerned, but what about the other tribe of redskins?
Mana, Zuni, Sula, and Ragna.
Don't you fellas worry none about no other Indians now. Why, shucks, old Yampo here is a blood brother of the whole bunch of us from now on.
Me, Yampo.
See? And now I ain't never met up with a masked man yet, but I aim to this minute, so I can thank him.
You're too late, Dana. There he goes now.
Well, of all the strange acting fellas, that there masked man...
down the valley just ahead. Hello, Silver! Away!
Thank you, Radio, DAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Chester, will you take this stuff down to the depot and see that it gets in the mail for me, huh?
Yes, sir. There's something wrong about that fellow, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what fella?
Him. Across the street there.
All I can see out of that window is sky, Chester.
Oh, I forgot you were sitting back there. I've been watching him so long, I just naturally thought you had, too.
Well?
Well, what?
The man, Chester. What's wrong about him?
Oh, well, he drove up to the Long Branch in a wagon and got down and went inside, and then he come back out. And then do you know what he did?
He drove off?
No, sir. He's still there.
What did he do, Chester?
Well, he got a big old rifle out of his wagon, and he loaded it. Then he put it under his arm, and he's been walking up and down ever since. It's like he's waiting to shoot somebody. There. See him, Mr. Dillon? That tall, rangy fellow there.
Yeah.
See how he keeps looking up and down the street?
Come on.
You think he is out to shoot somebody?
Well, I don't know, but it's worth asking him.
Well, he sure picked a fine spot right across from the jail.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he did.
Anyway, he ain't gonna run very far with nothing but a team and wagon.
You ever seen him before?
No, sir, he's a stranger to me. He looks real country, though, don't he?
Yeah, but he's not poor. That's a good wagon he's got.
Yeah. Looks brand new to me.
Yeah. All right, stand aside now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
I don't recall you, mister.
My name's Dillon.
Oh?
I'm the marshal here.
Oh. Why, sure. I knew I'd heard that name, Dillon. Pleased to meet you.
This is Chester Proudfoot.
Hello, Chester.
How you do?
I'm Willie Calhoun, Marshal. I don't get to Dodge but seldom. Not till lately.
Oh, you live around here?
Got me a little place out at Spring Point.
Yeah.
It's doing fine.
I notice you got a new wagon.
Well, that's for Pearl. I wanted her to be proud.
Hey, your wife?
No. No, Pearl Bender, Marshal. She's gonna be my wife. That's what I come to town for. I made up my mind.
Pearl Bender works in the Long Branch here, doesn't she?
I'm waiting for her to come along now. I made up my mind, Marshal.
Is that what the rifle's for?
What do you mean?
Well, you've made up your mind, but maybe she hasn't.
Oh, oh no. No, it ain't like that at all. I wouldn't force Pearl into nothing.
Then what is the rifle for?
Man's got a right to carry a rifle.
Yeah, but the way you do it, it's like a man walking around with a 6-gun in his hand, ready to shoot. Now, come on, tell me the truth, Calhoun.
There ain't nobody gonna stop me and Pearl, Marshal.
Well, why should they?
They might try.
Who might?
I fight my own fights, Marshal.
Now, not here you don't, not with a gun.
I'll kill him. I made up my mind to kill him if he gets in my way.
Now, look, Calhoun, why don't you give me the rifle?
Here now.
Stay back. Here, Chester. Hold it on him.
Got him covered, Mr. Dillon.
You got no right to do that.
I'll do anything to stop a killing. Now, you going to tell me who you're looking for?
You're interfering. I ain't gonna tell you nothing.
All right. Chester, take him over to the office and keep him there.
Yes, sir.
You can't lock me up. I'm gonna get married.
We're not locking you up, but you're going to stay in my office till I find out about this. Okay, Chester.
All right, get moving, Calhoun. And don't try to run or I'll bang you right on the head.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Who is it?
It's Matt, Kitty.
Well, come in.
Oh, thank you.
What's your trouble, Matt?
First, Kitty, I want to find Pearl Bender. Does she have a room here?
Right down the hall, but she won't be back for a half hour.
Oh?
She in trouble?
Kitty, did you ever hear of Willie Calhoun?
That long fellow with the sandy hair?
Yeah, that's him.
Well, he's been in the Long Branch a couple of times. Acts like he's real sweet on Pearl.
Well, he says that they're going to get married.
What?
Today, according to him.
Well, that'll be quite a surprise to Webb Thorne.
Ah, so that's who it is. Webb Thorne, huh?
Oh, look, Matt, I don't know anything about all this. Pearl never talks much. But I've heard Webb say he'd shoot anybody who tried to run off with her.
And Willie Calhoun says he'll shoot anybody who tries to stop him.
How could Pearl be in love with this Calhoun? She's only seen him a few times, and
She and Webb have been sick ever since he started dealing faro over there. 6 months ago.
Yeah, well, maybe Webb doesn't know about it.
Well, he'll find out soon enough, won't he?
Yeah. Say, that's an idea, Kitty.
Hmm?
And the sooner the better. And I'm going to be there when he does.
How are you going to manage that?
When Pearl comes back, send her over to my office, will you?
Oh, okay, Matt. But this is going to make her awful mad.
It's going to make all of them awful mad, Kitty.
Marshal, if you've got any charges against me, I'd like to know what they are.
I'm not arresting you, Webb. I told you that.
And why are you taking me to jail?
I'm not taking you to jail.
Well, this is the jail, isn't it?
It's also my office. Go on in.
Okay. Pearl,
Hello, Webb.
what are you doing here, Calhoun?
Go on in, Webb.
I didn't let him talk none, Mr. Dillon, just like you told me.
Oh, good, Chester.
You're making trouble, Marshal. I don't like it.
The trouble's already made, Calhoun.
What trouble?
Webb, I hear you've said that you'd kill any man that tried to run off with Pearl. Is that right?
I sure would.
Well, Calhoun here says that he'll kill you if you try to stop him.
Try to stop him? What's he been up to?
He came to town today to get married.
Married?
Mm-hmm. He and Pearl. And he brought a rifle with him.
I don't believe it.
That's my rifle Chester's holding.
I don't mean that. I mean about you and Pearl.
I made up my mind. I'm going to do it. You ain't going to stop me.
I'll stop you.
Well, if they want to get married, they're going to, and there isn't going to be any trouble over it. Now or later.
Who told you they want to get married, him?
That's right, he did. But it's Pearl that's going to settle this. Either you or him. She can say right now which one of you she wants, and the other's going to get out and stay out. Is that clear?
Why, sure, Marshal. That's fine with me. Pearl knows her own mind, don't you, Pearl? Go on. Tell him.
Go ahead, Pearl.
Marshal, I never told Willie I'd marry him.
What?
I can't marry him.
Yes, you can, Pearl. I've made up my mind.
He's made up his mind.
Sure I have. And I don't care what I got to do to get her away from you.
Tell him again, Pearl.
Willie, I can't marry you. I never said I would.
Well, you can speak out, Pearl. You can.
I'm telling you the truth. Please.
Now, Pearl.
Okay, Calhoun, you heard her. Leave her alone.
Leave us both alone.
Once I make up my mind, I never change it. I'd rather see her dead than with him.
Look, Calhoun, Webb didn't stop you. I did. So you go gunning for anybody, and it's me.
Well, I got nothing against you, Marshal.
All right, then go back to your place at Spring Point and stay out of Dodge till you get over this. I'll send your rifle out by somebody later on.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
You'll forget all about this soon enough.
So long, Pearl.
Goodbye.
You know, he is crazy. After this, you stay away from men like that, Pearl. Understand?
Yeah, sure, Rib. Sure, I understand.
Come on. I've got to get to work.
All right.
You handled this fine, Marshal. There'd have been a killing sure otherwise.
Yeah. So long, Pearl.
Goodbye, Marshal. Chester.
Goodbye, Pearl. Now, Mr. Dillon, I feel kindly sorry for that poor Willie Calhoun. He sure had everything all wrong, didn't he?
Something's still wrong, Chester, and I don't know if it's because of him or because of them. And I hope I never find out. 2 weeks later, I heard that Pearl and Webb Thorne got married. And they moved into a house that Webb owned. And Pearl quit working at the Long Branch. I figured that would settle things for good, so the first time I found a man riding out his way, I sent Calhoun's rifle back to him. Then I forgot about it. Until one morning just before daylight when Chester came running in and woke me up. I got dressed, and we went out onto the plaza.
It was that boy who works out at Webb's house that come for Doc, Mr. Dillon. And then Doc woke me up and said to come get you.
What's all the trouble about, Chester?
He didn't say, except that there's been a shooting.
Yeah, I know, but who did it?
All the boy told Doc was that it happened in the sleeping room. He didn't say who did it or even who got shot.
He's a real smart boy, isn't he?
Well, it ain't his fault, Mr. Dillon. See, he heard a shot, and then Pearl hollered through the door for him to go fetch Doc. Sounds like maybe she shot Webb, don't it? I mean, since it was her that called the boy.
Well, we'll find out in a minute.
Hey, look, they left the front door open.
Yeah.
Well, if it was Pearl, she can't run far.
Doc should have brought you with him and sent the boy after me.
I told him that, but the boy had already left.
Doc. Doc.
Wait there, Matt. It's Pearl, Matt. She's been shot.
Pearl?
Where's Webb?
He's out of town. I went over to Abilene for a few days.
Who told you, the boy?
Pearl did. She's still alive, Matt.
Oh.
But she won't be for long. If you want to talk to her, you'd better hurry.
Who did it, Doc?
She'll tell you. Go ahead. I'll wait here with Chester. There's nothing more than I can do for her.
Okay. Pearl?
Hello, Marshal.
Do you mind talking?
Can talk. A little.
Who did it, Pearl?
I was asleep, Marshal. The window was open. Heard a man outside yell something. I don't know what it was, but I recognized his voice, and I sat up, and he shot me.
Who? Who was he?
Willie.
Willie Calhoun?
Why would he shoot me? He knows why I couldn't marry him.
What?
Webb said he'd kill me if I ever left him. And I know he would.
You told Calhoun that?
Told him enough. He knew. Guess he couldn't stand my being married to Webb.
You didn't have much chance either way, did you, Pearl?
I didn't know Willie'd do this.
I wish you'd told me about Webb.
Doesn't matter now. Can I see Doc, Marshal?
Yeah, I'll go get him.
Bye, Marshal. Oh.
Goodbye, Pearl. She wants you, Doc.
All right.
First, tell me. Are you sure that she won't make it?
She can't possibly live more than another half hour.
Okay, you stay with her. I got a man to run down.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
There's tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. Every way, L&M is best, stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Outside the house, we found Calhoun's tracks and saw that after the shooting, he'd jumped on his horse and ridden north. A few minutes later, we were mounted and headed in the same direction. It was nearly dark when we reached Spring Point and found his cabin. And as there was no sign of life outside, we dismounted and went up to the door. I kicked it open and jumped inside, but the place was empty. There was no choice but to wait. So we hid our horses in a shed out back and then made ourselves at home inside the cabin.
I sure do wish we could light a lamp, Mr. Dillon.
Well, we can if Calhoun ever shows up.
Hope he ain't too long. I'm getting hungry.
He might not come at all, Chester.
Yeah, say, that's right. Why would he come here? He must know we're after him.
And an ordinary man would run, but I'm gambling that Calhoun's too tied to this place to leave it for long, even to escape being caught.
He's kindly crazy, ain't he?
Yeah, it's not going to keep him from hanging.
You think he'll put up a fight, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he'll fight.
Oh, my. That poor Pearl.
No water. I'm going out to the well and fill this up, Chester. I'll be right back.
All right, Chick.
Hold it, Marshal. Right there. One move and I'll kill you. You turn around. Drop the bucket.
Is that the rifle you used this morning, Calhoun?
I'm going to use it again. I got to kill you and Chester now.
I'll get a bullet in you.
You're going to drop your gun belt, Marshal. Real slow. Now go ahead.
No.
Go on. Do it.
It's like I say, Calhoun, you can kill me, but I'll get one bullet in you.
You're awful willing to die, Marshal.
It'll be worth it to take a woman killer with me.
What?
Any man that'd ambush a woman.
What are you saying, Marshal? What woman?
What woman? Pearl.
Pearl. Pearl?
That's right.
Not Pearl. I didn't shoot Pearl.
She heard your voice. She recognized it.
Marshal, that wasn't Pearl.
Of course it was.
Now, you're lying to me. Why are you lying to me?
I got no reason to lie to you. Why should I?
But it couldn't have been Pearl. Now, you're saying it was just to drive me crazy. No. No, I know why you're doing it, to keep me from shooting you. Well, it ain't gonna work, Marshal.
You shot Pearl and she's dead. Doc said she couldn't live more than a half hour after I saw her.
I don't believe it. That don't make no sense.
Wait a minute. You thought it was Webb Thorne, is that it?
Of course it was. That's his house. That's his bedroom.
Webb's over in Abilene.
No.
He's been gone 2 or 3 days.
I still don't believe it. What would Pearl be doing in his house?
Why shouldn't she have been there? They were married.
They was married.
You didn't know they were married?
How would I know that? When they get married?
A couple of weeks ago.
I wanted Webb Thorne. I wanted him so as he'd let Pearl go. He said he'd kill her. It's him I wanted.
Well, you didn't get him, Calhoun.
No.
Now give me the rifle.
You take it. I don't care no more. I don't care what happens to me.
The law cares. You're going to jail, Calhoun.
I just wish you'd shot me. I wish I'd made you shoot me.
Go on into the cabin.
Marshal?
What?
Can I sit out here a while? Alone? I won't run.
No, you won't run. Okay, Calhoun. You sit here. And now our star, William Conrad. Thank you, George. You filter tip smokers. When you change to L&M filters, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. Yes, L&M's pure white miracle tip lets you enjoy all the taste. No filter compares with it for quality or effectiveness. Try L&M's right now. They're great. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Virginia Christine. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
and you on a journey heading to the Sanctum Cretan. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian Odyssey.
You came to me with a gun. You call it righteousness. Call it by its right name. Murder.
Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Dehner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, Miss Wong.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
I'm sorry I frightened you, didn't I?
Yes, I was going to knock on your door, and all of a sudden you come out. Oh, you surprised me, Mr. Wong.
You're making the rounds a little early this morning, aren't you?
Yes, many extra rooms to be cleaned for new guests. Big convention for railroad men begins today.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten.
Right.
Looks like I'll miss all the excitement.
Where you going, Mr. Paladin?
To Greenwood.
Oh, is that a long way from San Francisco?
No, not far. It's about 30 miles.
Well, then maybe you come back before convention ends.
Miss Wong, if it's like that last convention we had at the Carlton, I'd just as soon stay away until it's over.
Oh, Mr. Wong, remember, plenty noisy, huh?
I'll say it was.
I'll say it was. Oh, me. Mr. Wong, remember something else, too.
What's that?
They make plenty big mess in rooms.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I'll bet.
Well, that stage will be leaving in a few minutes. I better get downstairs. Now, don't work too hard, Miss Wong.
Yes, you have a nice trip, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you.
For some years now, we've been asking you to send your dollars to CARE to help the hungry and needy overseas. Here's what some of those dollars have done. They've bought milk and sterilization equipment so that 100,000 school children in Israel can have a glass of milk every day. Thanks to this equipment, Israel is now providing its own milk for these children, so the next CARE dollars can go to help another needy area. Your CARE dollars have sent medical instruments and laboratory equipment to a new small hospital being built in the Philippines. This hospital will bring the first medical care to this area in centuries. CARE dollars have furnished farm tools, building machinery, cotton cloth, and other needs, so that refugees in Vietnam could erect 27 villages. But there's much more to be done, and many more people to be helped in all parts of the world. Won't you continue to help? Won't you continue to send your dollars to CARE, New York 16, New York?
It had been 2 years since I had seen Clem Brady, the sheriff of Greenwood. Now he was asking for my help. His letter seemed urgent. I welcomed the opportunity to renew his friendship and to get away from San Francisco for a few days. Clem wasn't in his office when I arrived, so I went over to the local dining room for a late midday meal and a cup of coffee. The place was empty, except for a young couple sitting on the other side of the room. A rather unusual couple. The girl, the most strikingly beautiful young lady I'd ever seen. My admiration must have been fairly obvious, for at one point she returned an embarrassed smile. This prompted her escort to step over to my table.
Hey, you.
Yes?
Keep your eyes off my girl.
I suppose I was staring, but no harm intended.
You're new here, ain't you?
That's right.
Well, let me warn you. Don't be flirting with her again.
I wasn't flirting.
Call it what you like. Just remember what I said.
Now, you look, mister. Hey, Clem Brady.
How are you? They told me you were by the office.
What's going on here?
Oh, this young man and I were just having a friendly conversation.
It looked to me like he was about to tear at each other's throat. What's the matter, Sam? Nothing, Sheriff. Nothing at all. I didn't know he was a friend of yours.
Just a misunderstanding, Clem. I was admiring the young lady over there, and he got the wrong impression.
Sam, I've told you time and again you're going to get yourself in a pack of trouble if you don't stop being so hard-nosed jealous. You got to be careful, boy. Yeah, I guess I was in the wrong again, Sheriff. Sorry. Remember what I say, Sam. That boy protects her like a banty rooster.
Maybe he's got a good reason. She's quite a beauty.
Ain't she, though?
Well, sit down, Clem. Have a cup of coffee with me.
Yeah, might as well.
We'll get you a cup if that waiter ever comes out of the kitchen.
Oh, he'll be out. Oh, it sure is good to see you, Paladin. I didn't know whether you'd be able to come or not.
Why not? About time we met up again.
Bye, Sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff Clem.
Hello, Martha Nell.
My, she is a charmer.
Yeah. It's pitiful, though.
Pitiful?
Well, she's part of the reason I asked you to come up here.
How's that?
It was her husband that was killed.
Oh?
Not more than 6 weeks ago. Just a boy, Paladin, barely turned 20. Sure set this town on its haunches. Oh, I got pressures all around me to clear this up.
How did it happen?
Well, the boy'd been gambling at the saloon. He'd won a lot of money and left the table around midnight. Was ambushed in an alley about a block away.
Robbed?
Yeah. Poor kid was from back east. Him and Martha Nell had just been here a couple of months. So far, there hasn't been one lead I could nail down.
What about the men who lost money to him that night?
Well, every one of them has a good alibi.
Well, maybe it was a stranger passing through, saw the boy winning, and then waited for him to leave.
I don't think so. We don't have many visitors in this town, especially on a Monday night. And that's when it happened. Oh, I'm sure it was somebody right here in town.
Do you think he's still here?
Nobody's left town or acted suspicious or anything.
How'd the girl take it?
Pretty bad at first. But Sam's been a lot of help to her.
Yeah, how does he figure in this?
Well, he'd known her husband back east. He's the only one they knew when they came out to settle here. After the killing, he sort of took charge. He's done a good job of it, too. From the looks of things, they'll probably end up getting married. Sam's a nice boy, except he's a little hot-headed.
Where do I start, Clem?
The main thing is to get to know the people that was in the saloon that night. Maybe with a fresh mind on it, you might discover something I've overlooked.
Was the boy in the habit of gambling?
No, that's just it. It was the first time anyone ever knew of him visiting the saloon. Martha Nell can tell you about that.
Well, then I should go have a talk with her first.
That's a good idea. She works over at the general store.
Right.
Well, if I'm going to have a cup of coffee with you, I'd better go in the kitchen and get it myself.
And your change, Mrs. Butler.
Thank you, Martha Nell. Bye.
Bye. I'm sorry she took so long, Mr. Paladin.
That's all right.
Now, I've forgotten the last question you asked.
Yes, you were going to tell me why your husband went to the saloon that night.
Yes, well, it was kind of a celebration for Roy. He'd gotten his first paycheck from the freight office, and I'd just gotten my job here at the store. Seemed that everything was beginning to come our way. He and Sam came by for me when the store closed, and the three of us went over to the dining room. Roy bought us the biggest steak suppers on the menu.
Your husband worked with Sam at the freight office?
Yes, Sam got him the job there.
What happened after supper?
Well, Roy wanted to buy Sam a celebration drink, so they took me back to the rooming house and left to go to the saloon. That's the last time I saw Roy alive.
Why didn't Sam come home with them?
Roy was having such good luck at the gaming tables, he didn't want to leave. So Sam came on back to the rooming house.
Well, does he live at the same place you do?
He did then. He had the room across the hall from ours.
Uh-huh.
When he came back, he knocked on my door and told me Roy'd be home later. It wasn't more than an hour after that when Sheriff Clem came and told me what had happened. Oh, Sam.
Hi.
You got off early?
Yeah. Thought maybe we could take a ride out to Willow Grove.
All right, but you'll have to wait till we close. I have to lock up tonight.
You, buying up the store, Mr. Paladin?
Sam.
Well, he's been in here long enough.
Do you keep tabs on everybody who comes into this store, Sam?
There ain't much going on in Greenwood that I don't know about. Especially when it concerns Martha Nell.
Sam, Mr. Paladin was just asking me some questions about Roy's murder. He's helping Sheriff Clem.
Look, Paladin, Sheriff knows as much about this as Martha Nell does. Now, you let him give you all the answers. There's no need for you to get her all upset. It's better she forget about this whole thing.
I don't mind answering questions, Sam, if it'll help them find the killer.
I know what's best for you. Just let me handle it.
Oh, Sam.
You may be right, Martha Nell. I guess I did take up quite a bit of your time.
I didn't mind, really, Mr. Paladin.
Well, thanks anyway. Perhaps I'll be seeing you again before I leave town. Good day.
Goodbye.
Have a commander. Welcome aboard.
Try new king-size Philip Morris Commanders. New because the tobacco in them is vacuum cleaned. And the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Yes, the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Philip Morris Commanders are made by a new kind of machine, the Mark 8, that takes rich, full-flavored tobacco and first gently vacuum cleans it, then rolls the cigarette fully, evenly, cuts the ends clean and firm. The result is new Philip Morris Commanders with the cleanest tobacco ever rolled in a cigarette. Try a pack. You'll get a full, round, king size of solid smoking pleasure because the cleaner the tobacco, the better it tastes. Noticeably better.
Have a commander. Welcome aboard.
I spent the first 2 days in Greenwood getting acquainted with the men who had been at the poker table with Martha Nell's husband the night he was killed. As far as I could determine, Sheriff Brady was right. They all had good alibis. And they were all anxious to help us find the man who did it. I also spent a couple of hours each night in the saloon, talking to the regulars and to the barkeep.
No, sir, Mr. Paladin. If there'd been a stranger in here that night, I'd have remembered. Strangers stick out like sore thumbs in this town. Care for another drink?
No, thank you. Has there been any suspicious rumors about who could have done it?
Not that I've heard. Well, Paladin.
Hi. Hello, Clem.
Where you been all day?
Out in the countryside, talking to some of the men who were in here that night.
Care for a drink, Sheriff?
Yeah. Make it rye, Barney.
Yes, sir.
What'd you find out?
Same thing you did. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's a tough one, all right.
Sheriff?
Oh, thanks. Yep.
Clem, let me ask you something. We've been going on the basis that he was killed for the money, robbery. Now, could there have been any other reason?
Well, he was robbed.
Yeah, I know. But did he have a run-in with anybody?
No. He was just a newcomer. Like I told you, him and his wife had only been here a couple of months. Just happy little lovebirds trying to get a start in life. It was robbery, pure and simple.
Tell me more about this boy, Sam. Would he have any reason?
Not likely. He was Roy's best friend.
I know, but he's also pretty cozy with Roy's wife now that he's dead.
Well, I suppose you could make something out of that if you wanted to. But it's a natural thing to happen. I'll admit it crossed my mind at one time, but don't forget he was in bed when it happened.
How can you be sure?
When I went over to give Martha Nell the bad news, he came out of his room across the hall.
Yeah?
Said he heard the commotion. He'd been in bed all right.
Did she also tell you that he stopped by earlier to tell her that Roy was still at the saloon?
She did. And that was proof enough to eliminate him when it did cross my mind.
It's been a long day, Clem. I think I'll go back to the hotel and get some sleep.
All right, Paladin. I'm going to stay here for one more drink and
I'll be doing the same.
I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night.
Well, you...
What happened?
Somebody took a shot at me. They ran down that alleyway.
A couple of you men look down there, see if you can find anybody. You hurt bad?
No, I don't think so.
Can you walk up to your room?
Yeah, sure.
Somebody go get the doctor. Tell him to meet us at the hotel.
Okay, sure.
Let me give you a hand, Paladin.
All right.
Oh, there you are, mister. That ought to do it.
Thanks, Doctor.
Hey, you keep your arm not sling for a few days. You'll be all right.
Good. Clem, did your men find anybody?
No. I was sold.
That's too bad.
Well, good night, gentlemen.
Night, Doctor.
Night, Doctor.
You come by the office tomorrow, Mr. Paladin. I'd like to take another look at your arm.
I'll do that, Doctor. Thank you. Well, Clem, whoever shot me could very well be the same man we're looking for.
Yeah, but I can't figure out what they'd have against you.
Well, maybe I've asked a few too many questions the last couple of days.
But you don't have any ideas?
Nope.
Well, I'll let you get some rest. Maybe we'll come up with something in the morning.
I'll give it a lot of thought.
Good night.
Good night, Clem. Who is it?
It's me, Martha Nell. May I come in?
Sure. Here, let me turn up the light.
No, leave it low. Someone may see us.
It's kind of late for you to be out alone, isn't it?
Well, I heard what happened. I wanted to see if you were all right.
Well, it's very thoughtful, but that isn't the only reason you came, is it?
What do you mean?
You want to tell me about Sam, don't you?
Well, yes, I guess I should.
You've been covering for him. He's the one that killed your husband.
How did you know?
Why haven't you told the sheriff, Martha, now?
I've been too afraid,
Wait a
I
minute.
guess.
Did someone follow you here?
Not that I know of. Why?
There's somebody outside my door.
Sam.
Get over behind that chest.
Don't open the door, Mr. Paladin.
Huh?
Keep quiet. Don't open the door.
You give me that gun.
Don't move or I'll shoot.
Come in.
Sheriff!
Watch it, Clem. Get down. You all right, Clem?
Yeah. Yeah, what's going on in here?
Well, Martha Nell pulled a gun on me. Martha Nell,
I'm not a very good shot.
if you were, you would have killed me tonight in the alley. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes.
Martha Nell.
Yes, it was me, Sheriff. I killed Roy, too.
What?
Yes, I killed Roy. Then I took his money to make it look like he was robbed.
But why?
Roy would never let me leave him. It was the only way I could have Sam.
Does Sam know?
No. When he came back that night and went to his room, I slipped out and waited till Roy left the saloon. Everything worked out just as I hoped it would until you came into town. Started stirring things up again. I wish you hadn't done that, Mr. Paladin.
I'll go get the doctor.
It's too late, Clem. She's dead.
Oh, no. What a pity.
Yeah.
I can't believe a pretty little thing like that would shoot her own husband. Why would she do it?
Like she said, she was in love with Sam.
Just doesn't make sense.
Love can do strange things, Clem. Especially to a young girl like her.
Here we are, Miss Paladin.
Yeah. Thank you, driver.
Yes, sir. My pleasure. Good day.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Well, hello, hey boy.
Hey, boy, I wonder when you come back. Here, I take your suitcase.
Thank you.
Oh, why you got sling on your arm?
Oh, just a little accident, nothing serious.
Oh, that's good. You come home just in time.
Oh, in time for what?
To miss our big railroad convention. Everybody left last night.
Hey, boy, that's the best news I've had all week.
Yes, I thought you'd be happy to know.
How's Miss Wong holding up?
Oh, not so good. She not come to work today. All tired out. But she'll be back tomorrow.
I warned her not to work too hard. Hey, boy, take my suitcase up to the room, will you please? I'm going to stop in the bar and get a drink. My throat's a little dusty.
Yes, Mr. Paladin.
What?
There's a very pretty young lady in there. She told hey, boy, she'd like to meet you sometime. Maybe you have a drink with her?
Oh? How pretty?
Oh, very pretty and very young. You'll see her.
Well, hey, boy, this may come as a surprise to you. But today, I'm not interested in the very pretty and the very young.
If you're having Thanksgiving at your house this year, with loads of relatives expected, then make double certain you pick up a pack or two of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs when you're out doing your big Thanksgiving grocery shopping. Pictures taken with Sylvania Blue Dots will help make this Thanksgiving a day to remember forever. And don't forget, only with Flash do you get all the sharp, clear details, day or night, anytime, anywhere, with any camera. And incidentally, right now, your dealer is making this special offer. With the purchase of just a pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs, the world's largest selling brand, you'll get a lavishly illustrated 32-page flash guidebook called It's Easy to Take Better Flash Pictures, loaded with helpful hints and tips, suggestions and secrets of expert photographers. This book shows you the right flashbulb for every kind of film. Yes, this book will help you take the best Thanksgiving pictures you've ever taken. So hurry. Thanksgiving is this Thursday. Get your Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs now. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Mr. Paris. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles, Sam Edwards, Charlie Lung, Bartlett Robinson, and Ann Whitfield. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, One More to Get. Take a fellow who likes breakfast, set him down in front of a big heaping bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies, and then just watch his eyes light up. And after the first tasty spoonful, well, you can bet he'll be back for more soon. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, so good, so fresh, so crisp. Have Mom put a package on her shopping list today for sure. Then tomorrow, enjoy bowls of Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. No lawmen were ever as relentless in their hunt for criminals as United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his bull-strong deputy Jingles. That's why headquarters sent them after the Roman Gaul train robber gang in Texas. This made the Texas Railroad men send up a shout because they knew Wild Bill and Jingles would never give up as long as there was one more to get.
Jingles, wake up. Wake up, Jingles, you're snoring again.
I'm sorry. Those wheel clicks put me to sleep. Bill, I'm getting doggone tired of riding train.
Why, Jingles, a month ago you said that was your favorite sport.
Well, that was a month ago. Now I've had so many cinders in my poor eyes I feel like a coal scuttle. We've been on every train from El Paso to Dallas and the Big Sandy to Cutler's Draw, and we ain't seen hide nor hair of them bandits.
We'll get 'em yet, partner.
Well, Bill Hickok, you're the stubbornest, mule-headed Jasper I did.
Bill Hickok, I knew it.
Huh?
Well, I've just been set across the aisle there staring like a girl in pigtails. I knew it was you, Mr. Hickok. Isn't this exciting?
Do you like excitement, man?
Oh, yes, I certainly do. Do you mind if I sit down by you?
No, ma'am. Not if you can find room.
I'm Aunt Sarah.
Well.
That's what everybody calls me.
Glad to meet you, Aunt Sarah.
Yeah, and I'm Jingles.
How do you do, Jingles?
Well, pretty good, except for a little stiffness in my legs from sitting so long.
I couldn't help but hearing you talking about train robbers. Are you on the trail of some now?
We sure are, Aunt Sarah.
Jingle.
And are you going to catch them, do you think?
We sure are, ma'am. It's the Roman Gaul gang, and
Jingles.
Oh, I've done it again, huh?
The Roman Gaul gang? Why, they've been spreading terror over Texas for months. One end to the other.
Yes, and we know it.
And we aim to put a stop to it, too.
They know you're looking for them.
Oh, no, ma'am. We keep things like that a secret, don't we, Bill?
Won't they be surprised? I'd like to see their faces.
So would I, Aunt Sarah.
Denison! Next stop, Denison!
Where are we, conductor?
Denison, Texas, ma'am. And you getting off at Denison?
Oh, my, no. I'm going all the way to Dallas to visit my daughter and her husband.
Oh, won't they be surprised? I'd like to see their faces.
What?
Ain't having much luck catching up with them bandits, are you, Mr. Hickok? Jingles told me all about it.
Oh, doggone it anyway.
Not yet, conductor, but they'll slip sooner or later.
Well, here we are. Denison. All out for Denison.
Bill!
Nobody's getting off yet, conductor.
It's him! It's Roman Gaul! I seen the posters.
Glad you know me, lady. Now you know we ain't playing games.
Bill, what are we going to do?
Can't start a gun battle here, partner. Too many people. Somebody might get hurt.
Now, everybody stay right where you are. First Jasper reaches for a gun is reaching for a pair of wings.
That's Sidewinder.
Just watch for a good chance to jump him, Jingles.
Mooney. Yeah, boss. You and Sucks take them flour sacks down the aisle. All right, shut out, folks. Money, watches, and jewels, give it all. Don't hold nothing back if you like living. Well, if I ain't a ring-tailed buzzard, look who's fell in my bag. Wild Bill Hickok.
Say, Slim, what's a riata?
Well, Sir Charlie, that's actually short for la riata, which in Spanish means the rope. That's where we get our American word lariat. You know, what the cowboys use to rope cattle and horses.
Say, those words do sound pretty much alike, don't they? Both are kind of pleasant sounds, too. Of course, now, when it comes to sounds, I may be a little prejudiced. I just don't think there's anything that sounds any better than the snap, crackle, pop of Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Those friendly sounds that you get as soon as you pour a little milk or cream over your bowl of Rice Krispies. Yes, sir. Those are good sounds because they signal that good eating is just ahead. And now, here's the signal to join in on our Rice Krispies song. Ready?
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best. And how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice.
Now, if you want to make Rice Krispies into an extra special treat, try them with your favorite fruit or berries. Oh, they sure are good that way. But whether you have Rice Krispies with or without fruit or berries, you'll like their fresh, crisp flavor. Have Mom mark a package down on her shopping list today. Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles decided the best way to catch a train robber was to ride the train. But when Roman Gall and his gang pulled the holdup at Denison, Texas, Bill and Jingles were caught in the crowded car.
Hey, look, boys. Right off the end of my gun. Wild Bill Hickok.
Well, if it ain't the marshal himself and his big, windy deputy.
Yeah, and if this car wasn't packed with innocent people, you'd have so many holes in your ornery hides you could pass for window screens.
Oh, come on, boss, before the town gets wise to what's going on.
You got all the folks offering?
Sure, both sacks loaded. Hey, lady, you holding out that gold watch pinned on your shoulder?
Now, you can't have that.
Oh, sure he can, lady. You see, I'll just take it.
Now, Jingles, I got this one, Bill.
Tony, get loose, get away, I'll shoot him.
No, you don't, go.
Boss, get this big ape off of me. Turn loose of me, Hickok. Boss, Gall, shoot. I'm getting out of here. You can keep them two pumps, Hickok, but you ain't getting me. I'll leave it.
You won't get far, Gall.
I've done it anyway. I wish I had 4 hands.
You ain't keeping me, Hickok.
I haven't got much time to waste on you, suck.
Attaboy, Bill. Well, I got the handcuffs on this one. Let's take him to jail.
No, partner. Handcuff them together, and then you can take them to the sheriff at Sherman. I'm going after Gall.
Well, you'll never get him, Hickok. Gall knows every trick in the book.
But, Bill, me take those 2 hombres in alone?
Sure, Jingles. You won't have any trouble with them handcuffed. Just keep the key in your pocket and stay awake.
Oh, doggone it, Bill Hickok, I don't like this.
Here's the key. I'm getting buckshot out of the freight car. Wait for me in Sherman and stay awake.
You'll stay awake, Mr. Hickok. He starts nodding, I'll poke him with my hat pin, like this. Ow!
Hi, Buckshot. Hi, boy. We got his trail now. Let's get after him. Hi, Buckshot. Hi.
Here you are, Jingles. Another piece of fried chicken. Aren't you glad I packed a big lunchbox from a trip to Dallas?
I sure am, Aunt Sarah. I reckon this makes up for you sticking me with that hat pin.
Hey, Aunt Sarah, no we get none of that fried chicken?
Yeah, you gonna let that big potato bag eat it all up?
Oh, I'm starving.
Me too. We ain't ate since yesterday.
Such language. You mean you ain't eaten since yesterday?
Well, sure, that's what he said.
Well, you don't deserve to eat. Train robbers.
Now, Jingles, I couldn't stand to see nobody go hungry. Can you manage with them handcuffs on?
Oh, sure. We're used to 'em.
Yes, and we wear 'em a lot.
All right, here you are. That's all there is.
Oh, shucks. Well, I sure do thank you, ma'am.
Don't you go to sleep, Jingles. Remember my hat pin.
Oh, don't mind. I won't answer.
Well, I'm going to sit back over there where there's more room. But I'll be watching you. So stay awake, like Mr. Hickok said.
Yes'm. Oh, those rails clicking sure do sing a nice, restful tune.
Go on and go to sleep, Jingles.
No, sirree. I'm a-staying wide awake. Real wide awake.
All right, Roan, head for that river. Nosy Hickok thinks he's going to stop Roman Gall from roaming, does he? I got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Get in there! Now we'll head upstream and come out on the same side and hit the trail up the Singing Cave. That Hickok wants to follow me there, he's going to be a dead goose. Now, out on the bank. Yeah, over. Up the trail. Up, boy! Now let the high and mighty Wild Bill figure that one out.
Okay, Socks. Jingles is dead to the world now.
What about the old lady?
Wait. Yeah, Aunt Sarah's catnapping too. Now's our chance.
This is one time picking pockets is going to be a cinch. Watch.
Easy now. Don't wake him up.
Me? What you think I am, an amateur? Just a quick twist of the wrist. 2 sneaking fingers and presto. There's the key.
Okay, unlock these here handcuffs pronto.
All right. There's one. Now you unlock mine.
All right.
He's waking up. Hurry, let's go.
No, not so fast. Now, ease by the old lady and head for that water cooler down by the door like we was getting a drink.
Then we run through the door, jump off the train, and go help Gall take care of Hickok.
Yeah, and that's going to be a downright pleasure.
And ain't Jingles going to be surprised when he wakes up?
Yeah, sure would like to see his face.
A bit. How are you coming? Oh, my land sakes. Oh, they're gone. Jingles, they're gone. Jingles! Look at him. Where's my hat pin? Now I'll wake him up. Jingles, you lazy lout, they're gone. You let them get away. They got right off this train.
What the? Holy hop toad, stop the train. Where's that train going? I've got to get Joker and chase him.
What's the matter here? Jingles, get away from that cord.
The train robbers got away, conductor.
I've got to stop the train. I'm pulling the cord.
No, we're going too fast.
I've got to stop it. Here it goes. There.
Now you've done it.
Stop this train. Stop it, I said, right now.
Easy, Buckshot. This Gall's full of tricks. Looks like he headed across the river here, but we'll look upstream. Might have doubled back and gone uphill instead. Who, Buckshot? Yeah, let me have a look. Yeah, came out of the water here, all right. Tried to fool us again, Buckshot boy. Tracks lead up that rock trail there to the right. After him. We've been watching us, huh? Hiding in the rocks. Okay, we'll smoke him out. We've wasted enough time already. Let's get him before he tries any more tricks. Hi, Buckshot, hi!
Blast this razorback cayuse. I wish we'd have found some saddles laying around that pasture pony.
Yeah, we was lucky to steal these horses, let alone saddles.
We sure got away from that Jingle slick as a whistle.
Yeah, Socks. I'd have liked to have seen his face when he woke up and found us gone.
Hey, I just thought, he had his horse in that freight car. What if he takes out after us?
Don't worry, he won't bother us none. And we got to catch up to Gall.
Where do you reckon Gall hit for?
Singing Cave, of course. That's where he always traps any lawman's got sand enough to get on his trail.
He'll have Hickok running up and down hill like a mountain goat with all his tricks.
Yeah. But once that nosy marshal sets a foot inside a Singing Cave after Gall, he's done for.
You forgetting Hickok's kind of tricky, too?
No, I ain't. So I figure when that meddling starpacker walks into Singing Cave, we better be there to walk in behind him. Just to make sure he don't ever come out again. Let's ride.
Jingles, you've wrecked the train.
Well, now, I'm all fired sorry about that, Aunt Sarah, but I can't wait around to fix it.
It's all right, Aunt Sarah. Nobody's hurt. Just woke him up a little.
See, Aunt Sarah? Now, goodbye. I gotta go get Joker and go.
Jingles, you come back here.
Doggone it, get away from me with that hat pin. I got big things to do.
So have I.
Not to me, you haven't. Oh, please now, Aunt Sarah, quit picking on me. Ain't I in enough trouble already?
Well, all right. Open that car door and get going.
Well, that's just what I'm doing. Well, hello, Joker boy. Meet Aunt Sarah. You see, he likes you. Come on, Joker, jump.
You'll break a leg.
Not Joker, he could jump twice that far and land light as a feather in your hat. Now watch. Come on, Joker, up, Daisy. There you are. How's that, Aunt Sarah? Now I gotta be going. So long. Stretch out, Joker. Get them bandits. Oh!
Say, kids, have you started your collection of Kellogg phony faces? Those big, colorful cutout masks that you find on the backs of Kellogg's cornflakes packages? Gosh, you really have to see these masks to appreciate how wonderful they are. There are 8 masks in all, and every one of them will make you look funnier than a clown. Well, with one of these masks, you can look just like a cannibal. With another, just like an Indian. You can be sure that lots of other kids in your crowd will be getting these masks, and that's when the fun really begins. What a time you'll all have playing with these masks and trading them among yourselves. Now, to get these masks, you don't have to send in any money, coupons, or box tops. All you have to do is have your Kellogg's cornflakes for breakfast. On the backs of the packages, you'll find your cutout masks. It's as simple as all that. So you have your mom get a package of Kellogg's cornflakes next time she goes shopping. Kellogg's cornflakes, the cereal that's always fresh because it sells so fast.
Who do you know, who do you know, who do you know that doesn't like Kellogg's cornflakes? Who do you know, who do you know, who do you know? Not a solitary soul that doesn't like Kellogg's cornflakes. Who do you know?
With the gang leader Roman Gall in the lead, there was a 4-way chase going for the hills. Gall was chasing after Safety in Singing Cave. Wild Bill Hickok was chasing Gall. Boney and Socks were after Wild Bill, and Jingles was bringing up the rear. When Gall reached the cave's mouth, he figured he was safe from Hickok.
Whoa, Whoa! Hickok thought he could catch me, huh? All right, get off the brush. Yeah! Just one more shot to delay that saddle tramp. Hey, he's closer than I thought. All right, let him follow me into this cave. I'll give him the surprise of his life.
Hold it right there, Gall.
Hickok!
That's right, first guess. But your aim's a little rust. Don't try to pick that gun up again.
How'd you get up here in this cave ahead of me?
I learned a trick or two from the mountain goats. Now we'll just head back down that passage.
Yeah, but who was that shooting at back out there?
Well, I figured it was you shooting in my shadow.
Somebody was shooting back.
And I reckon we got some unexpected company. Yeah, it is, and they're coming in here. One peep out of you, Gall, and you got trouble.
You just watch your step, Hickok. You ain't got me in jail yet.
Get back in the shadows. Quiet.
Doggone, I don't hear nothing.
Me neither. Sounds like Boney and Socks. I thought you had 'em, Hickok.
I left him with... Never mind.
Hey, Gall, it's Boney and Socks. You in here?
Yeah, it's us. We got away from that big ape deputy Hickok's. Hey, maybe Gall didn't make it.
Hey, you two varmints, stand where you are!
Boney and Jingles, I thought you said he couldn't trail us.
Get him! Jingles, look out!
It's all for you, Hickok! You shouldn't have turned your head, Marshal. Now try and get me. Come on, boy!
Come on, Socks, we got Jingles.
Yeah, and Gall got Hickok. Look, he ain't moving. Hey, Gall, wait up for us. Don't pull up that plank.
Well, hurry and get your head.
Why, there ain't no hurry, boss. Them two are stone cold. We can sweep them up and drop them down the underground river anytime.
All right, and I'll come back on across. Got a lantern here. We can get rid of Hickok and Jingles right now.
Jingles. Hey, partner, can you talk?
No, doggone it, I can't. Those two feather-footed sidewinders, they slickered me out of the key when I wasn't looking and got clean away right under my nose.
While you were asleep.
Yeah, I was a doggone it anyway.
It's all right, partner. Did they hit you?
I've been so mad I couldn't look. They must have. Things went black all of a sudden, and let me see. Well, my legs is moving and my arms. My nose is still there. My head, oh, Bill, my head, it's bleeding.
Try getting up.
Oh, I'm right dizzy, Bill, and I hear noises.
You sure do. Quick now, get back in the shadows. Skull coming back.
Yeah, you got your guns, Bill?
No, couldn't find them in the dark.
Now we're really in for it.
You stay back. I'll try to take them.
I won't do no such a thing.
Hey, Gall, wasn't this about where you hit Hickok?
Yeah. Hey, he ain't here.
Here I am, Gall. I'll take that lantern. Hickok, he's got the lantern.
Shoot him. Get him.
You can't hit him when you can't see him, boy. Wait in, Bill.
Only I thought we shot this big ape.
You ain't quite that lucky, sonny boy. Your luck's gonna get worse right now.
This time when I hit you, you'll stay here, Hickok. Yeah. I'm waiting.
I got one of them, Bill.
Hey, get off of me. You hurry. Get off of me.
I'm gonna crack your heads together.
Boney, get Hickok.
Yeah, Boney, get this.
You're next, Skull. Now you coming? I ain't coming, Jingles.
Just one more punch, Bill. You got what's left, Bill.
I'm gonna kill you, Hickok.
This is the end of your Roman.
Go!
Bill, that was the cat's whiskers. I heard it crack clear over here. Aunt Sarah would have been real thrilled.
Well, I got Aunt Sarah to thank for identifying this Howl Hoot gang. You know, we may have to call her in at the trial.
Well, if you do, I ain't going to be there. Because where Aunt Sarah goes, her hatpin goes. And where Aunt Sarah's hatpin goes, I don't want to be. Because I already been there entirely too much.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Have a nice weekend, everybody. Andy and I'll be back again here next Monday.
Yes, sir, and we'll have a real exciting story for you about a vicious gang of jewel smugglers. It's called Mission in Alamogordo.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right, it's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Helen Klebe, Larry Dobkin, Fred Shields, Jack Crucian, and Dusty Walker. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Oram. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok has a mission in Alamogordo. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. and Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Case for tonight, Square Dance.
It is 9:50 p.m. Saturday night, October 14th, 1949. There is a square dance in progress at the Fun Spot, a barn-like dance hall on the outskirts of Bankerville in West Texas. Mrs. Mort Rogers, a rancher's wife, is seated in a corner, waiting for her husband to return with some soda pop. She looks up as a stranger approaches.
Well, looks like I found me a pretty little wallflower. How come you ain't dancing, man?
Reckon I'm a little out of breath from the last one. My husband went to fetch me some soda pop.
Good. While he's fetching it, you and me can dance. Another couple needing that square over there. Come on.
No, thank you, but I'd rather wait for him.
Oh, you're just going to waste sitting there. Come on.
Oh, please, I'd rather not.
Oh, I ain't the kind of a man who takes no for an answer, especially from a pretty gal.
I told you I don't want to dance with you. Let go of my arm, please.
Come on.
What's going on here? What's the matter, Harry?
Oh, Mort, I was waiting for you.
And I just happened by and asked her for a dance, that's all.
And left finger marks all over her arm. Looks like you asked pretty rough.
Ain't no harm done. You gonna get hard about it?
Take these pop bottles, Harry.
Mort, don't.
I said take them. Now, you want to repeat that question?
Place is probably full of friends of yours. I don't know anybody around here. I just happen in.
Why don't you just happen out before you get in trouble? Go ahead, beat it.
All right. Maybe I'll meet you alone sometime.
Anytime you want to try.
No, Mort, please. Let him go. I'm all right.
Always seems to be somebody like that, wandering in where people are having fun.
Forget about him. He went out. Now, drink your pop.
Look at you, honey. You're shaking.
Not from him. It's a little chilly in here now, that's all.
Where's that little jacket you brought?
I left it out in the car.
I'll go fetch it for you.
Oh, ain't that cold, Mort?
Oh, no. Just turning blue or something.
All right. Would you mind getting it for me?
Oh, I said I would, didn't I? Any more strangers ask you to dance, hit them with that pop bottle.
I'll be all right. Jacket's in the back seat.
All right, I'll find it.
Well, look who's here.
Oh, it's you, huh? What you doing hanging around these cars? Thought I told you to get lost.
Better watch your tongue. You ain't surrounded by friends now. I figured you'd follow me out.
I didn't follow you out. I come out to get my wife's jacket. And as for friends, mister, I don't need any to hand the likes of you. Now, why don't you get while the getting's good?
Too bad your wife didn't come out to get her own jacket. Yeah, she's kind of cute.
shut up. Right now.
If I would have asked her to dance if she hadn't given me the eye.
Why, you... Come on, get up. Get up and fight. Or get up and run.
I'll fight. But we'll fight my way with this.
I might have known someone like you would carry a knife.
You're gonna know it. Good. Just once more for good measure. Guess your wife ain't gonna be so particular who she dances with from now on.
When Mort Rogers failed to return to the dance, his wife came out to look for him. Her screams as she found the body brought dancers streaming from the hall. Somebody summoned the sheriff, and he in turn called for the help of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned. He arrived at the parking lot outside the fun spot shortly after midnight.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, howdy, Jace. I'm glad you were close by. Here's the body.
Uh-huh. Radio was buzzing with calls as I drove in. KTXA's ordering roadblocks set up on every highway near here for 100 miles.
Yeah, I know. I phoned in a description of a stranger who was at the dance tonight.
Yeah, I heard it. Let's hope they can pick him up.
Well, they'd have got him sure if I'd had the description earlier, but it took almost an hour to get Miss Rogers so she could talk.
Is she the dead man's wife?
Yep.
Saw the whole thing then, huh?
No, she was inside when it happened. Come out and found the body.
Well, then why the pickup for the stranger in particular? Rogers have trouble with him?
Just words. Nothing anybody saw. Tried to force Miss Rogers to dance with him, the way she tells it. Rogers come along, saw what was going on, and ordered the fella out. Whole thing happened less than 2 hours ago.
Killer can't be too far away then.
Yeah, far enough.
Yeah, but if the roadblocks don't pick him up, we'll know he's either living or hiding within a 2-hour ride from here.
Could be 100 yards away or 100 miles away. Even then, he might not be the one. Over 60 couple at the dance tonight. Any one of them could have stepped outside. I haven't let a car pull out since I got here.
Good. You shake everybody down?
Yeah, didn't find anything on anybody, though. Deputy has 2 knives and a gun that were ditched under benches when he started searching.
Knives clean?
As far as I could tell.
We'll send them through to Austin, make sure. If there's any blood left on one of them, the lab will find it. Yeah. We're not going to have to wait for that, though. Not if the killer's still around.
Why?
This wound on Rogers' throat cut the jugular. See how the blood spurted out. Killer couldn't miss getting some of that blood on his clothes. You check for that on the shakedown?
Well, just their hands, Jay.
You better line them up again inside. Blood's had time to dry. Killer may have had a chance to try and wash it out, but we'll have to check every suspicious-looking stain.
Well, I got the names and addresses of everybody in the place.
Good. You can use that as a checklist. Make sure nobody's taken a run out since you got here.
Deputies been stationed all around. All doors have been locked, except this one leading out to the parking lot. I had to let folks out here because some of them have got babies sleeping in their cars.
I understand. Well, let's get them in.
Right. All right, inside again, folks. Everybody inside. Joe, Charlie, Higgins, don't let any stragglers hang back. Keep them moving.
Hey, you better send one of your deputies into town, dig up some clothes from the jail or someplace. If you find any suspicious stains, a few of these people mightn't have anything to wear home. The sheriff's list checked out 100%. Nobody to run. A couple of cowpokes had stains on their shirts and jeans. We took their clothes and sent them through to Austin for analysis. Next morning, I got my report. A long-distance call from my chief, Captain Stinson.
Austin lab just finished with the stuff you sent through, Jace. Both knives were clean.
I see. How about the clothing, Captain?
Well, there was human blood on one of the shirts. A small stain. According to your report, the cowpoke you got it from said he'd cut himself and got a little blood on it. Lab says the blood stain is type O.
Type O, huh?
That's right.
Well, he's not our boy, then. Medical examiner did an autopsy on Rogers during the night. Rogers' blood was AB.
Everything keeps pointing to the stranger who got away. You think Mrs. Rogers gave a good description?
I think so. She gave me the same rundown she gave the sheriff. Claims she'll never forget what he looked like.
You think she'd recognize a photo of him if she saw him?
I'm sure she would.
Good. The boys at Austin are going through the gallery, pulling shots of all known criminals who fit that description, especially the ones who are too free with a knife. I'll bring the photos down myself. Let Mrs. Rogers go over them.
While I'm waiting, I think I'll have a look through the ranch area around here. All we know about the man we're after is that he got away. We don't know whether he was in a car or on foot or mounted. A few cowpokes did come into the dance on horses.
I see.
Fellow we're looking for might be a new hand, just drifted into the territory. I got charcoal in my horse trailer. Sheriff's getting his mount. But keep us busy until you get here, unless you have another idea.
No, Jace, you go ahead. I'll see you tonight.
Right. Bye, Captain.
Bye, Jace.
Ready, Sheriff?
If you are, my mount's all saddled.
Yeah, I'll get charcoal out of the trailer. Let's go. We rode from ranch to ranch, taking shortcuts through the gullies and arroyos, working through the good grazing as well as the badlands, riding close to get a good look at cowpokes working the range wherever we spotted them.
We're on Brubaker's land now. Be able to see the ranch house when we reach the end of these trees.
How many hands he got on the place?
3. They've been around for quite a spell, unless he took on a new one.
Brubaker. That seems to me his name was on the list of folks who were at the dance.
Yeah, he was there with his wife.
Well, then he was asked if he'd noticed the stranger. Asked everybody that. If anybody by that description was working for him, he'd spoke up.
Well, I thought we might talk to his hands. Even if they weren't at the dance, they might have noticed a stranger around someplace.
Possible. Worth a try.
Yeah. Hey, there's Brubaker now, climbing into his tractor, there by the tool shed. Hey, Brubaker!
He sees us.
Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. Oh, boy.
Oh, Jarky.
Well, howdy.
Howdy.
Glad to see you, Sheriff. Matter of fact, I've been thinking of phoning you.
You got some information on the Rogers case?
Well, no. It's something I guess I shouldn't even be bothering you with right now. Just wanted to put in a little complaint.
What kind of complaint, Brubaker?
Well, sir, just before the dance last night, the missus and me did some shopping in town. Matter of fact, going to the dance was an afterthought. Just decided to drop in when we was driving home and past the fun spot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sir, like I said, I hate to bother you about it, but a couple of things was stolen out of my pickup while we was at the dance. New bridle I'd bought in town and a new pair of wire clippers.
Are you sure those things were taken while you were at the dance?
Well, they couldn't have been taken anyplace else. They were the last things we bought before we went to the dance. Put them on the shelf behind the cab seat.
Could be something to this, Jake.
You sure could. Anybody stealing things from a car wouldn't be doing it while you and your deputies were all over the place.
And we were there till after everybody had cleared out. Stuff must have been taken out of Brubaker's pickup before Rogers was killed. Say, as a matter of fact, Rogers might have surprised somebody going through the cars.
I wouldn't rule out the stranger we're looking for. He left the dance hall before Rogers went outside. Bridle and wire clippers wouldn't be easy to trace. I wonder if he might have taken something else.
Well, I haven't had any other complaints.
People don't always complain. Thanks, Brubaker. Come on, Sheriff. Let's get back to town.
So long.
So long.
So long.
Get up, Charlie. Come on. Now, let's go. You planning to check over that dance list again?
We'll call every name on it. See if anything else was taken from that parking lot. Up, Sharky. Come on, boy. Let's go.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, over most of these NBC stations, Theater Guild on the Air will feature Raymond Massey and Shirley Booth in Ethan Frome. Mr. Massey also starred in the play's original production in 1936, while Miss Booth is well known for her dramatic performances on radio and the Broadway stage. Remember to hear them on the Theater Guild on the Air presentation of Ethan Frome tonight.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and tonight's case, Square Dance, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The sheriff and his deputies started a phone check of people who'd been at the dance, asking them to list missing articles. Meanwhile, Captain Stinson drove in with the gallery shots of possible suspects. We took them over to the funeral home to see if Mrs. Rogers could identify the stranger who'd quarreled with her husband. The captain showed them to her, one by one.
How about this one, Mrs. Rogers?
No.
Well, this is the last one.
No. That's not him either.
Guess that does it, Jace.
The man we're after isn't a known criminal. Not in this state, anyhow.
Can I go back to my husband now? I want to be near him until they have...
Sure, ma'am. Go ahead.
We wasn't even married a year. 6 months we'd had our first anniversary.
I might as well get back to the sheriff's office, Captain.
Yeah. Young bride like that. A nice future the killer left her. We gotta get him.
I'll stay on until
Jay, Captain!
Well, there's the sheriff now.
Looks like we've hit something on that phone check, Jace. Deputy just got a call from Perney Richards. Not the old man, but Perney Jr.
Something missing from his car?
Yeah. Lady's Hamilton wristwatch. Perney bought it for his gal's birthday. Left it in the glove compartment of the car. Was fixing to surprise her with it today.
Yeah, that's gonna help, Jace.
Plenty. New purchase like that, the jeweler will have a record of the serial number on the watch. Killer might try to sell it or pawn it someplace.
He might just give it to some gal.
I don't think so. Man we're after doesn't sound like he'd have a gal of his own. Come on. Let's get a rundown on that watch. We got the serial number and put out a bulletin to jewelers and pawn shops, all the logical places where a man might dispose of a watch. Because it was Sunday, we had a break. The bulletins would be on file before the killer had a chance to unload. Meanwhile, Captain Stinson was in phone contact with Austin, digging up another angle.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Well, thanks. No, not necessarily. Mightn't mean anything, but it can't hurt us. I'll call you later if I need anything else. Right. Goodbye.
I have anything?
Little. I asked them to check open files, unsolved cases of petty theft, especially things taken from cars in dance hall parking lots.
Must be plenty of cases like that. The same man wouldn't be responsible for all of them.
No, but a couple of cases follow a pattern, Jace. I've written them down. Now, look here. Portable radio stolen from a car a week before last, outside of Elderton. Roadhouse there was having a square dance. And here's a constable's report. Same night, same place. Man answering the description of our stranger got in a beef. He pulled a knife on a fella. Didn't get a chance to use it, though. And ran before the law could get there.
Hey, that's good.
Now, here's another one. Also a square dance. South of here at Pa's Crossing. Happened a month ago. Manager at the dance hall ordered some fella out for bothering a woman. Again, the same description. Fella went outside and threw a rock through a window and got away. Cars had been looted.
That's our boy, all right.
Yeah, but we still don't know who he is.
Something we do know, though. Look at this county map. He's been here in Bankerville, west of here in Elderton, and south of here at Pa's Crossing, all within a month.
Yeah, that's right.
Means he must be living in this area or hanging around at someplace. Draw a circle around the 3 spots he's been seen at. Gives us a radius of about 40 miles in any direction. And that fits, because he wasn't picked up in the roadblocks.
I don't know, Jace. He's been a stranger in all 3 places. And they're the only towns around here. Most of the area in the middle of your circle is hill country and badlands. And not many ranches he might be working on.
No, but there's a lot of prospecting going on in those badlands, Captain. Big new kick. Not gold or silver anymore. Uranium.
Yeah, not many people would see a prospector.
Not unless he had a habit of wandering into some town on a Saturday night with a yen for square dancing.
All right, Jace, I'll buy it. What's your move?
Thought the sheriff and I might do a little prospecting, too.
Uranium?
No. A man with a knife. The sheriff put in with me. Next morning, we loaded his horse into my trailer with charcoal and headed into the Badlands.
The old settlement's up ahead. We can leave the car at Red Miller's store.
I thought the settlement was deserted.
Well, it was for a few years, but Miller opened up again because of this prospecting thing. Reckon they give him enough trade to keep going. It's either they buy from him or take a car trip every time they have to lay in supplies.
I never thought of that. Miller may have seen our man.
Possible. Coming into the settlement now.
Ghost town. Where's the store?
Long Dobie building just ahead. A lot of cars parked under a shed just behind it.
I see it.
Boy, I hope he's got some soft drinks and a way of keeping them cold. This sun's a scorcher.
Well, we'll be able to wet your whistle in a minute. Here we are.
Yeah.
Hardly think Miller could make a living here.
Well, there's just him and his old lady. I reckon they don't need much to get by.
Looks like we'll be his only customers.
Hello? Anybody here?
Oh, well, lad. Sheriff Bruner, howdy.
Howdy, Miss Miller. This here is Ranger Jace Pearson.
Howdy, ma'am.
Where's Reb, Miss Miller?
Oh, now he's just plain gonna die 'cause he missed you, Sheriff. But he drove up to Elgin to see the doc. She's back again.
Oh, that's too bad.
But he'll be back for supper if you can stay.
We might have to. Depends on whether or not you can help us.
Somebody here can help us, all right?
What is it, Jace?
Take a look in this showcase.
Well, I'll be.
I'd called his attention to something that stood out like a sore thumb. The store was run down, its shelves barely stocked with necessities. But there before our eyes, in the dirty showcase with cracks running through the glass, was a brand new Hamilton wristwatch.
Reb is stocking some mighty fancy merchandise, ain't he, Miss Miller?
Oh, you mean that watch? You want to buy it?
All we want to know is where you got it.
Well, Reb took it in trade from a fellow who run a bill here.
What's his name?
Why, Carp's his last name. Don't know his first one. That watch ain't stolen, is it?
We can tell you that in a minute. Get it out of the case, Sheriff.
Right. You remember the serial number?
Yeah, I got it written down in my book. Pry the back cover off.
Yeah, fingernails won't do it. I'll have to find something.
When does Carp bring the watch in, ma'am?
Yesterday, Sunday. Reb's always trusting people, you know. Carp owed him more than $20. Instead of cash, he give Reb the watch and a pair of wire clippers.
Wire clippers? You hear that, Sheriff?
I sure did. I'll have this watch case open in a minute.
Oh, I told Reb not to trust nobody. Reckon Carp wouldn't even trade here if he had cash. Couldn't give Reb no money. Oh, no, but when he come back yesterday, he had a new bridle for his horse. Reckon he had to pay cash for that someplace.
You're reckoning wrong, Mrs. Miller. You got that bridle the same way you got the watch and wire clippers.
Yeah, that does it. Here's the number, Jace. H427991.
H4279. That's it, all right. Carp's our boy. Where is he?
Well, he's out in the hills, I reckon. He saddled up and rode off after he brought our car back yesterday.
He had your car?
All Saturday night, Sheriff. You know Reb. He'll lend anything to anybody. That's why we ain't got nothing ourselves. Carp never even paid him for the gas he used up. Then he had the nerve to borrow his shirt and jeans while he used my tub to scrub out his old clothes. And water scarce as it is.
Don't need two guesses what he was scrubbing for, Sheriff.
You can say that again.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's get the horses and move.
Well, look here, don't you want to know what he looks like?
Thanks, ma'am. But that's something we already know. It was rough going through the Badlands, and the territory we had to cover was big. We met prospectors here and there, but not Carp. At the end of our second day, the trail led to rocky ground, thinning out in spots and disappearing in others. We kept going until the sun dipped under the rim and darkness came fast.
Oh, I can't see anything, Jace. If the tracks were heavier, we could keep going, but the ground's too hard. Can't pick up marks like that by flashlight.
I know. Better find a campsite. Rustle some grub.
You can do the eating. All I want is a place to rest my bones.
We'll find a spot when we get on level ground. Up, Charlie. Come on.
Come on, up, boy.
Sheriff.
Yeah?
Looks like somebody solved our camp problem for us. Over there at the right.
Sparks.
Fire behind those rocks. Circle around.
Carp, maybe.
Could be. It's a cinch it's somebody. Let's ride for it. Up, boy. Come on.
Come on, come on. See the fire now, Jace. Man getting up.
He can't see us yet. Here's us coming.
Looks like a big fella.
Carp is big. Mrs. Rogers said about 6'3".
His horse is there, Jace. He's moving over toward it.
He'll be able to see us in a minute. Drift away from me. Leave a little distance between us.
All right. Get over, boy.
That's good.
Seems to be waiting.
Yeah. Don't go all the way in mounted. Pull up and we'll walk to him. Whoa, Charlie. Oh, boy.
Oh.
All right. Keep the same distance.
Who's that out there?
We're looking for somebody.
Who?
Tell you in a minute. Keep your eyes open, Sheriff.
Maybe you better tell me now.
A fellow named Carp. Is that you?
What do you want to see Carp about?
It's kind of a personal matter. Unless you're Carp.
He's up behind his horse, Jason. You stay right where you are.
Hold it, Sheriff. Ooh, Charlie. Ooh.
Pull the rifle from the saddle holster. You fellas better get mounted and ride off. I don't like anybody sneaking around me at night.
And I don't like getting mounted and riding away from a fire. Makes my back too good a target.
Say you look like a Texas Ranger.
You got good eyes.
And I'm a sheriff, Carp, so don't try anything funny. Put that rifle down and let's have a talk.
What do you want? What do you want to see me about?
I want to invite you to a square dance.
You
hit the dirt, Sheriff.
He dropped down. Go behind the fire, Jason. Can't see him.
Can't see us either. Must be close behind that fire. Shoot into it. Chip sparks off that heavy log that's burning. Might be able to shower him with a big hot foot.
I say when.
Let go.
That did it, Jason. He's up.
Drop your gun, Carp.
Did it. You hit it, Jason. There he is. And there's his gun on the ground.
Gun stock split. That's what I hit, not him. Shock knocked him out.
Yeah. Just the same. He's out cold. While he's laying here, I might just as well get these cuffs on his hand.
Look out, Sheriff!
I'll cut your heart out.
Drop that knife.
Let it go. Oh, my arm.
Thank you, Jace. He almost planted that in my ribs.
Yeah, it's something he won't try again. Come on, Carp. Get up. Save your story for the jury, Carp. Maybe you can tell them how to be a big hit at a square dance. Come on, get moving.
Randolph Carp was tried and convicted for the murder of rancher Mort Rogers. The final piece of evidence against Carp was a bloody fingerprint on the steering column of the car he had borrowed from storekeeper Reb Miller. It was Carp's right thumbprint, and the blood specimen matched the type of the slain man. Carp was sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for a term of 99 years.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
A famous Texas Ranger was once asked what he considered the most important quality in a Ranger. Well, he pondered, I liken a good Ranger to that broad-brimmed hat of mine hanging over there on that old steer horn. It's made of some sort of fabric that holds up. It takes the toughest handling I've ever seen. Must be in the character of the material, I guess, because as old as that hat is, it's never showed a sign of going to pieces. I never did like hats or men that'll come unglued. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lou Krugman, Betty Moran, Parley Bear, Byron Kane, Joe Forte, and Jeanette Nolan. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcock, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like you ought to hear Bill Baker every Sunday night.
The $64 question.
Every Sunday night, NBC.
Raymond Massey and Shirley Booth and Theater Guild, next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. You get a call that a bank has been robbed. From the M.O., you know the job was done by a professional. He's made good his escape. Your job? Get him. Here's what leading tobacco publications have had to say about regular and king-size Chesterfield.
U.S. Tobacco Journal, Boston, Massachusetts. Chesterfield cigarettes in the new king size is still maintaining large turnovers in this area. Dealers report that sales continue to climb on this size, and it seems that volume on the regular size has climbed to new heights with its new big brother.
And Tobacco Leaf reports from Chicago. More calls for Chesterfield king-size cigarettes than for most brands being marketed.
The reason for king-size Chesterfield's amazing success is this. All king-size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield king-size gives you quantity plus quality, premium quality.
That means Chesterfield king-size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette. The same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. Enough more of this tobacco to give you more than a fifth longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy them either way you like them. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, January 21st. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch at a robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 2:56 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery.
Joe?
Yeah. Sure cold out. Yeah, paper says you'd warm up a little before the end of the week.
Well, I hope so.
How'd your weekend go?
Don't bring it up.
What happened?
At my house, there's only one thing that could happen.
What do you mean?
My brother-in-law, Armand. All the time, he just sits around the house, sits there and reads those detective magazines.
Doesn't he work?
If he's ever held a job, he's kept it a secret. Just moves around between the relatives. This year, it's Faye's turn.
He just sits around all day, huh?
Yeah. Reads those detective magazines. Always sending for those books that are sent in the plain wrappers. You know, the ones that tell you how you can have a business in your own home.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, this time, he really did it. He sent for one that tells you how to go into the house cleaning business. I thought at first it might be a pretty good deal. You know, if it worked out, he could give Faye a hand with the house. Well, Saturday morning, the book gets to the house with all the formulas and instructions for making the cleaners for the rugs and the upholstery.
Yeah.
First off, he borrows $5 from me to buy the stuff to mix the formulas. Then he goes to the kitchen and takes all of Faye's good pans to mix up the goop in. It smells terrible. All those bleaches and soaps. I'm sitting in the front room watching television. All in all, I'm pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
He comes in, he says the room is filthy and he's going to clean it. Tells me to get out of the room and that he's going to surprise all of us.
Yeah.
Well, he did. Faye and I took the kid down to the barber's to have her hair cut, did a little shopping for the weekend. You should have seen the house when we got back, Joe. Just miserable.
And what had he done?
First off, he wasn't there. Left a note on the kitchen table telling us that he was out for a walk. I kind of figured what had happened, so Faye and me walked into the living room. Joe, you wouldn't believe it.
Is that so?
Faye almost fainted.
Pretty awful, huh?
Worse than that. Room was beautiful. Everything in it was clean as a whistle. All spotless. Curtains, carpet, the upholstery, even the tables had been waxed.
What's wrong with that? Sounds to me like a pretty good deal. Hey, well, what about her? Right away, she starts climbing all over me, reads me off for being so mean to him. Says all about how I should be ashamed of myself, said that I should have thought of the house cleaning gimmick myself. I should have given him a hand in cleaning up the place, and that the next day off, we have to do the whole house. I tell you, Joe, no matter what the guy does, it always ends up making me look bad.
Well, you say you've only got this year with him, huh?
Yeah. Then he goes to Faye's sister in Piedmont. I'll sure be glad when that time comes.
Yeah, don't blame me.
Hot shot, I'll get it.
ADT 211, bank robbery in progress. It took us a little over 4 minutes to get to the bank at the corner of Lebanon and Broadway. In that time, the bandit had completed the robbery and made good his escape. A radio car had arrived at the scene, and the officers had gotten a description of the car and of the bandit. They'd called the information into communications, and a broadcast was gotten out to all cars in the vicinity to be on the alert for the holdup man. 2:40 p.m., Frank and I arrived at the bank.
Back there, bank guard.
Yeah.
I couldn't help it. What do you want me to do? Try to stop him, have him shoot that gun off? He'd have killed half the people in here.
I'm not saying that you should have actually tried to stop him. All I'm saying is that there is something that you should have done. You just stood there and looked at him. You could see the gun. There must have been something you could do.
I beg your pardon, sir.
You get away. You're probably in cahoots with the robber. You probably came back to get the rest of the money. Well, Gibson, don't just stand there. Stop these men.
We're police officers, sir.
You see, Gibson, they're police officers. You have a badge or something? After this, I don't think I'll trust anyone again.
Yes, sir. Here's our identification.
Oh, yes, Officer Friday.
This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do?
Hi.
I suppose you want to ask me a lot of questions?
Well, there are some things we'd like to know, sir.
You'd like to talk in my office, I guess. It'll be more quiet there.
That'll be fine.
Would it be all right if Gibson came along? I'd like to have him see how a couple of real detectives work.
Yes, sir. I think it'll be all right.
Fine. Back this way. Oh, Officer Friday, this is Gibson, the bank guard, and I use the term loosely. This is Mr. Jones.
That's Smith, sir. Frank Smith.
Oh, yes, Smith. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just sit down any place.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, you listen good, Gibson.
Yes, sir. Mr. Allen, you were the victim, were you?
I certainly was. It was just 3 o'clock. Gibson was just putting up the chain across the door, you know, to keep people out.
Yes, sir.
Gibson was out there. I was in here in my office. Go ahead, Gibson. Tell the officers about it.
Yes, sir. Well, he parked his car right in front of the bank, and when he pulled up, I thought it was a customer trying to get in before the bank closed. I held the chain for him.
That was nice of you.
What happened then, Mr. Gibson?
As soon as he got to the doorway, I saw the shotgun. He had it kind of under his coat. You know, I tried to stop him, but he had the gun pointed right at me. He said that if I made a move, he'd as soon shoot me as look at me.
Mm-hmm. You sure it was a shotgun, are you?
Yes, sir. I could tell it was a 12 gauge. It was sawed off. Told me to get over in that little alcove near the entrance to our escrow department.
Mm-hmm.
I did. Then he told me to hand over my gun. I started to get it out of the holster. I thought that maybe I'd have a chance to surprise him, but he must have known what I was planning.
Why do you say that?
He told me to face him in the corner. Then he took the gun out of the holster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did what he told me.
What happened then?
He asked me where the manager was. I pointed out his office.
Well, to this time, did any of the people in the bank have any idea what was going on?
No, sir. The way he acted, he knew what he was doing. Right off, I knew there wasn't anything I could do. I kept thinking about the people in the bank. That shotgun didn't want anyone to get hurt.
The only bright thing you did.
If you want to go on, what happened then?
Well, like I said, he asked where the manager's office was. I showed him, and he told me he wanted me to go back there with him.
Uh-huh.
We walked back there. He put the shotgun under his coat, and by some miracle, nobody saw it.
That's where he brought me into the picture. He just walked in, told me it was a stick-up. He had this little leather bag, the kind a doctor uses.
Mm-hmm.
He opened it up, told me to walk in front of him.
Uh-huh.
He made me carry the bag. Kept the gun at my back all the time. I could feel it. Made me walk down the row of windows, the ones into the teller's boxes. Each one, he made me stop and ask the tellers for the money.
Did he touch anything at all, do you remember?
No, he wore gloves all the time. He was real careful, wouldn't touch anything. After I put the money into the bag, he'd tell each one of them that if they made a sound, he'd kill me, then come back and kill them, too. It was terrible. Almost scared me to death.
Well, who was it that turned in the alarm here?
Walter, the cleanup man, sir. He was in the back of the bank, and he came out of the vice president's office. He saw the robber, and then he sneaked back into the room and called you. The bandit just barely got out of the place when the police car pulled up.
We gave the other officers a description of the car and the bandit.
Yes, sir. We heard the broadcast. All the cars in the area have been alerted.
I wonder if I could have a drink of water, officer. I'm so nervous. I'm still not over it. My stomach's going to be grinding for a month.
You're a member of the Federal Reserve here, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then the Federal Bureau of Investigation will be in on it, too.
Yes, sir.
Water's right over here. I keep it in the office for my pills. I have ulcers, you know.
Yes, sir.
Would you like a drink?
No, sir. No.
No.
Thank you. Well, what happened after the man finished taking the money from the cages?
He walked out of the front of the place and got in his car. By that time, I could hear the sirens of the police car coming. He just left. On the way out, he said if we told him anything about him, he'd come back and kill us.
Yes, and he looked right at me when he said it. You've got to give me some sort of protection. I'm not going to make a sitting duck of myself.
We'll take care of that, sir. Could you give us a description of the man, sir?
I've already given it to the two officers who are here.
Well, we know, sir, but if you wouldn't mind.
Of course not.
How tall would you say he was?
Oh, about 5'11", maybe 6 feet.
How old would you say he was?
30, 35, round in there.
Mm-hmm. How much do you think he weighed?
Oh, about 160, maybe more. I'm not very good at guessing weights.
How about his coloring? Was he dark or light?
Light. He had real light blonde hair. His eyebrows were almost invisible. They were so light that you almost couldn't see them at all. Same with his eyelashes.
Mm-hmm. How about his clothes?
Beg your pardon?
His clothes, what was he wearing?
Well, he had on a blue shirt.
No, I'm sorry, sir. I think it was a white shirt.
Was it? No, I'm sure it was blue. I remember because he was wearing a brown coat. I thought that he certainly didn't have very good taste, what with wearing a blue shirt and a brown coat. No, Gibson, no. The shirt was blue. No tie. Brown coat and black loafer shoes. I remember these because they were the only thing about him that looked good. They looked like those ones that are advertised in the magazines, you know, Skegums or something like that. Black.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything unusual about him?
I beg pardon?
Anything unusual about him? Anything that might cause you to remember him, know him if you saw him again?
Well, there were the bandages.
What's that, sir?
When he came in, he had bandages on his face, one over his right eyebrow, another on his chin, right here, sort of on the throat.
You mean regular bandages?
No, sir, they were those adhesive kind, you know, with the gauze and the tape all together.
Oh, yeah. And you say he had one over the right eyebrow and one on his chin?
Yes, sir.
I still think it was a white shirt.
I said it was blue. You trying to say that I don't know blue when I see it?
No, sir, I just think that you might have made a mistake in all the excitement.
Officer.
Yes, sir?
It was a blue shirt.
All right, sir. How about his car, the one he got away in?
It was parked right out in front.
Did you see it?
Certainly I saw it. I was standing right in the door when he drove away.
Well, can you describe the car for us?
Yes, like I told the other officers, it was a late model Buick, dark blue, a coupe.
I'm sorry, sir, but it was a green Ford sedan.
All right, now let's see if we can't let Mr. Allen tell his story, Mr. Gibson. We'll check it with you when we finish with him, all right?
I don't know what you're trying to prove with these officers. After the way you handled the affair, there's no use trying to impress them with your prowess as a detective. It was a dark blue Buick coupe.
Now, anything unusual about the car that you could see? Any dented fenders, stickers, windshield emblems, anything like that, would you remember?
No, I didn't notice anything special.
No, sir. It looked pretty new as far as I could tell.
All right, fine. Well, you two gentlemen have helped us a lot here. There are some questions we'd like to ask the other people in the bank.
Oh, yes, that's what the other officers said. I told them all to stay. You like to talk to them now?
Yes, sir.
Fine, I'll send them in here to you.
No, we can talk to them out there, sir. Be all right.
Oh, fine. Gibson, maybe you can help them.
Officer.
Yes, Gibson.
I didn't want to tell you while we were in there. He'd probably make some remark. I didn't even tell the other officers. It's about the license number of the bandit's car.
Did you get it?
Well, not all of it, sir. Just the first 3 numbers.
The bank guard went on to explain that in the confusion, he had failed to give the information about the license number to the other officers. We continued to talk to him. He told us that the bandit had tied a cloth over the rear license plate, and that as he drove away from the scene, a corner of the cloth had come loose, and he was able to see the first 3 numbers of the plate. We called this information into communications, and a supplemental broadcast was gotten out. In company with agents from the FBI, we talked to the rest of the employees in the bank. From them, we got a fairly good description of the holdup man and of his car. They agreed that it was a late model dark Ford sedan. With FBI agent Tom Ashford, Frank and I checked by the office and asked the stats office to make a run on the M.O. We checked the oddity file on R&I on the possibility that the tape might have been used to cover scars or other marks that would make identification easier. 9:46 p.m. We stopped and got some sandwiches and coffee, and then we went to the DMV offices.
Hi, Joe.
George, you know Frank.
Yeah, hi.
How's it going, George? This is Tom Ashford, agent from the FBI. He's working with us on this thing.
Oh, hi. Glad to know you.
Yeah, same here.
Where do we find the files here, George?
Oh, what's the number again?
1U5. That's all we have.
Not much.
Oh, you'll find the files with that number in these drawers here. You know what kind of car it is?
Yeah, Ford sedan, late model. We're not sure what year.
Uh-huh. Oh, go to it. I don't envy you.
Yeah, 9,999 possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it for the night. I think I'll shove off. Anything you guys need, there'll be somebody here. You can give me a call. I'll leave my home number on the desk.
Right, thanks a lot. Good night, George.
Good night. Hope you find it before I get back.
Yeah.
So do we.
Well, let's get to it.
Right.
Let's see. 1U5. It took us the next 8 hours to go through the almost 10,000 license registrations. Each file card had to be checked for a similarity of make and model. Each automobile in the Los Angeles area was listed, and then each one in the entire state. Each of them had to be checked out. 6:02 a.m., Tuesday, January 22nd. We finished checking the files.
That does it.
I didn't know there were so many cars in California, let alone that many with a license that begins with 1U5 in the Los Angeles area.
What's the total, Joe? How's it look? Well, we got a place to start here. 302 names. 6:30 a.m. We checked back into the office, and then we went home to get a couple of hours sleep. At 8:30 a.m., Frank, Tom, and I met in the robbery office. Captain Didion had assigned 4 other teams of men to work with us. The FBI had also assigned additional agents. The list of possibles was divided up, and we began to check them out. We spent 3 days on it. In each instance, we didn't talk to the person involved directly, but to their neighbors. We didn't explain what it was that we were after, merely that we were conducting an investigation. We ran into the usual false leads, the usual petty jealousies, and the neighborhood feuds. It all served to slow us down and make the job more difficult. There'd been no replies to the local or the APB that we'd gotten out on the car or the bandit. The staff's office had come up with 2 possibles on the M.O. These were both checked out, but led us nowhere. We went back to checking out the license plate numbers. January 28th. The names on our list were down to 7. The next one was a Mr. Ivan Q. Field. We rang the bell to the house next door and waited.
Yes?
Sorry to bother you, ma'am. Police officers, wonder if we could talk to you.
Police? Well, what's it about? I haven't done anything.
No, ma'am. We'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about your next-door neighbor, Mr. Field.
If I should have known. I thought a couple of times about calling you about him myself. Miserable man.
I wonder if we could come in, ma'am. Might be better than talking on the porch.
You just bet you can. Come right in. I'll tell you what you want to know.
Thank you very much.
What do you want him for? What's he done?
Well, we're just conducting an investigation, ma'am. A few things we'd like to know about Mr. Field.
Uh-huh. Well, you don't have to play cozy with me. I know what kind of people they are. Can't understand it either.
Ma'am?
I said I couldn't understand it. His brother's so nice, a real gentleman. Seems hard to believe that they'd even be related, let alone be brothers. Nothing but trouble since he and his wife moved in.
You mean it's not their house?
Oh, of course not. Don't think either one of them could afford the rent on a one-room apartment, let alone a house.
Would you know if they have a car?
No, not them. Like I said, I don't think he's ever worked. Just lives off his brother. His brother has a car. It's real nice.
What kind of a car is it, ma'am? Do you know?
Yes, it's a Ford.
Do you know what model?
Model?
Yes, ma'am. Is it a coupe or a sedan?
Oh, sedan. Real nice. Sort of a dark green. Only I guess it really isn't dark. But then it isn't light, really. Just green. Pretty, though.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know if Mr. Field is in right now?
Yes, I think so. I saw him out in the backyard a couple of hours ago, him and his wife. She was prancing around in one of them skimpy little sunsuits. Terrible. No decency at all. I tell you, officer, neither one of them's any good.
Do you know what Mr. Field does for a living?
Oh, you mean does he work?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no. At least I've never seen any indication that he does. All he does is just sit around the yard and throw rocks at my cat. It's terrible. That's what I was going to call you about. Isn't there a law or something about throwing things at poor, dumb animals?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, cats aren't really dumb. Lots of times I think they're a lot smarter than some people I know.
I wonder if you could describe Ivan Field for us, ma'am.
Oh, sure. He's kind of a little man, not very big.
About how tall, ma'am?
Oh, maybe 5'7".
How about his coloring?
You mean his hair?
Yes, ma'am.
Dark, very dark.
Lets us out.
It looks that way. Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Sorry to cause you all this trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. Are you going to arrest him now?
No, ma'am.
Well, why not? What about the rocks and my cat?
Well, I think the SPCA are the people you want to talk to on that.
Well, all right. But I tell you right now, Mr. Field isn't going to like it. He likes my cat. He isn't going to like the idea at all when he hears about it. Just wait until he gets home. I'll tell him about his brother's been acting.
Well, just a minute, ma'am.
Yes?
You mean that the man living next door isn't Ivan Field?
No, I didn't say it was. It's his brother, Harry.
Brother?
What's the matter with you, young man? Don't you hear well? Everything I say, you ask me to repeat.
Well, I don't mean to, ma'am. It's just that I want to be sure of what you say.
What's going on here? First you ask me a lot of questions about Mr. Field, and then I tell you that he isn't home. He and his wife went back east for the holidays. They haven't come back yet. While he was gone, he said that his brother could use the house. I thought at first it would be nice. Then I found out. Harry is nothing like his brother, nothing at all.
Well, I wonder if you could describe him for us.
My, you want to know about everybody, don't you?
Well, we'd just like a description of Harry Field, ma'am, that's all.
Well, he's taller than Ivan. Harry must be close to 6 feet. Doesn't look anything like Ivan in any other way. Ivan's dark and Harry's light. His hair almost doesn't have any color. He's real blonde.
How long ago did they move in?
Well, now, let me see. Elizabeth, that's my Persian cat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Elizabeth had her last litter in December. December the 12th. Harry and his wife moved in the next morning. I remember that because I was up most of the night with Elizabeth. She didn't need me. Awfully independent. But it was the morning that they moved in. Oh, I remember it well. Elizabeth had 6 little kittens. It was December the 13th when Harry moved in.
And they've been using Ivan Field's car?
Oh, my, yes. Hardly a day goes by but what they don't drive it somewhere.
I wonder if we could use your phone, ma'am.
Oh, sure. It's on the table there in the hall.
Thanks. I'll check the name through R&I, Joe. Okay. Would you happen to know if this Harry Field has any marks or scars on him?
Well, now, let me see. I think so. Seems to me that I saw him and his wife out in the backyard one day. He was wearing swimming trunks, and she was in one of those sun suits I told you about. Disgraceful.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it seems to me that he had a scar on his leg. Yes, just above the knee. I think it was the right leg.
No, what I meant, ma'am, was does he have any marks on his face, on his forehead, or on his chin?
No marks.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. The other day I noticed he had a cut over his right eyebrow. Looked like he'd been in a fight. Probably a drunken brawl.
Joe?
Yeah, anything?
Talked to Cunningham. He checked the name. Looks like it might be the same one.
What's that?
They paroled a Harry Q. Field from San Quentin. Description checks out.
When'd they parole him?
December 10th last year. Did a term for robbery.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield was first to name its ingredients. Ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Now, Chesterfield is first to give you scientific facts in support of smoking.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette.
A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfield. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfield. 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays, and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this report and buy Chesterfields either way you like them, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
January 28th, 4:30 p.m. We called the office and told them of the latest developments. Tom Ashford called the local FBI office, and arrangements were made to take Harry Field and his wife into custody. A further check on him was made through R&I, and we found that his record listed 4 arrests for armed robbery with only 1 conviction. He spent 4.5 years in San Quentin before he'd gotten his parole. The name of his brother was also checked. He had no previous record. The car in Field's driveway matched the one used by the bandit. 5:12 p.m. The men from robbery arrived, and the plan for taking Field was formulated. The working detective knows that to successfully apprehend an armed and dangerous suspect, he must act quickly and employ the one big advantage on his side, the element of surprise. By moving rapidly before the suspect becomes aware of any attempt to apprehend him, the officer, in many cases, can not only avoid bloodshed, but can often have a better chance of preserving any and all physical evidence necessary to prosecute the suspect. 5:36 p.m. We were ready to move in.
All set, Joe. The men are around back.
Good. No indication he knows what's up. The lights are still on.
Let's hope it stays that way.
Officer? Mr. Friday?
The Jenkins woman.
Yeah.
Officer!
Ma'am, would you mind keeping your voice down? We don't want Field to know we're here.
Well, I'm not talking loud, but there's something I want you to know.
Well, it'd be better if you went back into your house, ma'am. Just stay there till this is over, will you?
That's sort of what I want to tell you about.
Ma'am?
Well, I got to thinking, and I figured maybe Harry wasn't too bad a sort after all.
We don't want to be rude here, but I think it'd be better if you go back in your house. All this talking's liable to let him know that we're here.
But that's just it. I don't want anybody hurt, so I called him.
What?
I called him. Told him he didn't have a chance to give himself up.
Unknowingly, Mrs. Jenkins had made it impossible to take the suspect without violence. By warning him, she had put him on the alert. We had no alternative now but to apprehend him as best we could. 5:40 p.m.
Caleb and Crowley are covering the back. Other fellows are covering the side windows.
All right, let's go.
What do you want?
Open up. Come on, Field. We want to talk to you.
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. Take it easy.
Open up, Field. Police officers.
All right, I'll be there in a minute.
Let's go. He's stalling. All right. It's locked. Come on, let's hit it.
All right.
All right, stand
Hey,
still,
what are you
mister.
doing? The fireplace, Joe.
I'll get it.
Guy's on parole. You cops won't leave him alone. I'm straight.
Bag's full of money, Joe. Partially burned.
My money, I could do what I want with it.
You bet you can. Hands behind you. Come on.
I'll shake him down.
All right.
He's clean, Joe.
You got him, huh?
Yeah, we got part of the loot, too.
He was trying to burn it.
Crawl in, I'll shake the rest of the house.
Right, Mac. All right, how about it, Field? We got the money, people who can identify you. Car parked in the driveway, it fits the description. You've been through this before. You got out of queue on December 10th. You pulled this job on January 21st. Is that right?
Like I said, I fell once. I did my time.
Joe?
Yeah, Mac.
Found his wife hiding in the back bedroom. Found a sawed-off shotgun.
All right, let's get him out of here.
Hey, Frank?
Yeah?
Message came in for you before I left the office. Forgot about it.
Say who it was from?
No, I didn't leave a name. Here's a number. Why don't you phone right away?
I'll call it now.
We can take Field in.
Good, Mac. Thanks. We'll be right behind you. We want to talk to his wife anyway.
Okay, Field, let's go.
All right, come on, Frank. Come on.
Hollywood 24709. I don't know anybody with that number.
Well, a simple way to find out is to call him, isn't it?
It's kind of late.
Well, go ahead and call him anyway.
Yeah, here's the phone.
I'll check with you later, Joe. Frank.
Right, Tom. We'll check it.
Bye, Tom.
Come on, let's go.
I want to use the phone.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
You got a dime?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll leave it for the call. Wonder who it is. Hello. What place is this? Oh. Well, this is Frank Smith. Were you looking for me? Yeah. Yeah, he does. Oh. Yeah, that's the right address. Yeah. I should have known.
Well, what's that?
Call from the Murphy House Cleaning Company.
What do they want?
My brother-in-law. Called them in to clean up our house.
Yeah, what about it?
Now they want to know where to send the bill.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 19th, trial was held in federal court, City of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Before a case goes to trial, the working detective has to get all the evidence. He interviews witnesses, takes statements, checks and rechecks. He tries to get all the facts. As a smoker, you too should be interested in facts. You should know Chesterfield is first to give you scientific data in support of smoking. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfield. The first such report ever published about any cigarette. Remember that. And next time, buy Chesterfield. Get them regular or king size. You'll find premium quality Chesterfields give you the best possible smoke.
Harry Q. Field was tried and convicted of violation of the federal bank robbery statute. He received a sentence of 20 years in a federal penitentiary, McNeil Island, Washington. The investigation showed his wife, Dora Field, was not implicated in any way in the robbery. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Whit Connor, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, it's Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 151. Investigating shooting at 2791 Francis Avenue. That's all. Rosenberg.
As you listen to this succeeding broadcast of Calling All Cars, you can't help noticing how important motor car performance is in modern warfare against crime. A police car is no place for sluggish, sputtering, slow-burning gasoline. Speed, power, acceleration, quick starting. These a police car gasoline must have. Is it not significant that more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand? Do you think the police department of Los Angeles, for example, would use Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month if it did not come up to specifications in competitive tests and continue to deliver police car performance? You can have in your car the very same gasoline that has helped make the Los Angeles Police Department one of the most efficient in the United States. You can have the same quick starting, the same fast acceleration, the same surging power that police cars must have and always get in Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Try a tankful tomorrow and know what police car performance is. And now, once again, we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. The story you will hear tonight is one of the finest examples of police detection this department has on record. The officers assigned to the case had no known killer to look for, no clues to help their investigation, no actual facts at hand to even definitely call it murder. But because by training, police officers know that every tiny item is of vast importance in their work, that even the simplest clue may lead to the final cracking of a case. The end of tonight's story is very different from what it might have been had the officers been inclined to be at all lax. Stories like this prove time and time again the fact that even the most perfectly worked out crime has almost no chance of being successful in the face of trained police detection.
It is 8 days before Christmas, 1935. In the homicide department of the Los Angeles Police, Detectives Ray Giese and T.R. Ryan are holding down the office when a call comes in from Officer Vern Philby of the Georgia Street Division regarding a shooting at 2791 Francis Street. Arriving at the small house a few minutes later, Ryan and Giese are met by Officer Philby, who informs them that the mother of the victim is next door with a neighbor friend. After a cursory examination of the death bungalow, they walk next door and interrogate her.
This is Lieutenant Giese, ma'am, and his partner.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do, ma'am? I hope you won't mind answering a few questions for us.
No, not at all. I know these things have to be done. You see, my son was a police surgeon.
It was your son who was shot, ma'am?
Yes.
What is your name?
Well, my full name is Claire Van Alstyne Williams.
And your son's name?
Robert Williams.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Now I wonder if you feel up to telling us exactly what happened this morning. Everything you can remember about the events leading up to the shooting.
I believe I can recall everything.
Well, that's fine, ma'am. Jot this down, will you, Ryan?
Right.
It was an accident. I had been sitting in my room just off the kitchen, and I'd heard my son talking to someone for some time. I couldn't hear just what they were saying, but they were laughing and joking, apparently on very friendly terms. I was sitting in my rocking chair sewing, as I recall. I just heard quite a long laugh when someone came towards the door to my room, and it opened, and...
Don't let me bother you, Mother. I just want to get that gun of mine out of my bureau. I want to show it to someone.
Well, what are you boys having such a good time about in there?
Oh, just talking. You know how it is.
You certainly seem to be having a great laugh. I never heard so much laughing.
Good for the soul, laughter. As long as that's all you have to worry about, you'll be all right. Bye.
Sometimes I wonder whether I have a full-grown man for a son or a little boy. Oh, well. that? Goodness, I hope those two haven't gone and done something foolish. Well, what was all that noise? Robert. Robert.
It was an accident. An accident.
You shot Robert?
I couldn't help it. It was an awful accident. I couldn't help it.
Oh, Robert.
That won't do you any good. He can't answer you.
Well, quick. Call the police. Don't stand there with that gun in your hand. Go call the police.
Yeah, of course. I'll go right now.
Oh, Robert. What's happened to you? What's happened to you? I waited some time, and the boy didn't return, and no one came, so I called you myself. I can't imagine what happened to him.
Doesn't sound very sensible, does it? Had you ever seen this boy before, Mrs. Williams?
No, never, but I believe him, Lieutenant. I believe he was telling the truth. He looked so young, and he had such a fine face. I couldn't help but believe him.
I see. Well, now, when you entered the room, where was this boy standing?
Directly behind Robert.
Did he have the gun in his hand, ma'am?
Yes, he did. It was wrapped in a towel.
Wrapped in a towel? What in the world for?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he was cleaning it. Anyway, that's the way it was. And, Lieutenant, he looked so sorry for what he'd done. It was dreadful to see that young face looking so horribly scared.
Returning to the death bungalow, the two men begin a more thorough examination of the premises. Slumped over the kitchen table lies the body of Robert Williams, a grotesque caricature of a human being. His arms hang down, dangle on the floor. On the back of his head, a jagged wound shows mute evidence of the violent death that has snuffed out his life. Behind him, lying on the small stove, is the death gun, still wrapped in the white towel. As Geesey and Bryan survey the room, Geesey stands suddenly staring at the table upon which the body slumps.
Oh, why the look, Ray?
I just happened to see something that doesn't make sense, that's all.
What do you mean?
Here, I'll show you. You see this tablecloth here on the table?
Yeah?
Notice how it's pulled out of shape by the victim's arm here, obviously when he slumped down?
Why, yeah.
Well, then will you tell me how these things here on the table managed to stay right in place, in perfect order, while said tablecloth was busily slipping out from under them?
What? Say, by golly, all right, that doesn't make much sense, does it?
Not here. Someone's obviously put everything in order except the cloth. That's caught under his arm against the table.
Who'd do that? What reason would there be for it?
That's one of the things I want to find out before we call this thing an accident. It all looks kind of fishy to me.
Hey, Ray, you think the kid did it?
I don't know. But I'm almost certain that whoever pulled the trigger on that gun meant to.
Say, that puts things in a different light. What about that old lady?
I don't know, Brian. But it strikes me that right now we'd better give this place a pretty careful going over. If we found that one little bit of contradiction, we might be able to find more, right?
Why not?
All right, suppose you take the front room and the old lady's bedroom while I go over the kitchen here. And don't miss a trick. If this is murder, we're going to have a tough time proving it. A plenty tough time.
After an afternoon spent in minute probings into every nook and cranny of the house, questioning of the neighbors, fingerprinting of all the wood and crockery in the kitchen, Detectives Geesey and Bryan return to the neighbor's house and once again face Mrs. Williams.
Mrs. Williams, had you ever seen that gun before today?
Oh, yes, it was Robert's. I know, because you see, I bought it for him myself.
You're absolutely certain that it's the same gun?
Yes, quite. But it should be easy enough to prove that. I have the numbers of it in the little black book in my dresser drawer.
You have? Well, do you suppose if I sent someone over there now to get it, they could find it?
Yes, I'm sure they could. It was right in the top drawer, a little black book.
I could get it for you, Mrs. Williams, if you like.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. That would help.
I'll be right back.
Now, Mrs. Williams, another thing. We found 2 bullet holes in the kitchen floor. Can you tell me just where they came from?
Holes? Oh, those, of course. It's rather silly the way it happened. At least it would probably sound so to you. But for quite some time, I'd heard someone prowling around the house and had me frightened.
You reported to the police, ma'am?
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't think it was serious enough to warrant that. But I did buy that gun for Robert, and that made me feel better. Well, anyway, one night I was lying in bed almost asleep when I thought I heard someone at the back door. I called Robert and told him. He went into the kitchen. Then I heard him firing. I went to him, and he said he'd scared them away.
By shooting holes through the kitchen floor, Mrs. Williams?
Well, I don't know whether he meant to shoot in the floor, but by shooting. Anyway.
Here's the book, Mrs. Williams. I found it just where you said it would be.
Just give it to me, please.
Oh, certainly.
See if these numbers check with that guns, Brian. S&W 419618.
Smith & Wesson, 419618. Check.
That leaves no doubt about that, then.
Was there some doubt, Lieutenant?
What's that? Oh, why... Well, yes and no, Mrs. Williams. Just wanted to be certain, that's all.
Placing a guard around the house to see that no one enters or disturbs anything. Also a man to watch the neighbor's house and Mrs. Williams. Geesey and Brian returned to their office to make plans for the following day. That night, Lieutenant Geesey does little sleeping. All through the long hours, his mind keeps whirling, formulating questions, answering them, rejecting the answers. Is there really any truth in the old lady's story? Or is she a clever woman capable of killing her own son? And if she did, why? Why? That's the question to find the answer to. Why? The following morning, he and Brian pay a visit to the late Dr. Williams' office, where his secretary furnishes the first startling bit of news.
I've been thinking seriously of calling you, gentlemen. There are several things that don't seem quite like the doctor that have been worrying me. I thought you should know about them.
Well, by all means, miss.
On the morning the doctor was shot, yesterday that was, I phoned his house.
Oh, you did?
Yes. You see, there was an emergency case here, and I wanted to get the doctor down as soon as possible.
Did you talk to him?
Well, not the first time I called. I talked to his mother. She said that he was in the bath and couldn't talk. But then I heard some disturbances, and she sounded as though she were talking to him, and then she said to call back in 10 minutes.
And you did?
Yes. This time I talked to the doctor and told him about the emergency. He told me that he'd have to have breakfast and that he'd get down directly after that.
About what time was this, miss?
It was 9:30. Yes, 9:30. He said that he'd be down by 10:30 at the latest.
You're sure it was the doctor you were talking to?
Certainly. I was in the habit of talking to him on the phone. I knew his voice. But there could have been no mistake.
Well, what did you do when he didn't show up?
I called his house again and talked to some police officers. He told me that there'd been an accident and that the doctor wouldn't be down. Then I sent another doctor out on the case. But it struck me as peculiar at the time. And then when I read in the paper this morning about the shooting and all, well, it just didn't sound right to me.
Well, to be quite frank with you, miss, it doesn't sound right to us either.
Well, I'm not a naturally suspicious person, Lieutenant. But when the doctor told me himself that he'd be down by 10:30, and then I read about his having been accidentally shot while looking at his hunting guns, well, it sounded awfully strange.
Well, you were quite right to be suspicious about it, miss. And thanks a lot. Come on, Brian. We've got things to do and no time to do them in.
With this first real lead to work on, Geesey and Brian start a process of reconstruction. A return visit to the death bungalow and further questioning of the white-haired mother bring these facts to light. The death gun, which Mrs. Williams claimed to have bought for her son, traces back to a police officer who tells Geesey he sold it to her when she answered an ad he had inserted in the paper. Examination of the cartridges in the gun show them to be regulation police ammunition. Yet boxes of cartridges found in the doctor's private effects are special target shot, differing considerably from the regulation size. The name of the man who manufactured these specials for Dr. Williams is disclosed, and Geesey, accompanied by Brian, drive to Pasadena to interrogate him.
I guess you've heard or read of the unfortunate accident that happened to Dr. Williams by now.
Yes. I read about it in the papers. Funny thing, I was just going to send him over a new kind of cartridge I'd cooked up here. As I said to my wife only a couple of days ago, Hattie, if this doesn't cut a clean hole in them targets, then, well, I give up.
Is this shell I have here one of yours?
Eh? Let me look. Yep, sure shooting. That's mine. None like it anywhere else.
Did you ever see Dr. Williams with a gun like this in his possession?
No, sir. Never did.
You sure of that?
Oh, yes, positive. I know every gun he had. You've cleaned them for him sometimes. No, he never had that one around. No, sir.
You'd be willing to swear to that on the stand if we needed you?
Swear on the stand? What's the matter? I thought the doc was shot accidental. What are all these questions for?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you that just now. But thanks for the information anyway. It helps no end. Come on, Brian. I think we've got what we want.
Convinced now that the accidental shooting is in reality a well-planned murder, Giese returns to headquarters, tells Captain Wallace of his investigation and subsequent findings. Then, on the following morning, the two detectives go to the little house determined to make Mrs. Williams talk. But when they arrive, they find her other son with her. So first decide to see what light he can bring to bear on the question. The younger son is at first reticent to answer questions, but as the sincerity of the detectives finally makes itself apparent, he weakens, talks.
Oh, honestly, Lieutenant, I don't know what to think. I can't believe that Mother would do this, and yet she's been acting strangely for so long that still it can't be.
Just what do you mean by strangely?
Well, not right. You know, saying it would be better if we were all dead and out of the way than living here in poverty and all sorts of things like that. I think she felt pretty bitter against the world for letting her down.
Had she ever threatened you?
Oh, no. No, once she did suggest a suicide pact, but I just laid it to nerves and forgot it.
Some nerves, all right?
Yeah. Now, look, young fellow. I appreciate the spot you're in, your own mother and all that. You must realize our position, too. If your mother had some sort of a mania about killing off the family, then we've got to do something to stop it. If we don't, you'll be next. Then what?
I know, but what can I do?
Well, nothing right now. But if this goes to court, which I'm pretty certain it will, I want your testimony about what you've just told us. How about it?
Well, naturally, if I swear to tell the truth, I'll have to do just that. But I don't want to. I don't want any part of it.
Well, it may not be necessary, Mr. Williams, but if it is...
Well, then I'll tell what I know.
Good. I thought that's what you'd say. And believe me, you won't regret it. Now let's talk to Mrs. Williams, Brian. I'm going to be very frank with you, Mrs. Williams. Very frank. I'm going to tell you right now that we do not believe your story.
You don't believe? Well, surely you can't mean you don't think it was an accident.
That's exactly what we do mean, ma'am.
You mean you think that young man...
No, ma'am. We don't think that young man ever existed.
But then, I don't see...
I'm afraid the only other answer is you, Mrs. Williams.
I?
Exactly.
You think I did it?
Didn't you?
Shoot my own son? Why, I don't see how you can even imagine such a thing. It just isn't possible.
You walked into that room and shot your son as he was eating his breakfast.
Lieutenant, I can see how you might imagine that as having happened. But I assure you, what I've told you is the truth. It was an accident.
Nevertheless, Mrs. Williams, we'll have to book you on suspicion of murder.
But you can't do that. It's not right.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid you'll have to come to headquarters.
Booked in the Los Angeles County Jail on suspicion of murder, Mrs. Williams refuses to admit any knowledge beyond what she has already told the officers. Quietly dignified, her answers are those of an unusually well-educated woman. Her aristocratic gentleness makes the detectives ill at ease as they carry on an unending line of questions. Paced with all the irregularities of her story, the gray-haired mother quietly makes the same reply.
I can understand how you gentlemen must feel under the circumstances. I realize that there are things about this that put me in a bad light. But I assure you, what I have told you is the truth. I have nothing to hide. You are simply mistaken. That's all I can say.
But despite the repeated denials, the charge of murder sticks, and at last Mrs. Williams prepares to make a desperate battle for freedom. Her appearance in court immediately creates a stir of sympathy. The prosecuting attorney, realizing that he has a tough assignment ahead of him, prepares his brief carefully, checks and rechecks every tiny piece of evidence. And finally the day comes when all evidence has been heard. Nothing remains but the prosecution's final summary.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence in this case. You have heard link after link forged against the defendant. Now there remains nothing but your decision. However, before you 12 men and women retire to your chambers to decide this case, I should like to show you in my own words what really happened that day. The detectives who have worked on this case from its inception have built a case that brings to mind the whole picture of this murder. I say murder because that's what really happened. The defense claims that there was another man in that room when Dr. Williams was shot, that the defendant was in her own room all morning until she heard a shot. Now, I am going to show you that there was no other man, that the defendant simply executed a well-planned murder as a general might execute a carefully planned maneuver in a battle. I ask you to go with me to that kitchen this afternoon to visualize the picture I paint. Dr. Williams has an appointment at his office at 10:30. The secretary has testified to that. He has talked to her over the phone and said that he will be down to the office as soon as he has had breakfast. As I see the picture, he is sitting at the table in the kitchen, and his mother prepares his food.
My call from the office was an emergency. Some fellow needs an operation.
Well, I'll have your breakfast in a second, son. Only I wish you didn't have to rush so. You'll never have a minute with me anymore.
Well, I can't help it, dear. That's what happens to people who get mixed up in this doctoring business.
Are you happy being a doctor, Robert?
Well, Mother, that's a funny question. Of course I'm happy.
I mean, aren't you sometimes sorry you have to give your life to other people? Don't you feel a little shabby? A little below your rightful station in life?
Well, there's no use you going on talking about station in life. I wish you'd realize that things are different than they used to be. The world has changed. People have changed with it.
People haven't changed. They've just given in. Let circumstances pull them down, take their rightful station away from them. You know, Robert, sometimes I think we'd be better off in another place.
Mother, you don't sound well. I'm worried about you.
No. It's all right. You needn't worry anymore. Here, now eat your eggs.
Thanks.
I'm going in the other room a second.
Well, nevertheless, you've got to take better care of yourself before your nerves snap. I don't like that kind of talk.
It's true talk. That's why you don't like it. You know as well as I do that this family was never meant to do menial work. If money-crazy people hadn't taken what rightfully belonged to us, we wouldn't have to live in a little bungalow like this, 4 rooms, and both of my sons working like ordinary laborers. It isn't right.
You know, Mother, according to the papers, the revolution is due soon. Maybe that'll take care of it. But really, Mother, kidding aside, you've got to realize that the classes have drawn together. There's no aristocracy anymore. Everyone is working for a living, and there's no disgrace in it.
You perhaps know, but you're young. You can't feel the same as I do. You can't appreciate the way I feel in the eyes of these people around us. The Williams is living here like ants.
Oh, well, as long as you can cook eggs like these, everything's going to be all right. They're tops as far as I'm concerned.
I hope you'll always be happy, Robert. Always.
What makes you say that? What's in that towel?
Something that belongs to me. Something that will make me happy.
I guess I don't follow you, Mother. However, if something will make you happy, that's enough for me. Your happy is seldom enough lately.
You better eat your breakfast, son. Don't mind me.
You're right. I've got to hurry to make it now.
I'll just stand here, right behind you while you eat. You don't mind, do you?
Well, not if you like to stand there. But I can't see why you want to watch me eat. But, however, that's your business.
Yes. My business. Goodbye, Robert.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Just thinking. Eat your breakfast. There. Done. Now, Frank. Then myself. Then peace. Peace.
From there on, it was a simple matter to see what happened. Mrs. Williams gathered all the doctor's hunting paraphernalia together and spread it out on the table. She cleared the breakfast dishes away and washed them carefully. And she made her first serious mistake. The tablecloth was caught under the doctor's arm against the table, and she couldn't remove it, so she left it there. But she failed to reckon on this when she put the hunting knife and cartridges on the table, because if they had been there when the doctor was shot, they would have been pulled out of line with the tablecloth. That was her first mistake, and from there she made a string of them, small enough alone, but put together large enough to show conclusively that she had planned this murder for some time in advance. Those mistakes are, 1, she fired those 2 shots on the kitchen floor herself to test the gun. 2, every day she fired a cat pistol we found in her room to get the neighbors used to the noise. That's the reason none of them could remember having heard a shot. 3, when the detectives first questioned her, her only concern was for the boy who had supposedly just killed her son. She showed no remorse at all for her own son. I think that I've covered all the points in this case, and I know that in spite of the sentiment and sympathy you members of the jury must feel for this woman, you will do your duty and return an honest verdict, guilty of murder in the first degree.
verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will the clerk of the court please read it?
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder and recommend life imprisonment.
It is now our pleasure to present District Attorney Buren Fitz. Mr. Fitz.
This case was one in which anything might have happened had not the officers investigating it done a thorough job of gathering evidence. And had our department not spent many long hours fitting the pieces together into a chain out of which there could be no escaping. There was one major hurdle for us to get over, and that was the fact that the defendant looked and acted at all times like anything but a murderess. Her age and her looks were against us from the start. Yet in spite of this sentiment, we were able to present such a strong case that in the end, justice was done. Mrs. Williams was sentenced to life imprisonment in Tehachapi Prison, where she is now confined.
Thank you, Mr. Fitz. Do you know of any place where you can get more for your money than from the Rio Grande Independent Service Station near you? First, you get the courteous service of an owner-operator, who is interested in the community affairs of your neighborhood. Second, you get police car performance. Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the same gasoline used by more police cars wherever it is sold than any other brand. The only gasoline sold in your neighborhood that is produced by the patented Sinclair cracking process. Third, you get Sinclair motor oils, thoroughly de-waxed and de-jellied by special Sinclair processes to make them flow freely winter and summer and stand up under the most grueling abuse. Then you get many services absolutely free. This radio program, Calling All Cars, which surveys show to be one of the most popular Western broadcasts, and Calling All Cars News, which is brim full of newsy, fascinating stories of screen and police activities, and Police Money with gasoline purchases good for valuable gifts, G-Man pistols, fingerprinting outfits, sirens, rings, handcuffs, bracelets, and many others to bring happiness to some boy or girl. Do you know of any oil company that gives you more for your money? Start the Rio Grande habit tomorrow. Buy your gasoline and motor oil from your nearest Rio Grande independent dealer. Get more for your money.
Los Angeles Police calling on all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation broadcast 151. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rolls and questions.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security.
and to the Equitable Society for Financial Security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our nation. Espionage.
"1939. That year, the continent of Europe already echoed the cries of people under aggression. On the continent of Asia, far beyond our western shores, was Japan. A dedicated nation, a dedicated people, dedicated to war upon the United States. But we did not know this yet. Within our western gates were more Japs, thousands of them. Were they dedicated to being good American citizens, or were there among them some dedicated to our destruction? Here was a vital task for the FBI. The safety and security of America might depend on what they found out. A Sunday afternoon in 1939, two FBI agents from the San Francisco office stood on a pier at the San Francisco waterfront watching a Japanese cruiser warp into the dock.
How big would you figure that crowd, Jim?
Oh, I'd say, at least 1,000.
Pretty excited for Japs, aren't they?
Well, this is a big day for them, Larry. It isn't often they get a chance to pay their respects to a big shot from Japan.
I know.
Larry, is this Prince Suji a member of the royal family?
Yes.
They sure are giving him the Sunday bows, all right.
Funny how they conform to that caste system of theirs. That first line that shook hands with the prince were all top bracket boys.
I know, I've checked them off. Japanese Consul General, head of the Jap Association, leaders of the prefectural groups. Second line was a middle bracket bunch, bankers, nip businessmen.
All they got from the good prince was a nod.
Well, that's more than the small fry are getting now. There's housewives and farmers.
They bow, and the prince doesn't even acknowledge their presence. Hey. Look at that bull-necked little man in the chauffeur's uniform.
What about it?
You notice something? He's not cringing or bowing. He's standing in line with his head up and shoulders back like a soldier.
Oh, yes.
Hey, did you see that?
Yes.
The prince bowed to him.
I know.
I don't like that, Jim. They don't play it that way in their league. Princes don't go around bowing to chauffeurs.
Unless our chauffeur is a big shot back in Japan.
Yes. That's something you and I better check on.
One Jap bowing to another Jap. A pair of striped pants and cutaway coat bowing to a chauffeur's uniform. The two FBI agents, troubled by what they saw, investigated and learned the chauffeur's name and background. Then they took their information to the agent in charge of the San Francisco office of the FBI.
That's the story, Mr. Walker.
A prince bowing to a chauffeur. That is unusual.
Yes.
Did you follow this man?
Yes, sir. He lives at the Osaka Hotel.
His name?
Yasu Kajioka.
Did you learn anything about his work?
Yes, he drives a big Cadillac. He owns it. He runs some sort of escort service with headquarters at the hotel.
Anything else on him?
We found out that he's been a very active worker for many of the local Japanese associations.
Well, I think we should do a thorough check on Mr. Kajioka's activities.
Won't be too easy. We could use some help.
From whom?
Someone of his own race. A Japanese who is loyal to us.
Well, we might try the university. They have quite a few Japanese-American students there.
That's a good idea.
Suppose I arrange with the Dean of Studies out there for you to have a talk with him.
Fine.
I'll get him on the phone right now.
The two FBI agents spent almost an entire day with the Dean of Studies at the university. They pored over the personal records of many Japanese-American students and finally narrowed down their choice to one man, a student by the name of Tom Tanaka. His record showed he lived in the same neighborhood as the Jap chauffeur.
Gentlemen, have you reached a decision?
Yes, sir. This man, Tom Tanaka, looks good to us.
Well, I think you've made an excellent choice.
He lives in the same neighborhood as the man we want watched. If he measures up in other ways, that's a definite plus.
I understand.
You realize, sir, how important it is to us that we be able to trust this boy implicitly.
Yes, I do.
We've got to know if he's loyal. If he's a real American at heart. If he thinks and acts like an American.
There are thousands of men and women who live here on the West Coast, Mr. Schuyler, who look Japanese and are the sons and daughters of Japanese. But I know them as true Americans. They're as loyal as any of us whose ancestors were German, English, French, Irish, or whatever. I say that this boy is an American just as you or I.
Good. Can we meet him at once?
Tom, I imagine your dean has told you that we're special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, sir. He has.
We've selected you, son, from the list of the entire enrollment of Japanese Americans here at the university.
As a student?
No. No, as an American.
Well, what about it? I am an American.
We believe you are, in every sense of the word.
Has somebody been talking about me?
No.
Then what's this all about, sir?
Tom, we want you to help us.
How?
In a very important, perhaps very dangerous way.
You want me to work with the FBI?
Yes.
Do you know a man called Kajioka? Yasu Kajioka?
Oh, yes, we're neighbors. I helped him compose letters in English. Several times.
Good. Would he remember you?
I think so. He said once that he might give me a job doing secretarial work in my spare time. Why do you ask me about Kajioka?
We need a loyal Japanese American like yourself to help us investigate this man. We want to know if he is connected with any un-American activities.
What do you want me to do?
Help us to get information. Tom, all we want are facts.
I see.
You said that you know Kajioka. That he offered you a job once. We want you to go to him. Take the job.
We're giving you the opportunity to do this as an American, Tom.
Well, what would I say to Kajioka? How would I ask for the job?
You'd tell him that you're in need of money to finish your studies. If he hired you, you'd undertake at once to impress him with your love of Japan and the Japanese.
We don't want you to put your life in danger. You'd be cautious, never inquisitive.
What do you say, son?
I'll do it.
No. What do you want, young man?
I want to talk to you, Mr. Kajioka.
What about, please?
A job.
Why?
To earn some money.
Why do you come to me, lowly chauffeur, if you need money?
You told me someday you might give me a job.
Oh, yes. Why you want to earn money?
To keep up my studies.
You got father, mother.
I don't want to ask them.
So, but you ask lowly chauffeur. Why?
Everyone says good things of Kajioka.
Oh, good. You hear perhaps I visit cruiser.
They say Kajioka was greatly honored.
Oh, so, they say correctly. Please, you sit down.
Thank you.
Now, how you think?
What do you mean?
It could be important for me to know.
I think Japanese.
Oh, so. And what are those thoughts, please?
I love my people. I love Japan.
So, I think maybe you lie.
Why should I? Who can read my thoughts?
Oh, very, very good. Yes.
Will you give me a job?
Yes. You work for me now. Come every day. I'll try to read your thoughts. Very good. Very good. Yeah.
Once the all-important inside contact had been made, many FBI agents took up the trail. They learned that Kajioka always drove Japs who were easily identified as high-ranking naval officers on vacation. They learned that he was the head of a secret Jap organization on the West Coast, the Hamushikai, boasting over 10,000 members, all eligible for military service in Japan. The society masked itself as a charitable one. Charity in the sense that thousands and thousands of dollars were drafted from the members and sent back to Japan. Why? The answer came quickly and dramatically. One night on a street corner, young Tom Tanaka reported to the special agents of the FBI.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
Here we are.
I haven't much time, sir. I've got to get back.
What have you got, son?
Something big is cooking. There's a great meeting called in the basement of the Japanese high school for tonight. Kajoka will make an appeal to get more funds to send back to Japan.
I see.
Also, they are to show preparedness movies sent over from Japan.
Are you supposed to attend this meeting?
Yes. Kajoka will expect it.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
We need a list of the members in that organization. Practically everything depends on our getting it. Do you think you could go to the meeting, get the list, and get away alive?
Yes. The pictures may go on about 8 o'clock. I'll try and sneak out and meet you here then.
Good boy.
Good luck. We'll be waiting.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Kajioka, enemy alien. We will reopen this file in just a moment. Yesterday, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, received an interesting letter. It was from a member of the Equitable Society, and it read, Mr. Parkinson, just how many businesses is the Equitable Society in, anyway? Our radio program talks about millions of equitable dollars invested in war bonds, and more millions in key war industries like shipyards and railroads, in oil, steel, and aluminum. Friends tell me how the Equitable Society helps keep kids in school and helps people own their own homes and farms. It all sounds mighty complex to me. Yes, investing the premium dollars of 3,200,000 members of the Equitable Society is of necessity a very complicated operation. For safety's sake, those equitable funds have to be spread out widely, must go into thousands of different enterprises. And yet all this is done to make it easy and simple for Equitable Society members to attain greater security for themselves and their loved ones. And so you see, by employing its funds in all kinds of activities that are useful to the nation as a whole, the Equitable Society is able to offer sounder and safer protection to its members than any one member could achieve by his own unaided efforts. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on Kajioka, enemy alien.
$1939. In that year, there wasn't even a slight buzzing in our ears to warn us that enemy planes were warming up for an attack. There was nothing in the word protocol to make us think of anything but where the wife of some ambassador might have to sit at some state dinner. Yet 2 men of the FBI, standing on a dock at San Francisco, had seen in a bit of Jap protocol enough to make their blood run cold. Enough to make them, on their own initiative as Americans, set up a series of patient, exhaustive, dangerous investigations which inched down 1939 through 1940 and brought them on the evening of February 3rd, 1941, to stand tense in a darkened hallway near a high school in the Jap section of San Francisco.
Watch it, Jim. Don't let that streetlight hit you.
I've counted about 2,000 have gone into that meeting so far.
Still coming. Kajioka sure must have passed the word along. What time is it?
Almost 7:45.
Looks like the meeting is getting started.
Somebody coming along. See the channel.
Pull back here.
Tom.
Here. Oh, hello. We've got a wonderful break. Kajioka forgot to bring the records. He wants me to go to his house and get them and bring them to the meeting.
What part of the meeting is on now?
They're going to run off the movie.
How long will that take?
Until about 9:15.
Good. I'll go with you. Get the records. Bring them to the FBI office. We'll have them photographed and back in your hands by 9 o'clock.
Can you do it that soon?
We've got to. Jim.
Yes?
You stay here. Call the office. Tell them what we have to do. Ask for the entire staff to stand by.
Right.
I'll drive Tom over.
It's going to be tight going.
I know. This is the first break we've gotten, and it may be the only one. Let's go.
While the movies whip the Japanese audience up with blatant pictures of Japan's armed might, while distinguished visitors sat rigidly straight in the front rows, their cropped heads marking them high officers of the Emperor's Army and Navy, while almost 3,000 sons of Nippon shared a new sense of oneness, of dedication to Emperor and country, an alerted FBI office, brilliant with lights, crowded with 100% staff, worked feverishly to photograph the secret documents and make the deadline.
I don't think we can wait any longer, Mr. Logan. It's 8:54.
I know.
I've got to be back to the hall before the lights are turned up.
We'll make it.
1 minute to deadline. How are you counting?
2 more sheets.
The others are finished.
Come on, men. Hurry it up.
Please, you've got to give me the originals. I can't wait. The movie ends at 9:15.
Let's start correlating pages in the original. You know how they go, Tom?
Yes, sir.
I'll grab them as fast as they're finished.
Number 2 is finished. Come on, snap up on number 3 machine.
Please, hurry.
Hold an elevator.
Right.
Here you are. This is the final.
Thanks. We'll put them together in the car.
It's 8:55.
Let's go. We'll just make it.
Mr. Kajioka.
Where have you been? It took you a long time to get papers.
I stood in the back of the hall. See the pictures. I thrilled with the people.
Give me the records.
Here you are, sir.
Good. I have news. We have received orders to change names of all branch chapters of our organization, and we must at once seem to stop our activity.
Why?
Why? Because soon glorious Japan will win honor or downfall, and we are ordered to prepare for duty as soldiers behind the guns.
The FBI had everything it needed now on Brother Kajioka. His position as head of the secret society. His activity as a chauffeur deluxe for visiting Japanese officers. His role as collector extraordinary of funds for the Japanese war machine. His devious role as espionage agent. Everything the FBI needed except the right to go out and arrest him. Under our way of government, we do not go about arresting citizens of friendly nations. The FBI could watch and wait. And to add insult to injury, while it fretted over its watching and waiting, one of the FBI agents had reason to phone in to the agent in charge of the San Francisco Bureau.
Yes?
This is Logan.
Yes, Larry.
Jim and I have been following Kajioka.
Yes?
We followed him from the Osaka Hotel. He drove straight to Sutter Street.
Yeah?
Parked his car, proceeded on foot to 111 Sutter Street.
Why, well, that's our building here.
I know.
Well, where did Kajioka go?
He's in your foyer, waiting to see you.
He's what? Oh, thanks, Larry. Bye. Yes?
Mr. Kajioka to see you, sir.
Send Mr. Kajioka right in.
Mr. Walker?
Yes. What can I do for you?
I am Kajioka.
Sit down, Kajioka. Now, what do you want to see me about?
I come to FBI because I am honorable man.
I see.
I wish to offer my services to the United States.
Why?
I hate Japanese.
Oh? Tell me about it.
I was born in Japan. One time in Japan, they arrested my father. He was a good man, harmed nobody. They say he was disloyal, but they have no proof, and it is a lie.
What happened to him?
I never see him again. They murder my father.
And so you hate Japanese?
Yes, very much. I would be good agent for FBI.
What makes you think so?
Japanese government tried to get me to work against United States. You know how it is. You have information on certain secret Japanese organizations here. No?
A little.
Oh, that is too bad. With me, you get to know much. I know all Japanese tricks. I make valuable agents.
Perhaps you would, Mr. Kajioka.
You think about it. And remember, I want to work for United States. Great country. I work for FBI and kill many Japs.
Well, we're not interested in killing Japs nor anyone else.
Sometime it will be necessary. Then you tell Kajioka what to do, where to go, and he goes.
Well, thank you very much for your offer, Mr. Kajioka. We'll take it under consideration, and we'll let you know in due time.
Thank you so much.
Not at all. It will be a pleasure.
Mr. Kajioka might have smelled a rat. That is, if a rat can smell himself. But his surprising offer was politely refused, and his intensified wanderings by day and night were as equally matched by the more intensified watching by the many electricians and workmen, laundrymen, truck drivers, cabmen, innocent motorists, who sent in their reports under the names of special agents of the FBI. Still, all they could do was watch. Watch and follow the little man who was dedicated, like his country, to the destruction of America. Then came December 7th, 1941. On that fateful day, the entire staff of the FBI was gathered in tense silence in each of the Bureau's offices. In San Francisco, even the local law enforcement officers were present, waiting.
Everyone here?
Everyone, sir.
Larry, you and Jim can stand by and watch the teletype.
Right, sir.
The names are coming in from Washington. Names and addresses of enemy aliens to be picked up when the word comes through.
We'll take them.
I know a name you two will want to watch for.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Getting into the K's now.
Yeah.
Hello? Yes, sir. Right. That's the word. Get going.
K is in Kajioka. K is in Kajioka. Come on, teletype.
There it is. Capital K for Kajioka, the little rat. We got him now. Come on.
Otto, now you see who I am. Major Kajioka. Yes. How do I look in my uniform, pal?
Very well, sir.
Yes. No more lowly chauffeur. Glorious Japan has struck. American fleet. No more. Pearl Harbor. No more. All gone. Soon planes come. Then transport.
Yes.
I have 2 revolvers, see? Oiled and loaded. I give you one. Soon our soldiers march in the streets, and you and I will go out and kill every dirty American we see. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. You watch at the window. Tell me when you see planes. Tell me when you see glorious soldiers of our brave army. I will pour drink for ceremonial toast.
Yes, sir. I'll keep watch.
Soon I will be colonel, then general. Wait until you see how they will reward me for what I've done. I will be big man.
Yes, of course.
I hear planes. Do you see them yet?
Not yet.
Listen, our soldiers are coming. I drink to glorious Japan. They are here. Come in. Banzai!
Come on, Kajioka. Uncle Sam wants to see you about a place called Pearl Harbor.
Kajioka was rounded up with thousands of his kind. Rounded up with the aid of a loyal Japanese American. Like the rest, Kajioka wondered how the FBI had known of his work. Does he remember that little incident back in 1939 when a pair of striped pants and a cutaway coat bowed to a chauffeur's uniform on the hard deck of a Japanese cruiser? Probably not. He wouldn't understand the things that make Americans tick. The American willingness of those who serve our country in the ranks of the FBI. No, Kajioka probably will never understand until it's too late. And how will he ever know that it was too late that day back in 1939?
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. On the beaches of Normandy, our boys were seeing the latest movies 24 hours after landing. And not long ago on a Pacific island, 2 Japanese snipers were captured when they tried to join a GI audience to see an American film. Yes, movies follow the flag because Uncle Sam knows that they're first-rate morale builders for battle-weary men. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to the motion picture industry? A salute to the daring cameramen who risk their lives in every American attack. To the technical men who developed special equipment to photograph Tokyo from 45,000 feet in the air. To the actors, musicians, and directors who made tens of thousands of valuable training films for our armed forces. And to the 16,000 theater managers who have sold millions of war bonds in every drive. Members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States will be proud to learn that their premium dollars have helped finance this great industry, which has proved such a vital asset to the nation at war. For years, the Equitable Society has invested in the motion picture industry, as well as in other essential American industries and American agriculture. Yes, in wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
As an enemy alien, Yasu Kajioka was placed in an internment camp to remain there for the duration of the war with Japan.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, Kajioka was played by Ted Osborne. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Frank Wilson, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This Is Your FBI. And now the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States brings you a message from the Office of War Information. It may seem slightly ridiculous these hot July days to be thinking of winter heating problems. But actually, it's the most sensible thing you can do. The fuel situation is still critical, so don't put off your heating problems and forget all about them. Check your heating equipment now. Order insulation for the walls, windows, and doors of your home. Talk with your fuel dealer and take his advice. Fill your coal bin or your oil tank right away before the fall rush begins.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
The sound you hear is that of a grave being dug on a hillside in a lonely section of England in the 17th century. And that was English thunder of the era. And that, a soft English drizzle. Water, earth, sky, elementals. Surrounding James Alsop, Money Clipper, highwayman, father-in-law, gravedigger. It'll take him about another hour to finish, and about another hour to give it a corpse. For in that time, James Alsop will add murder to his other attributes. And tonight, my report to you on the Alsop family, how it diminished and grew again.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
The year 1673, and the place Ham, a small village about 4 miles from London, situated in the county of Essex. Now, the month is March, at the tail end of a wild winter, a winter of great snows, much poverty, and much returning to the earth of the folk of Ham, young and old. Never was there such a winter within the memory of what villagers were left alive. And now that the snows had melted and the first warmth blew across the heath and into cold stone rooms, there was stirring among the hamlings who had survived. Man and wife smiled on each other where yesterday had been chill. Life must go on. But what of those whom the ravages of the season and starvation had made lonely? What of, say, a widow? What of, say, Widow Ursula, who lost her husband to the wild dogs 2 days after Christmas? What of her? Well, let's see.
You be lonely, widow?
Aye.
It was a cruel thing as happened to your husband.
Cruel?
Then now it is the springtime.
Aye. And March is soft on the moors.
April is a good time for marrying, widow.
When I married last, it was in April. It was April after a soft winter when my husband built this house that we married. It was a good marriage.
April is soon, and you should have another husband. You're a widow of good credit and competent estate, and you'd make a young man a comely bundle.
Teddy?
You're welcome, Widow Ursula. A comely bundle indeed.
How long has it been since your wife passed on, James Alsop?
6 years come next Bloomsbury Day.
I heard she was a shrew.
A witch, a shrew, a gollygog. But a woman of fervor, and she fruited me with 2 sons.
Aye. I have seen the younger one.
He said to me the Widow Ursula had looked upon him.
Aye. A robust lad. Sinewy.
Will you marry my son?
What do you call him?
Christopher.
Christopher. A likely name for April.
And Ursula will make a likely bride.
Aye.
Morning.
Oh, Father, what did the widow say? Will she marry my brother?
She will. To us, William.
Aye. So, my brother Christopher will take a bride.
Your brother is not like us. He needs a woman to take care of him.
He is a dolt.
Perhaps.
And cowardly.
Maybe.
For instance, he needs his father to propose for him.
He has a shy manner.
Cowardly. For instance, down there, where the carriage will roll soon. Would he have the courage to stop it and point a knife and demand money or life and mean it?
No, not Christopher.
There, around the hill's curve, the carriage. Father?
Aye.
So the 2 of them, father and son William, galloped down the hillside, donned masks, and stopped the carriage. And with a well-a-day and cocked pistols, they robbed the driver and a passenger. History records that the passenger, as coincidence would have it, was none other than Dame Maggie Chavez, who, it may be assumed, was even then on the first leg of her mad dash to Lisbon. Gallants that they were, the highwaymen took from the lady only her gold coins. Her jewelry, the famous mementos from the Viscount of Gloucester, was not touched. This might have been, however, because of the hiding places for gems that the dame is famous for. And, with another well-a-day, James Alsop and William rode down to the town of Ham, and to home, and to their workshop. Here, they divested themselves of garments necessary to robbing on the road, placed them in a trunk, took out a pair of shears, and went to work.
This year's mintage is harder than last year's.
Work, meaning clipping off small edges of the gold coins. Decreasing the diameter, in other words, without decreasing the face value. So, when you were finished, you had the original gold coins and gold clippings as a bonus.
Else the shears are dulled.
Else you, Father, are growing older and weaker.
Aye.
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 I said it.
Did you now? What do you say now? Or do you have too much blood in your mouth, son William?
I meant a jest. I asked your pardon.
Get back to work. There's a pile of sovereigns on the table to be clipped and clippings taken to London to be sold.
Aye.
Who be it?
Christopher.
Come in, son. Hello, son.
Hello, Father. Hello, William.
Did the day go well for you, son?
I dreamed how it would be to take a wife.
You like the taste of blood, William?
I dreamed how it would be to take a wife. And it was a fine dream.
Yeah, I spoke to the widow Ursula.
And asked her what I told you, Father?
Aye.
Will she have me?
In April.
I'm grateful to you.
You're a good son, Christopher. You make your father proud.
Did you have a good day on the road, Father?
Now, that's thoughtful you ask. Aye, a good day indeed. A carriage with a rich lady.
And much gold, I see.
One thing, son. When you're with wife, no talk of this and what happens on the road. Not a whisper on it.
Oh, not a whisper?
Yeah. We have to do much clipping, your brother and I. Take a handful of coins, lad. Buy some things for April.
When it came, it was the mildest April in years, and the good townsfolk of Ham wore homespun linen of most feathery weight for the nuptials, the widow Ursula to Christopher Alsop. There was much gaiety. Laughter spilled, as did the cooling spiced mead. And, as sometimes happens at such festivals, a group of the younger set thought they spied a druid and ran off into the woods to give it chase. But the older set, the ones who had already chased their druids, stayed, and they smiled kindly upon the bride Ursula as she took the hand of Christopher and led him into the warm stone cottage.
My husband.
My bride.
You dance well, the saraband, husband.
Do you not have a good word for my jig?
In the saraband you whirled and lifted me high.
You are comely, bride Ursula.
You are young and handsome.
I love thee.
And you will gentle me and be ardent.
Aye.
And I to you. Christopher.
Aye?
Your father is rich.
He is. He has told me I do not need to employ myself at anything for a year, as a wedding gift, if I wish it.
Oh, he must be very rich, then. What does he do for his riches?
I cannot say.
But you are husband.
Then come to me.
Yes.
Which was the talk in April, and in May when the bloom was on the sedge,
Come, dearie. Tell your wife what your daddy dear does for his riches.
and in June when the drone bee danced for its queen,
If you do not tell me, dearie, I shall be unhappy, and you shall be sorry.
and for the rest of the summer, love and curiosity, and a Christopher who wouldn't talk about his father. But in September, when the first leaf dropped,
Now, what does he do, your father?
Come here.
I will not.
Bride.
Wife now. And I ask you, what does your father do for his riches?
What curiosity is yours, Ursula?
And who would not be curious? The way your father is hardly home, nor your brother. The way they ride the roads so often and after lock themselves in that room. What do they there? And why am I not permitted there in their workroom? And why does your brother journey to London so often?
Come here.
When you will answer me, not before.
I'll not answer you. I'll tell you this only. It is September, and you have become a shrew.
You will rue the day you called me that name. You will rue it.
Tether the horses, William.
Aye.
Take a fresh horse. After, we'll clip the coins and you will go down to London.
Aye. What ails you, Father? There's no humor in you anymore. You worry about Christopher?
He's not happy with his wife.
As I said it.
He says she is a shrew.
And what woman is not?
That she's curious.
That's the woman Alice is.
That she needs to know what we do, you and I.
So she would gossip about it. That we are highwaymen and money clippers. She would gossip and the law would hear of it and we would jig from a gallows.
It grieves me. It would be a terrible thing.
Hello, father-in-law, brother-in-law. I had never been here before. In the workshop before. I thought to clean it, to dust a bit. What are these clippers for?
Get out of here. Get out of here before I kill you.
She will gossip, Father.
Aye.
And the law will hear of it.
Aye.
The gallows. And death.
Not for us. To work, William.
And they clipped a pile of sovereigns, and William took the clippings to London town. And the rest of the night, James Alsop sat with his thoughts. In the false dawn, he came to a conclusion. His daughter-in-law had to go. For good.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. All America is in CBS Radio's 21st Precinct. Tuesday nights every week, the Star's Address brings you gripping and suspenseful stories of behind-the-scenes police work in the world's biggest city. Hear 21st Precinct on most of these same stations tomorrow night. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the Alsop family, how it diminished and grew again.
England in the 1670s. It was a mess. First of all, the English didn't like the Dutch, and the Dutch felt the same about the English, and they were constantly sending each other's frigates to the bottom. The King of England was Charles II, famed for being a member of the Stuart family, for marrying with Catherine Berganza, and for peeling the oranges of one Nell Gwyn. It was, as I have indicated, a yeasty time, foment everywhere. Colonists were going off in every which direction, to America, to India, and to the Caribbees. It was the decade, too, of the great Fethergill hoax, and it was the decade of plague and fire. Let's look again at a corner of it. The year, 1673. And the place, the village of Ham, and a woman named Ursula, walking through a meadow at dusk.
How so?
How now, Ryder? Did you have a good ride?
Middling. I think. Only middling.
What are you talking about?
I saw the woman Ursula walking through the meadow, as you said she would be.
And did you kill her as I said you should do?
I am not sure. Therefore...
Therefore what?
I am willing to take but half the amount of money which you promised me.
I promise you a fee, assassin, for the killing of Ursula. I hired your sword for a death. No half payments for work not completed.
It was no fault of mine. I stuck her with my sword, but she moved quickly away. Then I saw some people who were coming, attracted by her cries.
And my son William, who sent you to me from London, said you were the finest of assassins.
Another day and I'll try again.
Go back to London.
My pay.
Aye. That be your pay, a knock about the head. What you deserve. Get you back to London.
What do you think, Father?
That your wife is a fortunate one. That the wounds are not grave.
The villagers who saw the attack said a rider in a cloak and mask chased her about the meadow with a sword. For what reason? For what reason, I cannot conceive.
Ooh, a mystery.
Who would want to do murder on such a fine woman?
Huh? Yesterday you called her a witch.
Aye, even worse. But I did not mean it.
As I said, what has happened? A mystery.
Who would want to kill her?
Oh, your wife is a provoking woman. She walks alone in the meadow at dusk.
If she ever recovers, I will tell her to do so no more. While I'm gone for the surgeon in Yorkshire, you'll take care of my wife, Father.
Aye, that I will. I'll watch over your wife.
Young Christopher rode off to Yorkshire, and what with William in London selling coin clippings, James Alsop was left in his house with Ursula, his daughter-in-law. September night, and a gathering storm, and this...
What?
Ursula, thirsty, as a body is wont to get when it has been stabbed.
Water.
And the man who could slake her thirst moves. But not toward Ursula. Toward the tool shed for a shovel. Then toward the hill. You know why. That's right. To dig a grave. And while he was digging, you remember it started to rain. And James Alsop lifted his mouth to it because the body is wont to get thirsty when it is digging a grave. But Alsop finished his task, took shovel back to tool house, and did what quite a few grave diggers do, even to this day.
Barkeep, another.
Good evening to you.
Good evening, Judy.
Buy a hollyhock. Oh, buy one.
Yours a farthing. You keep your hock. Wear it yourself.
You may pin it on me if you like.
Hocks become you.
I have only 2 more to sell, and I have nothing to do, and no one to sing my song to.
Oh, tonight I'm busy, Judy.
And what could you be busy with in such a storm?
To help my daughter-in-law on a journey.
Journey to where?
To her cousin in Scotland.
Oh, if I had a drink, Mr. Alsop, I would drink to a safe return.
Barkeep. 3 drinks. 1 for me, 1 for the lady, and for yourself, barkeep. Yeah. Well, now we will drink to the safe journey and the safe return of my daughter-in-law, Ursula, who goes to visit her cousin in Scotland and who probably will not return for a year or so. girlie. You had to go and find out I was a thief, did you not? I can't stand to see you suffer, girlie. You'll never suffer again. Now then, up with you. There's a burying to be done.
Pastoral scene in England under Charles II. Cutthroat carrying victim through big storm to grave. A few more details. Darkness torn apart by lightning. Silences shattered by thunder. And the earth, a sea of mud. It was perhaps 300 yards to the hillside, and when James Alsop got there, the grave he had dug was gone, washed away. So, what we've got now is the same pastoral scene in reverse. Cutthroat carrying victim through big storm back to scene of crime.
Sure.
Cutthroat in a quandary?
The plan was to bury you neatly, Ursula. Now what?
Proving that things gang after glee.
Yeah. I told everyone you were going for a visit.
The question.
What shall I do with you?
Seeking the answer. The answer? Not quite. This time the answer, change everybody into warm, dry clothes. And having done this, the stroke of genius. Remove the glass from a window frame into the room, hide it, and set up a cry.
Murder! Murder most foul! Help! Thieves have come and made murder! Help! Help!
A thief?
Aye, Constable.
And killed your poor daughter-in-law.
Yesterday a man tried to do it while she walked the meadow.
I've heard.
And now you succeeded. I heard her cry from Ursula. I came quick to her, but only in time to see her attacker flee.
Flee? How?
Through the window, sir.
Which window?
That one.
That one? With no glass in it?
Of course that one.
And you're sure of it?
Aye.
Come here.
Aye.
If the thief and murderer escaped through this window, how did he get through the cobweb which covers the opening?
Sir?
Stretched across the window frame is a cobweb, as you see. From side to side, so. From top to bottom, so.
Sir?
Then how did this thief of yours get through it?
Sir?
You're under arrest, James Alsop.
Arrest?
For the murder of your daughter-in-law. Charlie, the chains.
James Alsop was committed at Colchester Jail. His sons William and Christopher were not to be located. Justice was swift and sure. James Alsop was sentenced and led to the gallows. And as he mounted them, a thing happened.
Wait! Wait! In the name of the king! Do not hang that man.
A messenger with good news, especially if your name was James Alsop of Ham in the year 1673, and the hangman had just indicated that you stick your neck in a noose.
New evidence from London.
Thank heaven.
A man who calls himself Topham says he can prove that James Alsop is no murderer. He saw a thief leave the place of murder through the door.
That's the way it was. I forgot.
Bring down the accused from the gibbet.
But our story still has a dolorous end. Mr. Topham from London turned out to be none other than the missing William Alsop, son of James. He could have stayed in London, safe and alive, so he must have loved his father dearly to have taken such a chance. But the only way he changed history was this. Father? Son, William. What happened to Christopher? Well, he had heard what happened to his wife, so asked himself why return to Ham. He stayed in Yorkshire, where he met the widow Patricia. She was comely, and the next April they were wed. She made puddings and was an uncurious woman. They lived long and happily, and gave to the world 8 Alsops.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. The Alsop Family, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. In tonight's story, Ben Wright was heard as James. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Ellen Morgan, Betty Harford, Terry Kilburn, Richard Peel, and Raymond Lawrence. Roy Rowan speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Rome, Italy, in the year 62. My report to you will concern a young chap who wanted to murder his mom. It's listed in my files as Your Loving Son, Nero. Thank you. Good night.
Later tonight, CBS Radio invites you to an hour of sprightly romantic comedy as the Lux Summer Theater stars Ann Baxter in The Affairs of Susan. Lovely Ann has the most difficult time making up her mind over her varied assortment of suitors until... But suppose you hear it all for yourself later tonight on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents the Lux Summer Theater. America's 45 million radio families listen most to the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States,
Waterman's Pens and Waterman's Ink present Gangbusters. Out of the foxholes of Europe, from the steaming jungle swamps of the Pacific, our men are now coming home to a new America. A wave of crime has followed every war, and we must not allow lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals that our men have fought to preserve.
tonight, Gangbusters presents the authentic inside facts concerning a killer who felt he was even too tough for the Army.
And so Louis J. Valentine, who has just resigned as commissioner of the largest police department in the world, takes over to interview by proxy Chief A.S. Harper, Chief of Police of Amarillo, Texas. Commissioner Valentine.
Chief Harper, I believe that one of the surest ways to combat crime is to expose it. Now we would like to have you rip this case wide open tonight.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, I'd like to start back in October 1942 at 10:30 in the evening.
A small-time gangster, Doc Rickett, was sitting with his girlfriend in a fashionable Cincinnati nightclub.
You're a snappy-looking number tonight, Cora.
You like this dress, huh?
Yeah, it fits you like a glove. You're the... Hey, what are you staring at?
Huh?
What are you staring at?
The big red-headed man over there. Any objections?
Plenty. You're my girlfriend.
The redhead doesn't think so. He's smiling.
Why, that's... Hey. Don't pay any attention to him, Cora.
Why not?
That's Red Beaver.
Red Beaver?
He's dynamite. The FBI and Secret Service have sent out coast-to-coast alarms. Beaver's a deserter from the Army. He's the quickest trigger man I know of. He only pulls the biggest jobs there are.
Thanks, Rickett. I thought he was interesting. Now I'm sure.
Now you've done it. He's coming over. You cross him and you get a bullet through your head.
And you thought you were a big shot. I bet there are a million girls who wish they were in my place right now. He's sharp.
Hello, pretty legs. How about a little dance? Lay off, Beaver. She's my girl.
So you know who I am, I reckon?
Sure. I spotted your red hair. I'm no Sunday school teacher myself. I blow around. How'd you know my name?
When I spotted good-looking here, I asked a few questions about who she was with. What's your take, sugar?
Cora. Cora Weston.
You've got what it takes, Cora. Move over. I'll sit down.
I told you, Beaver. Cora's my girl.
Sure, I had you. You know, Rickett, I think I could use you. Maybe put you up in a big dough.
Yeah?
Yeah, I could use a smart guy right now in my business.
What kind of business, Beaver?
The entertainment business.
Yeah?
Sure, I like to entertain. Let's see, we'll start with a little Halloween party.
A Halloween party? Where?
In the Avondale branch of the Second National Bank.
Oh, I get it. Uh-huh.
Halloween. You know, sweep the bank clean with the witch's broom. Suppose you take a walk for a couple of minutes, Rickett. I want a little board of directors meeting here with Cora.
Well,
Scram.
Okay, I'll get a drink at the bar, and then I'll be back.
Smooth, honey. You're plenty smooth.
You're kind of sugar-coated yourself, Beaver.
Believe in holidays, Cora?
I guess so. Why?
Today's Columbus Day. Remember, Columbus discovered America and moved in.
So?
So I'm taking a tip from him. I just discovered you, so I'm going to do like him. Move in. Ain't bad, Cora. Sitting in your apartment, you playing to me.
Want me to fix you a cocktail, Beaver?
After 2 weeks, you have to ask me.
I'll answer.
Oh, no, I'll do the answering. Hello?
Oh, is that you, Beaver?
Sure, it's me.
Well, I haven't got anything to do. Suppose I drop up, huh?
No. Cora's my girlfriend now, Rickett. Oh, get your surprise package?
Yeah. But a clown suit and a cowboy suit. What's the gag?
Tomorrow's Halloween. You dress up fancy on Halloween, don't you? You ought to wear the clown suit, see? Good gag, huh?
Oh.
Besides, the clientele at the bank will have a tough time describing a clown and a cowboy.
I get it.
Work with me a while, Rickett, and you'll learn things.
Attention, all police. Avondale branch of the Second National Bank just robbed of $7,000 by two men in Halloween costumes. One dressed as a cowboy, one as a clown. Approach with caution. These men are heavily armed. That's all.
Well, Agent Hurley, we put that warning on every teletype through the state.
We at the FBI appreciate your cooperation, Captain Morse.
The bandit's stunt of dressing in Halloween costumes was a touch of genius. Nobody can seem to identify them. But I've always noticed that when a man gets money easily, he spends it easily. So, as just one possible trap, I sent out an alert to nightclubs, bars, racetracks, and pool rooms to watch for men who seem to be spending money too freely.
Good. Perfect. I never guessed they're spending a little too much money is what we're waiting for.
Like this nightclub, Cora?
We've sure been covering them all, haven't we, Red?
That's me, Cora. Everything in a big way.
Yeah, but Red, you've been cracking so many banks. Every day, headlines in the papers.
Ricketts so scared he doesn't even dare leave our hideout.
He's pretty jealous, you know, Red. You taking me away from him.
You leave Rickett to me. Baby, I've got the biggest job yet lined up. 100,000.
Yeah? When?
Christmas. At Christmas time, everybody gets presents. I figure maybe the Charleston Trust will want to give us a present.
Why do you always pick a holiday, Red?
Holidays are made for guys like me. On holidays, the suckers stuff up with turkey and guzzle booze, right? They get slow and careless.
Gee, I never thought of that.
Booze makes them slip up. They're not themselves. Waiter.
Oh, yes, sir.
Waiter, bring another bottle of that champagne over here.
Coming up, sir.
You're spending your money awful fast tonight, Red.
That's the way I make it, isn't it? Banks have lots of money, you know.
Yeah, but you've been drinking a lot. You said tonight. When a man was drinking, he wasn't himself.
That's for other guys, not me. You couldn't tell by the way I talk I've had a drink.
Here you are, sir. Important champagne.
You know, someday I'm going to take a bath in that stuff.
I wouldn't do that, sir. The bubbles tickle.
Quick on the trigger, ain't he? Pour it.
Certainly, sir. Anything else, sir?
No. Here. Buy yourself a house for Christmas. Yeah, take it.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You blown your top, Beaver. Giving that guy a century for a tip?
Shut up and drink your champagne. Dames will crab all the time, get on my nerves.
You couldn't just slip the way to the 100. Oh, no, not you. You had to make a production of it.
I said shut up.
First thing you know, you...
Now, will you button that loose lip of yours or I'll slap you again?
Now you've done it, you fool. That army sergeant saw you slap me.
Oh, yeah? I eat army sergeants on toast. Oh, he's going to use that for an excuse to come over and meet you, huh? Going to chisel in like I did to get you away from Rickett.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
What's it to you?
Can I do anything for you, miss?
No. No. Everything's all right.
Hey. What was you figuring on doing, chum, if it hadn't been all right?
Ah, take it easy, buddy. You've been celebrating a little too much.
I suppose because you're in the Army, you figure maybe I'm easy pickings, huh?
Now, look, I don't want any trouble as long as the young lady says she's all right. Okay, I'm leaving.
Oh, so you were going to pull us Prince Charming stuff, huh?
Put that gun away.
This time, Sergeant, you ran into a tough customer.
Oh, if you're so tough, why don't you join the Army? We need some good fighters.
Oh, the Army, huh? I don't see you being so brave. And besides, I don't like the looks of an Army uniform.
Red, follow me. We've got to get out of here.
How long are we going to stay holed up here in Cora's flat, Beaver?
As long as I say so, Rickett. Stop playing that piano, Cora.
Sit down, Beaver. You're driving us nuts with that water.
Shut up. If it wasn't for your nagging, this wouldn't have happened.
Can you beat that? Red gets a snootful, blows his top, shoots an army sergeant, then tries to pin the rap on me.
You hadn't ought to be so quick with that rod, Beaver.
You gonna start telling me how to operate?
Oh, no, it ain't
Killing
that.
comes pretty easy to me, Rickett. I'd remember that if I were you. The same goes for you, Cora.
And what's that?
It ain't a woodpecker. See what it is, Cora.
Open up in there.
Cops. Stall them. Give us a chance to get out the back window onto the fire escape. If it's the cops, I'll blast them from there.
Open up or we'll break in the door.
Take your time, boys. Take your time. Okay. What you selling?
I'm Captain Morse of the Cincinnati Detectives. Mr. Hurley's a federal agent.
So what?
We're looking for a man who was seen coming into this building.
Why pick on me? Every man who comes in this building don't come up here. Unfortunately.
Cut the comedy. We know he's here. Step aside.
Hold it, copper. I'm old-fashioned. I don't let strange men into my apartment unless they've got search warrants.
Really?
Yeah. And that goes double for coppers.
Well, by an odd coincidence, I happen to have a search warrant. Right here.
Well, if you must come in...
What was that? Come on.
Come back from that fire escape into the room again. With your arms up. We guessed if we came in the door, you gentlemen might go out the window, so I had a few of my men out there.
Smart guy, huh?
I know one of them, Captain Morse, Rickett. Ricketts an old-time gangster. The redhead's a new one.
I'm just an innocent bystander.
The redhead is the one who shot the army sergeant.
You got nothing on me, copper.
No? We had all of the nightclubs tipped off to report men who were spending money too freely. The waiter who waited on your table called us up. We examined the $100 bill you gave him as a tip.
I want to see my lawyer.
I don't blame you, Red. Suppose we go down to headquarters for a talk.
And, if I say no?
Well, if you should say no, I'll tell you. You'd come along a good deal like this.
Let go of me, copper. Let go. Come on. Let go of me, will you?
So Red Beaver started moving fast, Chief Hopper.
Yes, Commissioner. Red Beaver didn't know what had struck him till he was safe behind bars. But the crime history of Red Beaver had not yet reached its peak.
Tonight marks the first broadcast in this L.E. Waterman Company presentation of Gangbusters. And we're proud to have been able to select as chief investigator and commentator for these programs a man who has been a police officer for almost half a century and who last midnight resigned after 11 years as police commissioner of the New York City Police Department. Louis J. Valentine, as head of the largest police force in the world, has made contacts with and influenced police procedure on a nationwide scale. Federal, state, and local police departments throughout the country know and respect Commissioner Valentine as being in the forefront of our constant war against crime. Gangbusters and the L.E. Waterman Company are proud that Commissioner Louis J. Valentine will act as chief investigator on these factual cases. Well, Commissioner Valentine, how does it feel to be facing a microphone?
Frankly, Mr. Gardner, it's harder to face than a gangster with a gun. But the L.E. Waterman Company has provided me with an opportunity to do something I've wanted to do for a long time. To me, Gangbusters, which names names and states facts, is the ideal way to prove the folly of crime to those who might otherwise be led astray. And it's going to be my purpose to see that every program is pointed to bring about a better, safer, happy America for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now, in recognition of your never-ending fight against crime, the L.E. Waterman Company makes the year's first network presentation of its Waterman's Deluxe Pen and Pencil gift set to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. It certainly is beautiful. But I already have a Waterman set, one that was presented to me when I became a captain of police in this department 19 years ago. And I'd rather miss one of Mrs. Valentine's home meals than lose that set.
Well, Commissioner, I don't blame you. But we do want you to have this newest model Waterman's.
Thanks, Mr. Gardner. I accept it gratefully. And I'll use them both.
And now, Commissioner Valentine, back to the case of Red Beaver.
Chief Hopper, Red Beaver was in the Cincinnati prison.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. And it was 16 minutes before 9 on the evening of February 12th. Red Beaver lay sprawled in his bunk, watching water pouring from his wash basin to the cell floor. Finally, he walked over to the bars separating him from Doc Ricketts' cell.
Hi, Rickett. Where's all the water coming from, Beaver? I told you we'd break out of this joint. But if it's all the same to you, I'd rather walk out than swim out. Know what day today is, Rickett? Sure. February 12th, so what? February 12th. Lincoln's birthday. What do you want we should do? Eat birthday cake? You never heard what Lincoln did? He got himself shot. Is that what you're aiming for us to get? Yeah, but before he did, he freed the slaves. So? Today's Lincoln's birthday, so we'll do like him. We'll free the slaves. Us included. Just like that, huh? How? Plug up your base and let the water run on the floor. Why? Yours is running plenty. You're going to start raising fish in there? Like I say. Okay. Good. Now we'll wait a minute, and we call a guard. Then what? We yell for a dry cell. While we're switching, we hit him over the head and make a break. How's the water coming? You could launch a ship in here now. Okay. Rattle a cup. God! Help! Hey, we're being flooded! Get us out of here! Get us out of this place! We're being flooded!
Attention, Cincinnati police. Escaping prisoners Red Beaver and Doc Rickett have just held up the Second National Bank and are escaping. Green, 1940 Chrysler sedan. License number 293-348. That is all.
To Kansas City Police. Believe killer Red Beaver and pal Rickett are driving toward Kansas City. These men are heavily armed. Suggest roadblock.
I can't stand this strain much longer, Beaver. I'm cranking. Don't worry. We'll be all right here in Kansas City. The whole country's looking for us. I always do things in a big way, Rickett. But I tell you, Kansas City's safe. I got it all figured out. Roadblock up ahead. Where those rotten coppers? Coppers all over the place. I'll run over them. I'll kill them. Hold on. Come on.
I'm all in. All this has been going on for days. This cop shooting at us.
Kansas City, FBI, Washington. Doc Rickett, companion of Red Beaver, was found hiding in cellar in Kansas City. Rickett is now under arrest. Red Beaver escaped and is believed hiding in one of the southern states.
Hello?
Hello, Edward?
Oh. Oh, yeah, sure. This is Edwards. That you, Helen?
Sure.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me sit down, huh?
You tired?
I'm just not used to this Texas weather yet.
How do you like it here in Amarillo?
Well, that depends upon how well you like me, baby.
But I haven't seen you very often.
I'll see you tonight.
All right.
Yeah, we'll go to a club. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Hold it. Can you beat that? Huh?
What's the matter?
Two women out in the street. They bump cars.
Are they mad?
Uh-oh. Look, the little one's shoving the big one around. No, the big one, she won't take it. Wow.
What happened?
The little one gives the big one a slap. Uh-oh, the cop's seen him. Hey, this is a grandstand seat. Hey, they're looking up here at the window. They can see me laughing at them.
Say, you're as good as a radio fight announcer.
The cop's walking across the sidewalk toward my window here. Hey, this is a laugh.
Why?
If you only knew, sister.
Hey, mister, you saw these two women bump cars, didn't you?
Sure, I seen them, officer. I was looking right out the window here.
Which one was at fault?
No, you don't. You don't get me between two dames, especially those dames. If one of them was cute, it might be different.
Hello?
Wait a minute, baby. I'm talking to the cop here.
Well, I guess I have to take him up to the station house. Will you come up with me and tell what you saw?
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going... Okay. Okay, sure, I'll go with you.
I'd be much obliged if you would.
Sure I will. Hello, sugar. I'll call you back later.
All right, Edward.
I gotta go see Justice done. Well, copper, lead the way. I'll put on my hat and be right with you.
This is the gentleman I was telling you about, Captain Kirkman. He was sitting in the window and saw the two women bump fenders.
Oh.
I appreciate your coming up to the station house.
That's all right.
What's your name?
Jack Edwards.
Oh, I'm Captain Kirkman, and this is Captain King. I'm glad to meet you. Oh, sit down, Mr. Edwards.
Thanks. You got a pretty good police station here at Amarillo, haven't you?
Oh, it serves its purpose. You a stranger in Amarillo?
I've been here a couple of months. You want me to tell you about those two women bumping cars, huh?
Yes, but you don't happen to know a man by the name of Red Beaver, do you?
Who?
Red Beaver. He's an escaped convict and a killer.
No, I never heard of him. What do you ask me?
I was just wondering, Red, that's all.
Call me Red. My name ain't Red. It's Jack Edwards.
Oh, I see. Here. There's a wanted circular for Red Beaver for desertion from the Army and killing an Army sergeant.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
The detectives standing back of you all have their guns out, Red.
No, I didn't kill nobody. It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. What a sucker I am.
Yes, you are. All police officers have been on the lookout for you.
Think of me ending up here. With them two dames to bump their cars, I could bump them off.
Didn't figure it might be a little plant to get you up here without any shooting.
And I thought I was smart. Me, Red Beaver, being took in by this one-horse joint. I didn't kill that guy, though.
We'll leave that to the United States Army, Beaver. They're asking for you.
No, look, I'll do anything. I'll tell you anything you want to know, but don't let the Army get a hold of me. Don't let the Army get a hold of me, please.
Details. Up. Harry Red Beaver, as convicted by a court-martial at Fort Sill, you will, on this morning of September 26, 1944, be hanged by the neck until dead. Harry Beaver, have you anything to say?
No, I guess I ain't got nothing.
May God rest your soul.
And Commissioner Valentine, at 6:37 a.m., 20 minutes later, Harry Red Beaver was dead, executed by the United States Army.
Chief Hopper, this has been a terrific case tonight. One I doubt that we will ever forget. I wish that every person in this country might have heard it.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. To Red Beaver, the men in the uniform of their country were suckers. He knew better. He knew how to get easy money. But it didn't turn out that way. And it never does.
And now, before we present our urgent last-minute bulletins on persons wanted by the authorities at this very moment, the case of Red Beaver is over, but the case of the missing words remains a mystery to millions of Americans. Their only clue is the peculiar behavior of a fountain pen, a pen that sometimes writes on and on without ever...
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Empty Saddle. October has a special meaning for cowpunchers in the Bar 20, or anywhere else for that matter. The crisp nights, the bright blue sky, the red leaves on the maples and the creek bottoms are all background for the busiest time of the year, the fall roundup. So Hoppy is all business as he stands with California at the rail of the Bar 20 corral.
Hey, Jim, what you doing down there? I'm trying to get this horse in the corral over here. The darn thing won't move.
California.
Yeah, Hoppy?
What about Ace?
Who?
Ace Beaumont.
I want him to set up a corral for the wiener calves on the flat. Where is he?
He ain't showed up, Hoppy.
What do you mean? He was to be back last night.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to the boys at the bunkhouse this morning. He rode over to Three Forks Friday, you know, and...
I know. He went over to Three Forks to see his girl.
And easy, Hoppy. Now, don't get sore.
I got a right to get sore when one of my best hands doesn't show up for the roundup.
He's in love, Hoppy. You got to make allowances for Ace.
Well, maybe so. I sure didn't like him. He's never let me down before. He knows how bad I need him now with a couple of thousand head of cattle to round up and brand.
Sure, Hoppy, but Ace is young, and the minute he set eyes on Ellie Summers over to Three Forks, he couldn't hear a heifer bellowing right under his nose for the wedding bells in his ears.
Wait.
Huh?
Turn around. Take a look.
Gosh almighty, it's Ace's buckskin.
Yeah. What's the matter, boy? Where you been?
His hide's all tore up. Tail full of burrs.
Cinch came loose. Saddle dropped down under his belly and scared him.
Reckon he throwed Ace somewhere?
There isn't a horse alive that could throw Ace Beaumont.
But what could have happened? Ace knows better than leave his cayuse untied. He ain't...
I don't know, but I've never seen a time when a man's horse came back without the man that something wasn't wrong. Give me a hand with this saddle.
Sure. Beats me. Hey, look at them grease spots in the saddle skirt there.
That's not grease, California.
Huh? Hoppy, you mean...
It's blood.
Yeah?
This horse is all cut up from buckbrush. Probably came across the mountain from Three Forks.
What we going to do?
Tell the boys we're going to Three Forks and we're not coming back till we find Ace Beaumont.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Empty Saddle. Ace Beaumont's buckskin horse has returned to the bar 20, its blood-stained saddle dangling on a loose cinch, clearly telling Hoppy that something has gone wrong with one of his top hands. It's almost dark when he and California tie up in front of the Summers General Merchandise Store in Three Forks to find Ace's sweetheart, Ellie Summers, waiting on a customer inside.
She's got old Pike Peters in there.
Yeah, giving him a grub stake, I reckon. Poor old Pike's the unluckiest prospect for alive. 40 years of tramping the mountains and not a strike. Well,
wait a minute. Remember what I told you. Not a word to Ellie about Ace not showing up. I don't want to get her worried.
Right, Hoppy.
Mr. Cassidy.
Hello, Ellie. Pike?
Howdy, Hoppy. What you doing here in Three Forks?
Just dropped by for a visit.
See by your partner here, he's still caring for the aged and infirm over at the bar 20.
Why, you old pack rat. Why, you was in the pension list 4 hours born.
Don't mind us, Ellie. Go right ahead with Pike here. We'll wait till you're through.
All right. Now, let's see, Mr. Peters. That was 20 pounds of red beans, a pound of salt, a package of soda, a side of bacon, and 50 pounds of flour. Comes to $4.20.
Reckon you can put her on my account, Miss Ellie?
When are you going to make that strike, Mr. Peters?
I'm nearer than you think, Miss Ellie.
And what happens when you find it?
Well, we all get rich, just like I agreed. All you nice folks who've been grub-staking me for all these years. Now, about these supplies here...
Go ahead. Take them along. I'll put them on your account.
Thanks, Miss Ellie. Well, better be running along. Bye, folks.
Bye.
Oh, if Father were alive, he'd have a fit.
Never make money that way, Ellie.
Oh, I guess I'm just soft-hearted. Now, what can I do for you?
We need a little hardware over at the ranch. A few nails, a couple of 100 feet of rope.
A roundup coming off in a couple of days.
Ace told me. Did he tell you about...
I haven't had much time to talk to him.
We're going to be married next month, after the roundup.
Well, congratulations.
Funny he didn't tell you. He said you were number one on his list. When did he get in?
Last night sometime, I guess. I was out with the riders. Didn't get a chance to see him.
Last night?
Yeah.
That must have been quite an errand he had to do.
Oh?
He left here before noon yesterday. You act as if something were wrong, Mr. Cassidy. Is there...
Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Well, we'll see you tonight, Ellie, before we head back. You'll be home, won't you?
Of course.
Good. Come on, California.
Bye, Miss Ellie.
So he left here before noon yesterday. Had an errand to run.
Errand? What do you figure he was up to?
I don't know, but it's time we took this up with the sheriff.
Now, take it easy, Ma. There's no use getting all riled up just because...
You ain't heard me out, Sheriff. Maybe time I get through, you'll see I got reason to be riled. Oh.
Well, hop along, Cassidy.
Hello, Sheriff. You know California Carlson here.
Sure. Howdy, California.
Hiya, Sheriff.
This here's Ma Strickland. Runs the double dot east of here.
Howdy.
How do you do?
Ma figures a foreman busted his tie rope and took off without saying where.
It ain't no joking matter, Sheriff Lane.
Who is it?
Turkey Ed Higgins, best darn ranch hand in the county.
What happened to Turkey Ed?
Well, if I knew, I'd run right out and put a load of quail shot in the seat of his pants.
How long's he been gone, Ma?
Most a week now. I'm telling you something's powerful wrong here, and I'm asking you to get off from that chair and do something.
And I'm telling you, I ain't got time to go running after every cowhand in the county when he gets an idea he wants to go to the city for a spell. Now, you trot back to the double dot and calm down. He'll show up in a day or two.
Wait a minute, Sheriff.
Huh?
She's right. There is something wrong. I'm missing my best hand.
Who's that?
Ace Beaumont. He didn't show up at the bar 20 this morning.
Okay. What about that, Sheriff?
Well, wouldn't be the first time two cowpokes took a notion to go on a spree.
Only Turkey Ed don't know this Ace Beaumont from Adams or Fox.
Anyone see Ace around town, Sheriff?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, this is Tom Oliphant, my deputy.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Don't get riled up about Ace. He's all right.
How do you know?
I had a talk with him down at the Aurora Cafe Saturday night. Played a little poker. I know he's okay.
What are you holding back, Oliphant? Spill it.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. Just a little private matter, a business secret.
Maybe you better talk, or maybe you'll get fired.
Yeah? Go right ahead, Sheriff. It's a funny thing. I ain't too worried about my job right now. Well, so long, folks.
Why, that young whippersnapper, huh?
Take it easy, Sheriff. California.
Yeah, Hoppy?
Keep an eye on Oliphant. I want to know everywhere he goes tonight. And don't let him know he's being followed, you understand?
Yeah.
Now, what about Parmalee over at the Aurora Cafe? What's his line?
Oh, gambling, booze, you know.
Two men disappear. There's no connection between them. They don't even know each other. Both of them might have won heavily at the Aurora. Maybe this Parmalee couldn't afford to lose that much.
Well, knowing Parmalee, I'd say that ain't a bad guess for a starter.
Well, I still ain't convinced, but I'll go along with you. Let's have a talk with Parmalee.
All right, Sheriff, all right. Turkey Ed Higgins played cards here a week ago. Ace Beaumont Saturday night. Both of them took me for a ride. Is there any law against that?
Might be. If both Ace and Turkey Ed disappear real sudden.
Disappear?
That's right, Parmalee.
So, you think I shot him down on a trail somewhere to get my money back, huh?
Didn't say that at all.
Well, that's what you're implying. So I shot him down in cold blood. And while I was at it, I did the same thing for one of my own dealers.
What do you mean?
Bill Hendershot. He's been missing for 5 days now.
3 total strangers. Ed, Ace, and this Hendershot. Nothing to do with each other. Maybe Turkey Ed had an enemy or two. Don't know a ranch boss who hasn't. And there might be someone who's gunning for Ace.
I know half a dozen like to have Hendershot hide.
Sure. But who'd have a grudge against all 3?
Hoppy.
Oh, excuse me, folks. Did you trail Oliphant?
Yeah, he just saddled up. I followed him out of town to Shadow Canyon Trail. Now, what do you reckon he's starting up into the mountains this time of night?
That's what we're going to find out, California. Let's get going.
Ain't much use in going further, Hoppy, with them clouds over the moon.
Yeah, I can't see a thing. We might catch up with him, but he's too fast for us. Hold it.
Something's up?
Yeah, not too far off. Let's go up a little farther.
I ain't exactly comfortable riding this trail like a sitting duck. If that moon comes out again,
You're right. We'll have to wait for daybreak. Uh-oh. Pack mule up ahead. Must be Pike Peters. Pike! Pike!
Who is it?
It's me. Hop along, Cassidy.
Mr. Cassidy. Say, I was getting mighty nervous. Heard some shooting up the canyon.
Yeah, and if you're smart, you'll stay where you are, Pike.
You heard the shooting?
Yeah, I think it's got something to do with the disappearance of 3 men.
3 men? What you talking about?
We'll know more about it tomorrow. If I get my way, Sheriff Lane will have a posse up in these hills by sunup. Come on, California, let's go back.
Cassidy, where in tarnation did you go?
Rode a ways up Shadow Canyon.
How far?
Far enough to convince me our 3 boys aren't off on a spree.
I guess we're all convinced, Hoppy. We'll have a posse together by 6 tomorrow morning. And it ain't 3 boys by the way.
Huh?
It's 4. Like I say, I'm convinced now. Oliphant's horse just showed up at the corral. Without Oliphant.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Empty Saddle. 4 men have mysteriously disappeared from the little town of Three Forks within a week. And with the last one, Tom Oliphant, the sheriff's own deputy, Sheriff Lane is convinced it's a job for a posse. Meanwhile, Ellie Summers sits alone in her house at the edge of town, waiting for Hoppy to drop by for the hardware he ordered a few hours ago at the store. It's late at night when...
Mr. Cassidy. Well, it's about time you got here, Mr. Cassidy. I've been... Oh.
Howdy, Miss Ellie.
Pike, what are you doing here?
Well, I run on to Mr. Cassidy in Shadow Canyon and figured there's something you and me ought to talk over. Mind if I come in?
Oh, no, of course not. I've been waiting for Mr. Cassidy to drop by.
Been playing cards, I see.
Solitaire.
Solitaire's no game for a nice young gal like you to be playing, Miss Ellie.
What is it, Pike?
Mr. Cassidy says there's a posse forming tomorrow going to strike up into the hills.
A posse?
Yeah.
Is something wrong?
Well, yes and no. There seems to have been some mysterious disappearances.
What do you mean, Pike?
Turkey Ed Higgins and Bill Hendershot and Tom Oliphant. They all disappeared. And one other, Ace Beaumont.
Ace?
Yeah. Posse's going hunting for him at sunup.
Disappeared?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
If you give it a good think, you will.
Higgins, Hendershot, Oliphant, and Ace.
It's strange, ain't it?
The 4 men who grub-staked you. They each have a share in any gold you find.
I knowed you'd figure it out, Miss Ellie.
Get out of here, Pike. Did you hear what I...
Oh, easy now, Miss Ellie. Yeah. With this here gun in my hand, I might take a notion to make you disappear, too. Sit down now and be comfortable. Sit down.
What are you going to do, Pike?
Take a look at this, Miss Ellie. That's just a sample there. She'll run 500 to the ton, according to the assay office. 100,000 in the strike I made. Maybe 2. Maybe a million.
What did you do to those men?
40 years now I've been hunting. 40 years of bacon and beans and soda biscuit. 40 years of dry camps, tramping those mountains, miles, dry miles, with my tongue like leather and my mouth swole up so I couldn't swallow. Well, I found her. After 40 years of looking, and I don't aim to share alike with...
What did you do with them?
Well, I sent each of them a note. One by one, told them I'd made the strike and keep it a secret. Told them to ride up Shadow Canyon and meet me. I was waiting for him, all right, with my old single-shot Sharps rifle.
You mean Ace?
Ace? Yeah, that's where I made my mistake. Then Jaybird flew down and spiled my aim. Knocked him off on his horse, but the varmint crawled up on a ridge and holed up.
He's up there now, wounded.
Yeah, that's why I dropped in tonight, huh? You're going to help me get him down. Figured with me down below holding a gun in your back, Ace Beaumont will be real reasonable.
And if I won't go with you?
You're coming all right. And now...
You're not being very smart, Pike. Mr. Cassidy will see an unfinished solitaire game on the table.
All right. Put the cards away. Now, hurry up about it. I don't want to keep Ace away.
What do you make of it, Cassidy?
I don't know. Ellie's door open, the lamp still burning.
You say she told you she'd be here?
Yeah. Wait a minute. What's this? Looks like Ellie was playing cards. She left the ace of spades face up on the desk with this rock on top of it.
Let's see it.
Gold?
High-grade ore.
Why, looks like the sample Turkey Ed showed me just before he disappeared.
He showed you a sample like this one?
Yeah, he got 'em every once in a while. He was grubstaking old Pike Peters.
Funny. So was Bill Hendershot.
That's it. I'll bet Ace Beaumont was in on it, too.
What do you reckon?
It's the one thing that links those three men. They all had a stake in Pike Peters. That's what happened to Ellie. That's why she left the ore sample on top of the ace. Ace Beaumont. Peters got it up in the hill somewhere.
Where, but where? An army couldn't find crazy old Pike Peters in them mountains if he wanted to hide.
Well, he must have had his samples tested. Go get the sheriff. Tell him California and I'll meet him at the assay office.
I just gotta stop, Mr. Peters.
Yeah, we ain't stopping.
But I'm tired. I feel faint.
Here, get up. You hear me? Get up.
Let me go.
You're trying to stall, are you? Yeah, I'm too smart for that, lady. Here, where'd you get that knife?
I'll kill you.
Get away from that pack mule. Here.
Let go of me.
Drop that knife. That ain't a nice thing for a lady to be carrying. Somebody might get hurt. There. That's a good place for your knife. Now get back up in front there before I lose my patience and kill you.
All right, Mr. Peters. I'll go.
It's no use, Sheriff. I just grilled Crawford at the assay office. He doesn't know where the mine is.
Well, we're licked before we start. Ain't got the chance of a snowball in Hades of finding Pike Peters in them hills.
California and I'll start out now. You can follow with the posse at sunup. And, Sheriff.
Yeah?
I'll drop by your office for a high-powered rifle. Looks like I might need it.
Why are we stopping?
It's getting light now. I thought you might want to see the sun come up, Miss Ellie. And in a minute or two, you'll be able to look down the valley there at them granite cliffs next to the trail.
What about them?
I'm going to give them a new name. I got my own special name for every spot in these hills here now. And can't decide, though, whether to call them Higgins Cliffs or maybe Hendershot's Cliffs. Toss-up, you know. Both of them's buried at the bottom. Oliphant, too, but I'm saving his name for later.
How much longer is this to go on?
You getting tired?
Yes.
Want to see Ace?
Oh, please, Pike, for heaven's sake.
Okay. Here. Stay right where you are there now. Now, don't move. I've got my 44 right on your back. Ace? Ace, Beaumont!
Where is he?
Right below us. The cave in the rocks. He Here's me, all right. Ace Beaumont. Ace, I've got your gal here. Gonna blow her to kingdom coming if you don't come out of there.
He isn't there.
No, he can't move with that leg. He was there when I left him. You call. Go ahead.
Ace. Ace, it's me.
I'm coming out, Ellie.
No, stay where you are, Ace. I wanted to warn you, dear. I wanted to...
Shut up now. Here. Come out of there, Ace. I can't move. Throw your gun out. You hear me? Throw it out, all right? There it goes. All right, Ellie. Go on down there.
Ace. Ace, where are you?
Wait, hey, not too fast now. Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
Ace, darling.
Ellie, you shouldn't have come. I didn't give her no choice. Shut up, Peters. Oh, sure. Sure, I'll shut up. You got a right to your last minutes together. You're crazy, Pike. You don't know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing, huh?
Listen, Pike. Listen, you'll never get away with it. They'll comb these mountains till they find you.
That's so? Well, I ain't worrying none. First place, they couldn't find me if they was hunting. Second place, they ain't hunting, because all of us who knowed about our little grub stake agreement is either over there at the foot of the cliff or right here.
Pike, listen to me. I've always tried to be fair with you. More than that sometimes. Just do one thing, Pike. Give us a little time, please. A few minutes. Maybe an hour.
Now, Miss Ellie, that'd be pretty stupid, wouldn't it? Sun's almost up now. Posse's starting out from Three Forks. Don't think you'd stall me that long, did you? Wait a minute, Pike. Don't do it. Ellie.
What happened?
A shot. It's a rifle shot from that clearing across the canyon.
Huh? Pike.
He's dead.
Oh, Ace. Oh, Ace, darling.
Ellie.
Ace, it worked. It worked.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Empty Saddle. It's less than a minute since the rifle shot from across the gully dropped Pike Peters at Ace and Ellie's feet. Then they see who was behind the rifle.
It's Hoppy. Hoppy! Hey!
Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
Did I get him? You sure did. He's down for keeps. Ace! Ace! Boy, how are you? Okay, California. Got a bad leg, though. I can't move.
Let me take a look. Yeah. Might be broken just above the knee. Looks like you're going to miss the roundup.
Yeah, and you're mighty lucky you didn't miss more. If it wasn't for Miss Ellie here.
Ellie?
What do you mean?
What, didn't she tell you?
Mr. Cassidy.
You're going to have to go some to outsmart your wife, Ace. She thinks pretty fast in the clinches.
What is this, Ellie?
I'd never have found you if Ellie hadn't used her head down below just before Pike left the trail.
We tracked that old varmint up the mountainside like a monkey climbing a rope.
Tell me, what did you do, Ellie?
Oh, it wasn't much, Ace. I just jabbed a knife in that 50-pound sack of flour on the back of Pike's pack mule.
Goodbye from Hoppy in California until next time they ride out from the Bar 20 for more adventure and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Empty Saddle was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers. Brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the ready-to-serve breakfast cereals shot from guns.
Quaker Puffed Wheat and Rice, shot from guns. Nice and snappy Quaker Puffed Wheat and Rice makes your family breakfast happy.
Transcribed from out of the West and into your home, riding the range of mystery and adventure, blazing the trail of Western story and song. Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, that teller of tall tales, Gabby Hayes, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the King of the Cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. Buckaroos, I'm sure glad you're with us today, because we've run up against a little problem, and I think you can help solve it. My old partner, Gabby's going to tell you what happened last week so you'll understand all the details. Aren't you, Gabby?
You bet I am, Roy. Buckaroos, we call our story The Mysterious Loot in Bad Luck Cave. First of all, you better get acquainted with Bob Smith, a feller who's as ornery as a bear being backed into a red-hot campfire. There ain't nobody likes Bob. Some way he got a contract to carry the prospector's gold down to from the claims and to the bank in Mineral City. Maybe he got it because the prospectors figured he's so ornery, no outlaw dare try to rob him. Well, last week things begin to happen.
Come here, Jack. Sit down.
Yes, sir, Uncle Bob.
You've learned plenty from me since you've been here.
More than your pa and ma taught you all the time you lived with them.
Uncle Bob, you hadn't ought to talk about...
Shut up, I ain't through.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to give you a chance to pay me back. You see this? Gold, nuggets, and dust. There's more in the saddlebags on that horse at the hitching rail outside. $12,000 worth that I brought down from the mines. I got it this far safe. It's up to you to carry it the rest of the way to the bank.
Me?
Yes, you. Outlaws are working around here. They're on my trail. They'd like to get me while I'm carrying this much, but they wouldn't bother you. They'd never believe a kid would be carrying gold.
Uncle Bob, you could get the law to protect...
You know what I think about the law.
Yes, sir.
The law's no good. The men of the law are cowards, tricksters. I've told you that. I don't have nothing to do with the law. Neither do you. Look what happened to your pa. Law-abiding hombres did that. Now, are you man enough to carry this gold, or ain't you?
Well, sure. You needn't think I'm a coward.
All right. Get on that horse at the hitching rail. Here, take this bag along, too. Belongs with the rest.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Don't loiter on the way. If you lose that gold, I lose my contract. You won't eat and you won't have a home. The same as you didn't have when the law got your folks.
I'll be careful, Uncle Bob.
Dave.
The kid gone?
Yeah, he's gone.
Is everything all right then? He'll do the job?
Give him 15 minutes start, then ride after him. Catch him where the trail crosses the arroyo. Hold him up. Take the gold.
I know.
Stash it in Bad Luck Cave.
We've been over that, Bob. I know what to do.
Then disappear until the excitement dies down. Keep out of this territory. When it's safe, I'll bring the gold and we'll buy that oil property. We'll be partners. Only, Dave, stash the gold. Don't double-cross me. Don't take it out of the territory with you.
Don't you double-cross me. And be sure you meet me later.
Go on, Dave. Saddle your horse. The kid mustn't reach the bank.
Easy, boy. Better walk across this bridge. The planks aren't very solid.
All right, kid. Stop where you at. Put them hands in there.
What do you want?
I want that gold and I want it quick.
You're not taking this gold!
Oh, a gun went off. I didn't mean to... The gold. I'll get the gold. Maybe you ain't hurt bad. There. I'll ride on out of here. Somebody could have heard that shot. Roy, you hear that shot?
It sounded like it came from the trail by the arroyo.
Bob Smith was bringing in gold from the mines today. He might be on that trail. Come on. Bob may be in trouble. That loose horse, Pappy. It belongs to Bob Smith, all right. Catch it, will you? Easy, Trigger boy.
Sure thing, Roy.
Looks like we've just missed the excitement.
Roy, on the ground. A boy. His horse must have thrown him.
Say, you're Bob Smith's nephew, aren't you, son? The young fella Bob took in to live with him a while back?
Keep away from me. Uncle Bob told me about you hombres who stick with the law. Your kind isn't pushing me around. You may have pushed Dad around, but not my Uncle Bob and me.
Now, easy, son. Come here a minute, will you, young fella? Let me help you.
What is it, Roy?
Looks as though he's got pretty well shaken up. No bones broken, though.
I caught up the horse, Roy. Say, ain't that the mean young'un that stays with Bob Smith?
You bet I'm mean. I'll always be mean.
Bob seems to have started his training early.
We better get this boy home. Maybe if we give him a few lessons on how to ride, he'll tell us what's been happening here.
Dave, what are you doing here? I told you to...
Something happened, Bob. Accident. I didn't mean...
Somebody may be following you.
Wait a minute, Bob. Let me tell you what happened. I was holding up the kid. My gun went off accidental.
What?
I didn't mean to pull the trigger. The kid started to fight me. You've been training him too good.
You shot the kid?
I didn't hit him.
That don't make no difference. Everybody will be against me for letting a kid risk his neck carrying gold. Well, that fuss would die down, but the fuss over a kid being shot at will make things worse.
I didn't hit him. He got scared and I fell over. He fell off his horse, that's all.
Every man in Paradise Valley will get on the trail. Hunting us. They'll keep on hunting.
Bob, let me finish. Roy Rogers is on my trail.
Rogers?
Him and his two friends, the girl and the old fella. They must have heard the shots. I didn't want to leave till I saw whether the kid had been hit or not, because he's yours and you like the kid. I stuck around so I could see the three of them come riding up, Rogers and his friends. Then I beat it and took the money to Bad Luck Cave like we arranged, and I hid it.
Get out of here, Dave. Get out of here. And stay out until I meet you. Folks are going to blame me bad for letting a kid carry gold.
Outside. It's Rogers.
Yeah.
What'll I do? They're here. They trail me.
Yeah, maybe not. The kid's with them. They may just have brought the kid back. Go into the other room. Hide there. Let me handle this.
Sure. Whatever you say, Bob.
Howdy, Bob. We've got some bad news for you, I guess.
I didn't want to be with them law-abiding hombres, Uncle Bob.
Just a minute. I'll step outside. Now, what do you folks want here?
I'll tell you why I wish we were here, Bob. To break your leg or something.
That goes for me, too, Bob. Risking a boy's life.
Hold it, Dale, Gabby. Folks around here will have a lot to say to you, Bob, but that can wait until we bring in an outlaw who's low enough to go gunning for a boy.
An outlaw? Jack, you weren't held up.
They not only held him up, they shot at him.
Now, wait. Did anybody see the hold-up man? Does anybody know what he looks like?
I saw him, Uncle Bob. He's a small fella and kind of dark. He seemed awful nervous. He was riding a black horse.
I know who he is, then.
What's that?
And I know where he is. Inside my house. Talk low now. Don't show any surprise. He thought Jack wasn't carrying all the money, so he came here after the rest. Now, don't be excited. I acted as if I didn't know nothing before, because he's got a gun on me right now. I might not have said nothing, except he hurt you, Jack.
Pappy, let's go in after that outlaw.
Be a pleasure, son.
We won't have to risk our lives. He thinks I'm scared enough, so I'll protect him. He'll come out here if I call to him. I'm sure he will.
All right. Try.
Just don't reach for your guns until you have to. If he saw you had your hands on your guns, he might come out shooting.
Go ahead. Call him, Bob.
Dave. Oh, Dave, come out here, will you? There's some friends of mine here. They're going to help us.
Is he coming, Roy?
Sure enough is.
It's all right, Dave. This is Roy Rogers. Somebody held up Jack. Rogers wants to help us run him down.
Sure, I'll be glad.
There, I got him. I got the hold-up man for you.
Let's take Bob, Pappy.
No, Dave pulled a gun. I had to shoot.
That man didn't pull a gun. You shot without giving him a chance.
Buckaroos, from then on, we had more surprises and excitements than a dog does when he starts worrying a porcupine. I'll tell you all about it just as soon as we hold a little conference on good eating for the first thing on a summer's morning.
Quaker puffed wheat and rice, shot from guns, nice and snappy. Quaker puffed wheat and rice makes your family's breakfast happy.
It's terrific. It's sensational. Here's an almost unbelievable offer. A chance of a lifetime. Yes, here's a chance for you to get 2 packages of delicious Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice absolutely free. That's great money-saving news for Dad, Mom, the whole family. Yes, the whole family goes for these famous cereals shot from guns. They're ready to serve, crisp, fresh, right from the packet. And you can have not 1, but 2 packages absolutely free. Here's all you do. Hurry to your grocer. Buy 2 packages of Quaker puffed wheat or 2 packages of Quaker puffed rice or 1 of each at the regular price. Mail us 2 Quaker money-back guarantees from the side of the 2 packages. In your letter, state price you paid and name and address of grocer. Include your own name and address and mail to the Quaker Oats Company, Department 127, Chicago 77, Illinois. That's the Quaker Oats Company, Department 127, Chicago 77, Illinois. By return mail, you will receive the full price you paid, plus 3 cents additional for postage used on your letter. Payment limited to 1 per family. This sensational free offer is for a limited time only. So hurry. Ask your grocer for Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice in the famous big red and blue Quaker package.
Buckaroos, don't you go thinking young Jack was a dumbbell. If somebody learns you that all law-abiding folks were varmints, and you didn't have a chance to learn different, you believe it too, just the same as Jack did. Well, Jack's uncle, old Bob Smith, called that the fella he claimed pulled the holdup. It was Dave Wyatt, and Dave come out. Then Bob started shooting.
Peppy, come on. We'll take Bob.
Right with you, son.
Stand back there. I've still got a few shots left.
I'll head him off here, Roy.
Oh, it's Bob! Let loose of me!
Here, I'll take him.
Now we got him.
Yeah, you got me. But wait now. Let me explain.
Well, start explaining then.
You bet. With this. Back away, quick!
Oh, Roy, he's got a sleeve gun.
Here, now use it.
That's it, Uncle Bob. That's it. You got him now.
You bet we have, Jack. You can help now. You can take their guns.
Sure, Uncle Bob.
You're a real brave feller, ain't you, Bob? Sending a boy for our guns. You know what we'd do to you if you tried it.
Here's the guns, Uncle Bob. What next?
Climb on your horse. Then I'll get on mine.
We make a good team, don't we, Uncle Bob? We know how to handle law-abiding hombres.
What that young pup needs is a good spanking.
I'd like to give it to him, too.
Stand steady, you three. Don't try nothing. All right, Jack. We'll get out of here.
Son, I'm going to get me some six-shooters, and I'm riding after that pair.
You won't be riding alone, Pappy.
Oh. Roy, listen.
What's this?
He's not dead, Roy. This man Bob shot. He's trying to talk.
Let's see here. What is it, fella? What are you trying to say?
Bad Luck Cave. Bob will go to Bad Luck Cave.
Bob Smith will go to Bad Luck Cave. Is that it?
Oh, I'm afraid he can't answer now, Roy.
Oh, I guess he can't. Well, we'll stop in town and get some guns. Then we'll head for the cave. If Bob isn't there, we'll ride until we find him.
Well, nobody's around the cave entrance anyhow, Roy.
Keep off to the side. Don't make a target of yourself.
The horses ain't in sight, but of course they could have rode right in.
We'll find out whether they have or not. Trigger boy, let's see if there's another horse around here. Call to him. A big whinny now. Good word, boy.
I'm sure glad I learned you to use your head in cases of this kind, son.
Did you learn Trigger how to whinny too, Gabby?
Why, sure I did. Now, just a minute.
There it is. Now we know.
They're in the cave.
Come on, we'll blast them out.
Bob! Bob Smith! We know you're there. You may as well come on out.
You come on in if you want us, Rogers. Only be careful. The minute you get within sight, we'll let you have it.
He said us, Roy. He said come in and get us.
He's still got the boy with him.
Bob, you think a lot of that boy, don't you? I'll give you a chance to send him out before I come in. That way, he won't get hurt.
Don't kid me, Rogers. You're too chicken-hearted to come after me while the boy's here.
The low-down porcupine.
He's got us, Roy.
I'll make you a bargain, Rogers. I'll trade you the boy for an hour's start. Promise to give me 1 hour before you take up my trail, and I'll turn the boy over to you.
No, Uncle Bob.
How about it, Rogers?
There's nothing else we can do, Roy.
You can't turn me over to him, Uncle Bob. They're law-abiding. They always stuck by you.
It'll get the boy out of trouble, son.
All right, Bob. You've made a deal. Send him out.
Please, Uncle Bob. You know what kind of hombres they are.
Get out there, I said. I've got to have my chance.
Come on, Jack. We won't hurt you.
His face is sure clouded up, ain't it?
Don't move until the boy's here, Bob. We'll tell you when to leave.
That's it. Over here, Jack.
Watch for tricks, Pappy.
I'm ready, son.
He gave me away. He gave me away.
All right, Bob. You've got 1 hour. Start moving.
So long, Roger.
The flat-headed pigeon.
Well, you aren't going to keep your promise, are you?
Sure we'll keep our promise, Jack. Dale, Pappy, we'd better make good use of this hour. Suppose we go in the cave and see if we can find out why Bob headed here and why Dave knew he would. Say, these bags are the kind miners use for shipping their gold, Pappy. They're the ones that were taken from the boy in the holdup this morning. I'll bet on it.
But they're filled with rock and gravel, not gold, son.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bob Smith and Dave Wyatt We're in partnership on that holdup.
Well, Roy, Bob shot Dave.
One of them could have pulled the holdup.
Well, Dave done that. Why, shucks. Young Jack described Dave to a T before Dave ever come out of the house.
All right. We'll say Dave pulled the holdup. Afterwards, he brought the sacks here to hide them until the excitement blew over. Then he and Bob intended to meet and divide the gold up.
Gold, there ain't nothing here but gravel.
That means one of them double-crossed the other. Either Dave took the gold and filled the sacks with gravel after the holdup, or else Bob did it before the holdup and gave young Jack nothing but gravel to carry.
That's why Bob shot Dave the first chance he got, so's to get rid of him before Dave could get wise. Shucks, I knowed it all the time.
Well, the hour's up. We better start hitting the trail.
You got any idea where the trail is?
If Bob did the double-crossing, Pappy, the gold may still be at his place. He didn't have a chance to take it along when he left.
And it'd sure tempt him to come back, wouldn't it? Only maybe he's back already.
We'll have to chance that. Suppose we get Dale and the boy and start riding.
Roy, we've waited long enough. We ought to be hitting the trail instead of sitting here in Bob's house.
Roy,
Yes, Dale?
Bob's outside. He's just ridden up.
Over to the window so we can see.
There by the hitching rail. He's getting off his horse.
Didn't I tell you he'd be here if we waited long enough?
He's walking towards the house. Don't move anybody.
Uncle Bob.
Something's going wrong.
He sensed we're here, Roy. He's going back to his horse. He started to run.
Take care of things. I'll go after him.
Son, he's on his horse.
Bob! Bob, I'm coming after you. Hickok! Here, boy. We've got to do some riding and do it fast.
Here's our last chance to tell you about our almost unbelievable offer. So hurry to your grocer. Yes, act fast. And here's how you can get 2 packages of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice absolutely free. That's 2 packages of the famous ready-to-serve cereals shot from guns. They're yours free. Simply buy 2 packages of Quaker puffed wheat or rice, or one of each, at the regular price. Mail us the 2 Quaker money-back guarantees from the side of the 2 packages. In your letter, tell us the price you paid and name and address of your grocer. Include your own name and address and mail to the Quaker Oats Company, Department 127, Chicago 77, Illinois. By return mail, you'll receive the full price you paid, plus 3 cents additional for postage used on your letter. But hurry, time is running out on this great free offer.
Quaker puffed wheat and rice makes your family's breakfast happy.
Come on, Trigger boy. Let's take it. Move on up. We'll get him, boy. Bob! I'm taking you off your horse right now. I've got you, Bob. I'll kill you yet, Roger. All right, Bob. Now let's do some talking.
I got a gun on him, Roy. He won't do nothing funny now.
Stay here, Jack.
That robbery was a frame-up, wasn't it, Bob?
You can't prove it was.
Then how come the gold is in your house? And how come you rode here to get the gold?
You don't know I rode here for the gold. I didn't even go in the house.
Then the gold is in the house.
He just admitted it was, Roy.
You emptied the bags when you brought them here from the mines. You filled the bags full of rock and gravel. You gave them to young Jack and had Dave pull the holdup.
Prove it.
Stand steady. Stay right where you are.
You told Dave to hide the bags in the cave until the excitement was over. You told him you'd split the money. But there wasn't any money. You had it all. You were going to run out on Dave.
Yeah, prove it. Just prove it.
Maybe we have already. Dave was still alive when you rode away this morning, Bob.
Dave was still alive? I didn't kill him?
Bob, why did you go back to the cave? You knew those sacks were filled with gravel, not gold.
Well, one of them had gold in it. The one I showed Jack before he left for the bank. When I left after the shooting, I didn't have a chance to take nothing with me. I needed money of some kind if I was traveling. I didn't know whether I'd be able to get back or not.
Uncle Bob.
Pappy, you think you can take this varmint in to the sheriff?
Be a pleasure, Roy. Be a great pleasure.
Well, go ahead then. Oh, When you get back, don't be surprised if we have company.
What kind of company?
Why, Dale and I talked things over, and we thought we'd like to have Jack stay with us. That is, if you care to, Jack.
Say, that's a good idea. I learned you things just like I learned Roy. Only I'm awful strict. I don't allow my scholars to do no fooling.
How about it, Jack?
But Uncle Bob always said you law-abiders... He always said... I don't know. I can't figure who to trust now.
Jack, you just tried trusting Roy for a while. There's a feller that'll never let you down.
He'll come with us. Tonight anyway, won't you, Jack?
I don't know.
Suppose you catch Trigger and ride him over.
Trigger? Why, Roy, you aren't going to let him ride Trigger, are you?
Why not? We want Jack to be a good rider, so he may as well learn on the best horse there is.
Hold on there, you young whippersnapper. I'm the feller that learns people around here. You ain't no learner.
I was just going to explain that, Pappy. Gabby really is the one who learns people, Jack. And usually, I don't let anyone else ride Trigger, but, well, we both feel pretty good right now, so we'll make an exception this time. So, go on, son. Get your foot in that stirrup and have some fun for once in your life.
Buckaroos, Jack is coming to live at the Double R Bar with us for a while, anyhow. But he's been learned a lot of wrong things. Roy and Dale and I have been kind of worried. We was wondering what you'd think. Do you believe if we treat Jack right, he'll straighten out and forget his bad ways? Or do you think we ought to do something else with him? Huh? Well, we'll see. It's music time now. Roy and Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage. Yep, everybody's all tuned up. So let's listen to them.
Though I build me a palace on Main Street in Dallas, or buy me a villa out in old Amarillo, my heart will always be part of the Lone Prairie next to the X in Texas. Though I go to El Paso for boots and a lasso, you won't find me roosting down in Austin or Houston. I'll always hurry back where I built my shack next to the X in Texas. Just keep this in mind, I'll be easy to find. I'll never roam far from the old Lone Star. I'll be on tap where the X is, right smack in the middle of the map of Texas. Though there's no gal on this earth as cute as mine in Fort Worth, my hut's still my mansion, and I won't quit my ranching. My horse is still my pal, boss of the whole corral, next to the X in Texas. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas. The sage in bloom is like perfume, deep in the heart of Texas. Reminds me of the one I love, deep in the heart of Texas. Keep this in mind, I'll be easy to find. I'll never roam far from the old Lone Star. I'll be on tap where the X is, right smack in the middle of the map of Texas. Though there's no gal on this earth as cute as mine in Fort Worth, my hut's still my mansion, and I won't quit my ranching. My horse is still my pal, boss of the whole corral, next to the X in Texas. Next to the X in Texas.
Now, fellas and girls, here is Roy Rogers with a special message.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you that forest fires are a terrible thing. 9 out of 10 forest fires are man-caused. They're due to carelessness. So, if you're in the woods this summer on a hike, picnic, or camping trip, be careful of matches and campfires. If you have a campfire, drown it with water before you leave. Then stir it up and pour water on it again. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. Well, that's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you, from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week. Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine and the frown from a rainy day.
The Quaker Oats Company presents the Roy Rogers Show, transcribed each week at this same hour, with the writers of The Purple Sage, Gabby Hayes, Dale Evans, and the king of the cowboys himself, Republic Pictures' great star in person, Roy Rogers. Remember, every time you want a delicious hot breakfast, enjoy heaping bowls of Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. Doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. They say that because a recent survey shows only one school child in 5 gets the kind of breakfast he needs. So for your hot breakfasts, pack away nourishing Quaker Oats. Remember, Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. Republic's latest Roy Rogers picture is Susanna Pass, and Gabby Hayes may now be seen in the Paramount release El Paso. This is Art Ballinger speaking for the Quaker Oats Company. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Golden